All praise to the Most High. Yeah, that sound good, y'all. Colo, what we doing?
Hey, cook that up, Khalid.
We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. They said you got the call, they trying to blackball you. Like what they own, bro. You can't blackball a boss. The whole world, they hate this right here. The way you hate your neighbor, might as well pull the trigger on yourself. You know we get excited by the smoke. Every day we catching flesh. Say my treasure stored in heaven, we gon' blow the rest. They disrespected and we check. Them bank that causing kept it still. They asking others about my business, but I ain't got no instant miss. See, I still deal with ox direct. Cause your person don't mean you respect. Your outlet don't get no credit if the ox ain't in it. Money answer all things and you got all these questions. Playing Vic. Look, I employ slavery. If you broke, just say it. Yeah, them crews in the hood, Jews in the hood. I caught them clues, now I'm good. I broke it down, he understood my all to you. Filtered through, you found a few, I'm good. We what we sold, this here exclusive. They like, hey, folk, look what you doing. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. Most I told me, be still, give her room to work. Know my movie work. Your faith ain't good, don't put the work in. In the spirit flexing, that my day job. Getting the mode out my own, I don't know what they are. Before I got the blueprint, and I'm too legit to quit. Let it spark in the dark, be a light, got it lit. Trying to map my movement, got my haters pondering. The ops set the question there, they wanna know if you still lit. It hit different, you authentic, a lot of ops pretending. We do it for the Lord, got my own motion, who are you to judge? Put Most High first, none above. Take in the spirit, we locked in, they'll come against your plot. You know Judas said, yeah, we spit them scripts, they barely not. Came on slave ships, then you not black. You know they tell you everything. Isaiah 30:20, yeah, we bad. You see what happened when they tried to rail the train up off the track. False witness, hypocrite. We throw shots back, now they feel hit. Must go get it. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still.
Yeah! My enemies is my footstool. Be still. That's right. Be still. But right now, JJ just moving around a little bit, Most High. I'm going to be still, but I'm just moving around a little bit, just a little bit. Because there's some things that need to be talked about, bro. This dude wake up in the morning thinking about JJ 7000. Before I get into it, welcome to the Lions Den. Welcome to the Den. You know, how you doing, Sister Karima? How you doing this morning, Queen?
I'm doing good. Y'all know what it is. Hit that like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. Love you.
Yeah, hit that like, share, and subscribe, man. You know, this ain't no beef for real. You know, like Canal 104 said. Most High told him to be still. See, I ain't moving too much, Most High. I'm just, just kind of a little bit, It ain't moving too much. But this guy right here, man, he's a joke to me. He, what I'm saying? He is up under me, He's up under me, man. This dude, man. Some people say he's a what do you call that? A person who has no loyalties to nothing but himself. That's the type of person we're dealing with. Now, you woke up this morning with my name in your title. You know, you said you didn't want to say nothing else to me, but I knew as soon as you woke up, your yellow ass was gonna have me in the title of your show this morning. It's okay, because you know that your information is garbage. And look, this right here is what kills you in your debate. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, Chris Harris. Now, everybody right here, I want y'all to go to this chapter. All you Osirians and Comedians and all that. You go to the legend of Osiris. You see that? This is what kills Chris Harris in this debate. Because remember, he said that story of Jesus Christ was copied from Kemet. Well, it says in the legend of Osiris, in your Book of the Dead, by E.A. Wallace Budge, Jabari, he said this book is okay, right? And it says, the chief features in the Egyptian religion remain unchanged from the 5th to the 6th dynasties, down to the period where the Egyptians embraced Christianity. They embraced Christianity. But where did they get it from? It says, after the preaching of St. Mark, the apostle of Alexandria. So even your Book of the Dead said that the apostle, one of Christ's boys, brung this to Egypt. This kills you right here. It didn't say nothing in this Egyptian Book of the Dead about Horus and all that. Now, it do talk about Horus in here in different aspects. They do. But the legend of Osiris, and it said where Christianity come from, it said it comes from an apostle. He brought it to Egypt. See? But Grim, go ahead and let's get this video started of him and I meeting up on Sarnetta TV, man. I had to school this guy because for some reason he thinks that a few similarities is going to win this debate with Captain Tazarek and him. It's not. Because we're going to show you, if you got 10 similarities, we're going to show you 30 differences of Horus. I already told you this. This is what he do. And then we're going to show you the debate that he had with Yara. I'm going to show you bits and pieces of that, where he's doing the same thing. His tactic hasn't changed. He's going to go by a few similarities. Watch. Go ahead, Kareem, please and thank you. Can you put on the, yeah. What's up, JT? We got the Kemp killer.
You.
Go ahead.
What's good, man?
Oh man, just taking out some trash, man. Just taking garbage, man. This guy want to throw rocks and put his hands behind his back. He want to put my mugshot and my police record all on his page and act like he's the person of decorum. He's a person of scholarly intelligence. You know, he don't dig deep and get into his feelings when he get his ass whooped intellectually. And we all know that's a goddamn lie. This is what you do. This is why he went so far as to, when I was going through my situation, my personal situation recently, he went out and got my police records, my mugshot, because he was mad because, he ran from a debate. That's not my fault, bro. Don't run your goddamn mouth about information. Then when it's time to get in the ring, you run like a little bitch. Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, man, this nigga's a joke. Chris Harris is a joke, man. You shouldn't even waste your time on this fool, man. Every time this fool talking all the smack that he know this, he know that. But when you time ready to challenge his ass, he running like a scared little girl.
Right.
He ain't worth the time, man. He really ain't. You know what I mean? But if you need to put this information out, let the people know the real truth, then keep doing what you do.
It's most definitely about the information. We're not gonna let him go around and teach misinformation.
But for somebody to say that the story of Christ is connected to Egypt, what is that?
Yeah.
You saying Israel stole something historically that happened in Egypt? Man, get the hell out of here. When Christ was on the earth, Egypt was no more in rulership. There was nobody no more. Period.
Right. But the Greeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
Romans. Look, these dudes couldn't even read the Metanetta to understand. So how did we steal a story from the Egyptians? We couldn't read it. Y'all couldn't read it. The priesthood was dead. And once again, we're gonna tell you once again, you trying to compare this. I mean, there's all kind of virgin births all over the world. So did everybody steal it from Egypt? Who do we steal it from? That's the first thing we want to know. What person? Who wrote what that we stole? There's similarities in a lot of things. Apples and oranges are similar because they're fruits, but they're not the same.
A tangerine and an orange is similar, but they not the same.
Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan are basketball players, but they're not the same. You see? But this is what he want to do. He want to do similarities. And also, Chris, take your goddamn hat off, bro. This is the Chris Harris take your hat off challenge. You ever notice he got these little patches in his head that he's trying to hold on to? Man, you better do something with that, bro.
You need to put a cash up in there and get a new rug.
He got one up. Support him for the piece just for men. But anyway, Kareem, let's get this video going, man. I don't want to throw too many personal.
Which one you want?
We can play the Mari video real quick. You got that real quick, just to get that out the way. Let everybody know we got some breaking news. Chris Harris is not the father. You know.
How the fuck is you light skinned and your girl light skinned, but she had a black baby? You are not the father. Somebody call Maury that is not your baby.
Mr. G, you are not the father.
Told you so.
Look at that fool. You see that fool, man?
It's the milkman. But see, I didn't bring that up yesterday in yesterday's festivities. You did. I came on there with information. I was addressing the debate and the information about you running around talking about Jesus Christ. The story of Jesus Christ was copied from Egypt. And we telling you, God damn it, hey, horse was never sent down for man's salvation. He wasn't.
But hold on, how was it stolen from Egypt when Egypt never had a savior, nigga? Egypt never had a man that came out of Egypt that was going to be a Messiah to redeem a people that was in captivity. So nigga, stop with that.
Facts. Yeah, it was a chocolate milkman, not your business. That's what it was. Yeah. And you see, he never denies it. But he wants to get into his feelings. See, I didn't do that to you. You did it to yourself. You start putting my mug shot out. You start putting my criminal record, all because you signed up for a debate with me and I tell you to be ready tomorrow and you ran? Don't come barking up this tree, bro. You know I'm going to say, yeah, I'm ready to go. I mean, come on. What's wrong with this guy, man? But look, let's get back to it, y'all. We're going to show you, the fear of Debo 7000. I'm no longer the people's champ. I gave that title over to Corey TKO. Shout out to him. Shout out to Ruben, Jedediah, King Naga, the Lions Den champion. Shout out to Apostle Zaquan, the Lions Den discussion champion. And stay tuned for the 32-man person debate because we are including women. 32-person debate.
When is that going to start?
We're trying to get it going within the next 2 weeks, man. Trying to get it going in March Madness. Yeah. $700 to the winner plus a custom-made Universal Unified Debate League Championship belt. Sal Showtime and Debate Talk for You has signed up, so he will be bringing his debaters. Black Jesus Minister will be bringing debaters for Clubhouse and his little team. And JJ, if we want one more person, but if we don't get one more person, that means I'll be bringing 10 or 11 people to the table. Black Jesus can bring 11. Sal can bring 11, and Black Jesus bring 10. That's 30. That's 32. Let's get the tournament going. You see what I'm saying? But everybody know that we need to address something with this dude, Chris Harris. He's getting out of hand. He's getting too beside himself, and I think we should watch this video. So, Karima, it's the one where I'm on Sarnetta. When starting out yesterday, you can just kind of fast forward. Let me see if I can share it. Hold on. You want me to share it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I gotta go. All right, let me see. Hold up. See if I can find it. Keep talking, JT, till I find it.
Yeah. So you got a man running from the debate challenge. If you got all the information, just bring it to the table, man. Stop running. People want to hear what you got to say. Prove your facts. That's what you got to do. That's why it's a debate. Everybody debating their cause, what they believe in, see whose information is correct.
Right. This is the first thing I want to show y'all. Because he keep running around that Christ don't exist. So we got to nip this in the bud right here. Because he constantly throws that
But
out.
can I say this quick, Jay?
You say it, yeah.
They'll never say a white person in history didn't exist.
Yeah,
None of these niggas will say, they'll never say Julius Caesar didn't exist. Alexander the Great didn't exist. But a black man, historically, did something great. That's the greatest man of all men that ever walked the planet. He don't exist, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me know my screen. When you ever see my screen, Sister Karima?
It's up there.
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, man. Like I said, this guy keep running around saying that Christ doesn't exist. It's just a simple Google, Wikipedia search. Nothing wrong with using Google and Wikipedia for the simple fact when you go down here to the bottom, y'all. Hold up, because they want to say, "Oh, he using this." But here go all the people, the sources, the people, the references, all that right there in front of your eyes. Page number, everything. So we're not going to dismiss Wikipedia or Google search. There's nothing wrong with it, especially if it's, it's got supporting evidence and supporting scholars and references. Now, this is what it said. This dude, and nobody never checks him on this. It's a quick and simple search you put in his goddamn face. It says the historicity of Christ. The question of whether Christ historically existed is part of a study undertaking in the quest of the historical Jesus and the scholarly reconstruction of his life. Virtually all scholars of antiquity accept that Jesus was a historical figure and dismiss denials of his existence as a fringe theory, while many details like his alleged miracles are subject to debate. Which means some people agree that he did some of these miracles, some people don't, but they do not deny the historicity of this man, of this who had the divinity of the Most High working with him. But this clown, excuse me, I'm not even going to call him that. This rookie, this neophyte, Chris Harris, wants to get in front of the people and tell us that Christ didn't exist. But he claims to be presenting scholarly information. Show us the scholars who deny it. Because once again, it says the question of whether Christ historically existed is part of a study undertaken by the quest of historical Christ and the scholarly reconstruction of his life. Virtually all scholars of antiquity accept that Christ was a historical figure. And then it goes to take you to all these people. Mark Allen Powell, Jesus as a figure in history, how modern historians view the man from Galilee. How about that, Chris Harris? So you ain't gonna be able to come to this debate and say, "Oh, well, he really don't exist." If you don't, the crazy part, if you say these people don't exist, then which one of these non-existent persons stole the story, Chris? How about this? James L. Houdin. What did I say, Chris? Jesus in History, Thought and Culture, Entities, AG, archived from the original April 14, 2021. See? How about this one? Bart Ehrman wrote, "He certainly existed." This is Bart Ehrman. Look at this. Bart Ehrman. Who is Bart Ehrman? Bart Ehrman is probably an atheist. But anyway, hey, there it is. A secular agnostic. Right there in my face. Huh, Chris? Even the people who don't believe in the biblical account, these secular agnostics will say only a fool like yourself will come in front of the audience, will come in front of 8,000 to 10,000 people after they watch the show and say that Christ didn't exist. And you say it boldly like you got something to back it up. Once again, Bart Ehrman, a secular agnostic. There are plenty of secular people, like Pontius Pilate. You see? Pontius Pilate has wrote something down and said that Christ says, these people, what do they got to lie for? They don't even believe in the book. How about the people who hated Christ? Huh? How about the people who hated Christ? Like the people who follow the Talmud. Some of these people write that he could be buried in piss and all this. Why would they write that about somebody they hate? Like he really, if he didn't exist, right? Like he really existed. So you're not going to sit there and try to get this over on the people. So he said he certainly existed. This is what Bart Ehrman said, a secular agnostic, a virtually every component scholar of antiquity, Chris Harris. Christian or non-Christian agrees based on certain and clear evidence. And that's in Bart Ehrman's 2011 Forge, written in the name of God. Go look it up, page 256 to 257. You idiot. Oh, no, excuse me, I'm going to keep it clean. And dismiss denials of his existence. Nobody is saying he didn't exist, but this dude. And he has nobody to back him up. Standard historical criteria have aided in evaluating the historicity of the gospel narratives. Now they're telling about the historicity of these gospels. And only two key events are almost universally accepted. Chris Harris, namely the Jesus Christ was baptized by John the Baptist. All scholars say that this happened. And he was crucified. All majority of scholars say this happened by order of the Roman precept of Pontius Pilate. Let me say that again to you. Standard historical criteria, Chris, have aided evaluating the historicity of the gospel narrative. And then we can go here. Let me show you the source right there. A book that's by Darrell Webb Roberts, Key Events in the Life of the Historicity of Christ. And see, we bring sources. We bring people who know what they're talking about to the table. All you bring is your goddamn opinion. And, oh, yeah, that's a logical fallacy. And, the appeal to the authority and all this old words you're trying to throw out there to make yourself sound important and you really ain't. You dumb in a box of rocks. And you're very disrespectful. This is why I don't respect you like you said about me yesterday. Remember, you took it to this level. I always come at you with the information. But you want to take it to this level of disrespect. Because you can't beat me with the information. You want to beat this. Then he said he went to a private college. He ain't telling us. We want to see your goddamn transcriptions. You want to lie. Tell me you getting ready to get a PhD. You lying. Here's another source that's saying that the historicity of the gospel narrative. You can go to Craig Bloomberg. I'm going to tell you where to go, Chris. New Testament studies so you don't make these dumbass mistakes when you get in front of the camera again. The New Testament studies in North America, right? It says Andreas Yarbrough, that's Robert Yarbrough, Understanding the Times, New Testament Studies in the 21st Century, all right? The fruit of the decade of work by historical Jesus study groups, right? Events in the life of the historical Jesus, a collaborative exploration of content and coherence, Chris Harris. Let's keep going, man. This dude's a joke. Like you say, DT, I don't know why I waste my time with this clown. He don't teach nothing. All he do is try to attack everybody else's information. What do he teach? His dumb ass talking about, no, I'm a black patriot. I'm black patriot. And then he tried to add some other words, intelligentsia. Something he'd have made up. Black patriotism. Black patriotism really got us far in this world, didn't it, Chris? It really got us fired in every goddamn war when we fought for them, didn't it? We still behind when we bring our black ass back home from war. Some of the soldiers come back from fighting from the goddamn war. They get off in St. Louis somewhere, and these folks jealous of them because they get ready to go to a nice house and shit, and this the goddamn riot starting to killing folks, killing our people. We had to fight segregated, but you talking about black patriotism. I don't see your ass going out there telling everybody to vote. Pay taxes. That's what you need to be doing. Hey, pledging allegiance to the flag every morning before you get your black ass up on your morning coffee show. You don't do that. You're a fake patriot. And then you want to honor these founding forefathers, these people who had us enslaved. They was only thinking about their freedom. But then how you gonna have patriotism without God when it says one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, and the Declaration of Independence? Declaration of Independence got principles from the goddamn on Bible. Your Constitution got principles from the Bible. On your back of your goddamn dollar bill, in God we trust. It's some kind of God. It may not be our God, but it's some kind of goddamn God they trust. They ain't saying get rid of your goddamn, get rid of your Bible, get rid of your Kemetic spirituality, get rid of all that, become American patriot. This is what this clown got in front of the TV to say. Now he trying to switch it up. Oh, I'm talking about being a black patriot. Well, however you put it, patriotism didn't work out too well for people who look like you and me. Now, Bart Ehrman shares the view of Andre Schwartzer, namely that the Jesus proclaimed by preachers and theologians today had no existence. This is what Bart Ehrman said. That particular Jesus is a myth, but there was a historical Jesus who was very much a man of his time. So basically, Bart Ehrman, maybe he don't believe in the miracles and all that. But guess what? They have accused this man of doing sorcery. A lot of these people who see him said that he was accused of being sorcery. So that's something that, like, some kind of magic or something that they can't comprehend. Whatever the things he's doing, making people see again, but they seeing something to document it as sorcery. All right. Now, virtually all scholars of antiquity agree that a historical human Jesus existed. You want to go to the source, Chris Harris? You idiot. They go Bart Ehrman, the same guy who don't believe in the miracles, but believe that he really was here. Who else? Robert Price, a Christian atheist who denies the existence of Christ, agrees that this perspective runs against the views of a majority of scholars. Robert M. Price, Jesus as a vanishing point in the historical Jesus. 5 views edited by James Belby and Paul Rose, who denies the existence. Okay, well, this one does. Here go one for you. A Christian atheist who denies the existence of Christ agrees that this perspective runs against the views of the majority of scholars. Here go one for you, Chris, an idiot like you. You too dumb to even bring him up. Jesus now, and then talking about intellectual debate. You don't bring that the intellectual to the table. When you only thing you bring to the table is cries and complaints, like a nagging wife. Who you left the toilet up. Okay, well, I forgot. You nag about it for the rest of the day. This is what you do. Jesus, now how about this? Jesus Now and Then by Richard A. Burridge and Graham Gould. Page 34. There are those who argue that Jesus is a figment of the church imagination, that there never was a Jesus at all. I have to say that I don't know any respectable critical scholar who says that anymore. There's a lot of evidence for its existence. And bro, you better sit down somewhere. All right. Hey, so here's the sources, man. I want to get this video. I don't want to keep beating them up. Let's see. Let's read something else. The Christ myth theory. You see, which developed within the scholarly research of the historical Christ, is in Jeffrey W. Bromley's word. The view that the story of Jesus is a piece of mythology possessing no substantial claim to historical fact. Alternatively, Bart Ehrman, who himself rejects the Christ myth theory, summarizes Earl Doherty's view as being that no historical Jesus worthy of the name existed, that Christianity began with a belief of spiritual, mythical figure, that the Gospels are seemingly allegory and fiction, and that no single indivisible person lay to the root of the Galilean preaching tradition. So you have a few out there. Virtually all scholars. So you have a few idiots like what I just read, but here it is. Virtually all scholars dismiss theories of Jesus' non-existence or regard them as refuted. Here's the source. You can go to Bart Ehrman again. He's confused as. 1 minute he says this, 1 minute this dude confused. Because you know why he's confused? Because he's a secular agnostic. All right. But then you got Richard Burridge and Gould Graham. Here you go. James D. Dunn. Paul's understanding of the death of Jesus and reconciliation and hope. New Testament essay on atonement. Well, when did Horace come down and teach about atonement for your sins? When, Chris Harris? That's just something to throw out there. Well, let me see, look, virtually all scholars of antiquity dismiss theories of Jesus' non-existence or regard them as refuted in modern scholarship. The Christ myth theory is a fringe theory and finds virtually no support from scholars. Only idiots like Chris Harris, pseudos like Chris Harris, push nonsense. Here you go. Now, some scholars estimate that there are about 30 surviving independent sources written by 25 authors who attest to Jesus. The New Testament represents sources that have become canonical for Christianity. And there are many apocryphal texts that are examples of a wide variety of writings in the first centuries and AD that are related to Christ. And let me pull up the source for you. I'm going to let you see. Here it is. Annette Mertz, Gerd Thesian, The Historical Christ. Jesus. Minneapolis, Minnesota, Fortress Press, page 16 through 72, Chris Harris. Go look it up since you're so much in denial. You ain't got no kind of credentials as these people, and you want to run your goddamn lip. Take that goddamn hat off. Squeeze that little pea brain of yours as it is. Now, you see how tight he wearing on his goddamn head? Get your bigger size hat. Then if you're going to try to hide the baldness, don't show us a see-through hat where we can see through it, you idiot. Now, there are numerous of Jewish and Roman sources. All right? Here you go. Josephus was a first century Roman Jew historian. This is actually an Israelite, y'all, and military leader. Best known for writing the Jewish War. He's very well respected. He was born in Jerusalem, then part of the Roman province of Judea, the father of priestly descent, and the mother who claimed royal ancestry. You can't knock that. Who is this other guy? You got, I ain't gonna be able to pronounce this one, y'all. Tranquilius, Suetonius, Gallius, commonly referred to as Suetonius, was a Roman historian who wrote during the early imperial era of the Roman Empire. His most important surviving work is a set of biographies of 12 successive Roman rulers from Julius Caesar on, right? Oh, then we got how you say it? Tacitus, right? Known simply as Tacitus, was a Roman historian who also wrote about this Christ God. Why would he have any reason, Chris Harris, to write about Christ if he's fake? These are historians writing about this guy. You have no credentials to even try to even question any of these guys. You know, matter of fact, it's telling you in this whole article that no sane scholar would ever say that Christ didn't exist. So I don't know what this new age stuff you're trying to do, but you're going to have to do a little bit better than yourself. That's what you're going to have to do, especially if you come up against me. I don't debate no more. I just teach. You see what I'm saying? I attack your information because it's faulty. The flank is wide open. We see everything you're trying to do. And like I said, when you come to this debate, we already know you're going to say that Christ really didn't exist, but that's stupid. When he did, when they're telling you. So you can't come in there saying that. But the question is, did Horus exist? There's nobody, no scholar saying that your bird God existed. Or didn't even walk this planet. Anyway, Pliny the Younger, right? Born to Gaius Caelus and Gaius Caelus, better known as Pliny the Younger, was a lawyer. We got lawyers and magistrates talking about Christ, y'all. You see that? Lawyers, magistrates of the ancient Romans, the elder helped raise and educate folks. You see? How about the rabbinical literature? It's in a broader sense in the entire spectrum of rabbinic writings throughout Jewish history, the Jews, the Jews. However, the term often refers to specifically to literature from the Talmudic era and opposed to medieval and modern rabbinic writing as we see here. All right, let's go back, man. I mean, it's so much. I mean, all these people lying, Chris. The hell's wrong with you, bro? This you easy, man. This is light work. You ain't even a challenge. This is why when it was time to step up, you ran. Here's another one. A German historian of religion and religious philosophy. He was a professor of religions and religious history. Way more credentials than Chris Harris would ever have. Matter of fact, Chris Harris, you run around here talking about you got your master's degree and you're getting ready to get a PhD. Why won't you show it? I went to trade school for 4 years, an apprenticeship class. I became a journeyman. It takes skills to do math and measurements and different things. I show that to y'all. I'm proud of it. Anywhere I go in the United States, they got a union hall. They got to pay me top scale for my skills. I go to Chicago, the top scale is up there 45 an hour. Throw my card down, that's what they got to pay me. I go to LA, the top scale, you can look it up right now. Journeyman for journeyman like me, 38, 39 an hour. I go to Texas, it may be a little bit lower because the cost of living is cheaper. They might pay me 28, but everywhere I go, they got to pay me top scale because of my credentials, my skills, and what I went to school for. Why ain't you showing it off? You're lying. You want to sit up there and show off and talk shit when Garfield was talking to asking him prove his bachelor's degree, but now that the rabbit got the gun and it's time for you to show and prove, oh guys, it's private. You guys come to my mom's house and see it. Who would send strangers to his mom's house to see it on the wall? Then we ask him what's the name of the school. Oh well, it's private. I shouldn't have to indulge this type of information. But you had no problem putting my goddamn mugshot on the goddamn TV. You had no problem putting my goddamn arrest record on there, but now all your shit private. Nigga, you're lying. All right, we got another guest on the platform before I continue to read. I hope you're not a chrysolite. Let me see who that is. Oh, okay, that's Kyle. What's going on, my brother? I see you. Go ahead and speak on it for a minute.
What's up, JJ?
All right. What's going on?
I just want to start with my disclosure and disclaimer. The views of JJ 7000 does not represent the views of Kyle.
Yeah. Got that right, because if it did, you'd be over here in this damn truth. That's right. Hey, you see all this information right here. Christ.
Now, I came and dropped you off a gift, man. Look in the back chat and click on that little link I put. I'm like Santa Claus. I just drive by and put shit in niggas' stockings. I just dropped you off a little ammunition, man.
Yeah, you was one of my first co-hosts back when I used to go and fly in front of the TV. With my stick. When we say welcome to the Lions Den. We have grown now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. He's still part of the team. I love you.
Hey, pull that up and go to slide 40 or something. Like then I bet and share your screen on that one.
Oh, wait. Okay, where are you sending this to, brother?
In the private chat on StreamYard.
Oh, Kareem, can you go to let me stop sharing my screen for a minute. Let me see what this private chat. I'm still learning how to work some of these buttons, man. Hold on, let me stop.
There you go.
The New Testament Messiah, and then let's see, hidden history. Okay.
Scroll on down to about page like 40 or something. Then you can do your show off this right here, this presentation if you want to, because I did a lot of, these just facts right here. I'm gonna bless you with this one.
You're gonna bless you, okay.
Yeah, you talking about
sure. You see everybody? Look at that. Let me blow it up a little bit. Let me see. Okay, now who came up with this information here? Who was the author of this?
Man, it's me right there, bro.
Oh, this is some of your work.
Yeah, this is my slides on that.
This was when you was an Israelite, my brother?
Yeah.
Now you're eating bean pies, my dear Islamic brother.
I ain't bean pies either, man. I ain't no Israelite.
That's what I was looking at.
Wait, can I ask Kyle, did he publish this? Because I'm trying to write a book too. So I'm trying to like.
Oh, we got Judah Nazareth on here. Hold on. Okay.
Oh, no, this is a PowerPoint presentation. What up, Judah Nazareth?
All right, go ahead. Let y'all speak for a second. I want to get a glass of water, y'all. Go ahead. What's up,
Judah Nazareth? Yeah. I just want to see because I'm trying to write a book on Onias the Third.
Oh,
right?
God.
And yeah, I know JJ hit
Onias. Go ahead. You go on
it. No, but I see Kyle's work here, and I see Garfield and a few other brothers that put Rabbi Lewis, and a few other brothers that put books out with publishing. And I'm trying to do that, What I'm saying? So,
if you in touch with JJ, I can get in contact with. I got a friend of mine. He does it he goes to a company that does all his publishing. Basically, they gives him a format to write his books, and he sends it over to them, and they send them back physical copies, and they publish his book, and they print them up for him as well. So I can find that contact for you because I'm doing the book on IT myself.
Okay. Well, so when it comes to the chapters and things like that, are you dictating, or are you letting because look, I ain't gonna lie, I had an idea that I was gonna let what's the chat 3PT or some shit?
Yeah, chat. Yeah, CPT chat.
Yeah, I was gonna let her whatever that is do the majority of the work, and I do some little or whatever. But did you do the whole thing off the head, off the hairline? How'd you do this?
Nah, so for me, you talking about this presentation or the book that I'm writing on right now?
Everything.
like far as the book that I'm working on, it's going to be basically I'm trying to uplift the African American community by integrating African folk tales and African history into technology, because that's in the field that I'm kind of excited about it. And I pretty much have an introduction to African societies, and I talk about the importance of like things like divination and Ifa and how those particular things, and I don't want to take from the conversation, but how those particular things led to the technological movement that we have today. And I show the importance of it in order to get people excited about technology. And I show how that transfers into modern science and technology. And then from there, I'm trying to transition into like how to do network engineering and shit like that.
Okay, so I'm trying to disrupt the show. I'm sorry, JJ. I'm trying to just get information from brothers who are more knowledgeable than me when it comes to book writing and things like that.
Y'all go ahead. I'll take a little break. I've been running my mouth for 40 minutes. I'm gonna come back.
Why? Yeah, you know, man. I'm not a long-winded brother trying to like take over the show. Kyle, so did you distribute your works into chapters or no?
Yeah, the work that I'm doing right now is in the chapter form. So like the first chapter, like I got the introduction, basically tell you about who I am and my motivation. Then I have the chapter. The first chapter is like the African history. And then from there, it transitions into like networking, like binary code. What's binary code? How that's all set up and established. Then it goes from binary code to something that's called a spanning tree protocol. It's about how to dissect information amongst the network. And it kind of, I show how those things are kind of relevant to divination. From there, I go into teaching about network engineering, different tools like routers and switches, how to set up VPS and like different networks, stuff like that.
Okay. Hey, thank you, brother. I really appreciate it, brother. I'm listening. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know me and Garfield and the Dagger Squad don't get along, but I'm not one of the most.
Well, brother, I'm Dagger Squad, so like I have no issue with you.
No, I know. But we, brother Garfield has an issue with me. But the thing is I'm not one of the most. I know what all type of brothers. I'm not one. I know the certain brothers do certain works that I haven't done, and I see you guys putting out books and things like that. And I'm like, well, these guys did it first, so let me like hit them up and see like what information they can give me and tips they can give me on
I mean, like. And that's why I'm over here right now, because I'm not a person that builds, that burns relationships. Like, just imagine if you and Garfield relationship was good, and you can because Garfield just published a book, he's working on another one right now. He can be like a mentor, but like I don't let the internet shit deter me from keeping good company around me, if that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that everybody can repatch relationships at some point in time. I'll say that, and I don't know if Garfield has that type of thing.
Man. They be holding grudges. But
I mean,
like asked me to help him with his book when he first was doing it.
I know because I know that.
You remember that, don't you? Oh, okay. I just want to put that. You got to keep that on the record.
But listen, I'm willing to split the pie. I'm not one of them old greedy ass dudes. If a person helped me out, I'm willing to split the pie. We ain't got to agree with our whole view. Like, we brothers though. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, so me and Garfield, we don't really get along. But if Garfield gave me some tips, like brother Kyle's doing, like, I'm like, Kyle, you get a percentage. Garfield, you get a percentage. Whoever is helping me with my thing, they get a percentage because I'm not a greedy brother. This is about our whole. This is about our people uplifting.
This thing is like, brother Garfield don't deal with us, man. I'm just gonna keep it real.
Well, you don't think that he would?
No.
Okay.
I personally, I talk to Garfield damn near every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, me and Garfield cool, and I understand his point of view. I think some things like what we do on the internet, it crosses lines, and sometimes lines can't be uncrossed. And I can't get, like for me, I may forgive it, you may forgive it, but certain people don't have the same forgiveness or those same boundaries that we have. And
look how he talks about Jabbar and his family. He don't. That's what I don't like about people who throw rocks and they want to put their hand behind their back, trying to judge somebody else. And later on in the show, we're gonna show him trying to. I didn't even say nothing to Garfield yesterday when I come on Sunday. I came in and addressed the information, but for some reason, Garfield wants to have all the attention on him. So he got to.
Y'all putting Kanye in the messed up position talking about his folks. So let's let's just talk about.
Thank you,
We're
Gorilla.
talking because you're gonna see. I'm just letting you know, Garfield to me is he don't know how to let things go. And then, but you can't go around saying, well, people, oh, they said this about this certain person, they said that, and you do the same thing. You have made videos with my name and it's clickbait before. I'm like, I'm not even on the goddamn show. Garfield versus JJ something. You've done that before, bro. So don't try to get on here and sign up yesterday and try to act like you holier than thou. You got more morals and standards than everybody else. Cut it out. Now let's go ahead and read the source right here that he got right here. Then we're gonna get back to the meat and potatoes. It says the account of Yeshua by Pliny, was that Pliny? Daily Lives of Christians in Ancient Rome. Others who were named by that informer at first confessed themselves Christians and then denied it. True, they had been of the persecution, but they had quitted it. Some 3 years, other many years, and a few as much as 25 years ago. They all worship your statue and the images of the gods and curse Christ. They were in the habit of meeting at a certain fixed day before it was light, when the sand of ultimate verses of hymns to Christ. They bound themselves by a solemn oath, not to any wicked deeds, but never to commit any fraud, theft, or adultery, never to falsify their word, nor deny a trust when they should be called upon to deliver it up. One more, after which it was their custom to separate and then resemble and partake of food, but food in an ordinary and innocent kind. So, like I said, there's and this guy, he's not an Israelite, right? Just Pliny guy. All right, what else we got here? It says accounts of Yeshua. Julian the apostate, quoted in the Ptolemy. Polemic, what did I say? Ptolemy? I can't see this. Is that a T? Polemic of Cyril of Alexander against Julian. It said Jesus having persecuted a few among you, Galatians, as he what does it what does say, Kyle? I can't see that. Contemptuously called the Christians, and those are the worst of men. How has been celebrated about 300 years, having done nothing in his lifetime worthy of fame, unless anyone thinks it is very great to heal lame and blind people and exorcise demonics in the village of Beersheba and Bethany. So see, look at that. See, these are some of the things that these people are saying that he did. Unlike anyone thinks it is very great work to heal. See, he making like it ain't a big deal. Unless anyone thinks it's very great work to heal lame and blind people and exorcise demonics in the village of Beersheba and Bethany. You see? But we got Tori Bolton in the building. Go ahead, Tori. I didn't see you there, man. Go ahead and speak real quick. How you doing, young man?
Damn, you know what? My bad, JJ. My laptop was on mute. I'm trying to talk. I thought I was talking to you.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I was just dropping out some. These are contemporary sources and in modern century, like sources that give you primary accounts of Yeshua or whatever name or Yahushua, or whatever we want to call them.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahushua, but like a die. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, like I just dropped. Like I found this stuff when I was like, I wouldn't even
tell me your Hebrew. Tell me your Hebrew name back in the day.
It's Kyle.
Okay. See?
Yeah, I still rock with it.
You had another name, man.
No, man.
Come on, man.
No, that was it, bro.
It was Kyle, something like Kyle Johanna or something like that. But what was it?
No, it was the same as it is right now. I ain't never changed.
Okay. You wasn't a Johanna.
Nah, hell no. Hell no. I was not a Johanna.
Johanna died.
No Yahudas or none of that. Nope.
All right, so we got 178 AD. Actually, I got some of these people down on my notes that I read on several occasions to tell this guy. So like I'm just making it up. Celsius, how you pronounce that? Celsius, 178 AD. He was a 2nd century Roman author and avid opponent to Christianity. He went to great lengths to disprove the divinity of Yeshua. Look. He even put Yeshua in there. Look. I see you. They never denied his actual existence. You see, Chris? Ain't nobody denying his existence. Some people are skeptical about maybe some of the things he did, like walk on water and stuff like that. But there is a story of him walking on water. Horse never walked on water. Where you got a story of horse walking on water? How you gonna win this debate? We need to see if I got 30 goddamn, if you got 10 similarities, I'm gonna have 30 goddamn differences. And we're gonna weigh it out. Because that's what you're banking on. A few similarities. It ain't gonna work. All right. Now, on Yeshua and the miracles, Tori must be at work. All right. Yeah, it says Jesus, on account of his poverty, was hired out to go to the Egypt, where he acquired certain magical powers. See, he returned home highly elated at possessing these powers, and on strength of them, gave himself out to be a god. This is some of the accounts that people are writing about this guy, man. Jesus wasn't no joke, you see. Now, if it was by means of sorcery, see, that he said he was able to accomplish the wonders which he performed. You see that? Let us believe that these curses, or the resurrection, or the feeding of the multitude within a few loaves, higher fire, huh? These are nothing more than what they say. Nothing more than tricks of juggling. See, they hate me. He mad because he can't do it, y'all. See, it is by the names of certain demons and by the use of incantations that these. Hold on, Kareem. Go ahead, Kareem.
No, I had to laugh. He was like, he ain't. See, he ain't.
Yeah, they hate me. You see that Kyle broke it out for the miraculous powers. Come on, Chris. These people are seeing this, but they talking about that he, like, you know, maybe he fooled with hoodoo or voodoo or some sorcery, you know, something that they can't understand and fathom what's going on. So this is how they documented it. You see, this guy right here, he was hating. That's all it was, man, because he couldn't do it. All right, let's get one more. Then we're gonna get to the video. I'm gonna let the panel speak a little bit, man. But
hit like one of those the cultural slides. Go like the 50, I believe. What page you on right now? What slide you on?
I think we have to do a whole new separate show on this one. Yeah.
Okay. Go to 47 right quick.
Go to 47.
Yeah.
And yeah, see, Chris might be mad at you for showing this. Now, you and him play. You say y'all play. What's that game you play?
Call of Duty.
What is Call of Duty? He might turn on you and shoot you.
He might
friendly fire. Oops. All right. So, accounts of Yeshua. This is let me see. I gotta wait till I get on the screen. That is Alexandrius Grafrito, dating from 200 AD. Earlier in this interesting early parody of Christianity, the drawing shows a man with an ass head bearing a crucified. I can't really see that. I gotta wait till it pop up on the TV. What they say? To which here it comes. Good. I was reading. All right. See? All right, here we go. As you see right here in this drawing, what'd you say, family?
I was saying you want me to read it for you, but I was muted again, so I couldn't get unmute.
Go ahead and read it this time, so you don't think I'm making it up. Go ahead.
Okay. The drawing shows a man with an ass's head being crucified, to which the youth is raising his hand as if in prayer. The text in Greek reads Al Examenos Sivete Theon, which means Alexamios worships his God. That means that the person who made this worship this particular God. And the reason why he has an ass head, because I don't know if you know, but in like a few slides earlier, it references Jesus and being ass and stuff like that. And so like they were making a mockery of him, but the guy that they was referring to worshiped this God still.
Mm-hmm. It says
they made that to mock this guy, but they also proved that this person. Well, I'm circling on my page like as if I'm sharing my screen. But you see what I'm saying?
right. Read that bottom part. It says before Christianity, what?
Oh, hold on. Before Christianity, the Hebrews had already been charged with worshiping an ass. Basically, what I was just saying. This was probably the basis of the accusation being directed at Christianity.
Good point.
But like in a few slides up, it shows the Talmudic verse. Hey, let me figure out where is it. I think it's on like 42 or something.
Okay, go to 42, Sister Kareem.
It may not be at 42, but it's somewhere around here.
Yeah, I got it in my notes where they were talking about in the Talmudic version how his mama was a whore and she got pregnant by this other dude named what's his name? Joseph something. Huh?
I thought you were gonna say JJ 7000.
Come on, don't do me like that. Don't do me.
I don't know where it's at, man. Be honest, but it's in here somewhere. It's around
okay.
like
this is a whole presentation, huh?
Yeah. We'll do another show, man. Go back.
Yeah, because we see the people.
Real quick, you guys. I just want to say, Sister Noble, you better be nice to me, sister, because I'll eat that coochie.
Oh, come on, Judah, man. Too early for that. What the hell wrong with you?
Niggas is wild.
Words of views expressed by some people on the panel, not the words of views expressed by JJ 7000.
All right, come on, JJ. JJ. Nigga JJ's the most savage nigga on the planet. Come on, he'd be like, "Oh,
education today, man. Come on, man. Where did that come from?"
Karima, you know JJ a savage. Karima all quiet.
All right, let's get back to the teaching. All right, come on. She's trying to find it. This is a good. Hold on, Judas, why I got you here? Who do you think gonna win this debate between Christian and Tazara? Just be honest.
You know, this is effed up, JJ. I'm honestly going to give it to Chris. I think Chris is going to get listen. I think Chris is going to get that one win. He's going to be 1-6.
On House of Conscience, he 1-6. He'll be 1-6.
Yeah, or is it 1-5? Am I mistaken?
I think so. I think they're 1-5. I think he's gonna be over. I think he's gonna lose this one. He lost against you. He lost against Pastor Bennett. He lost against what's that dude name? I think Zion Lex beat him. I think
Zion Lex and the white boy.
Vocab. Vocab Malone. So I think that was his only debates right there. It's 4. Yeah.
So you're going for a 0-6?
Yeah, I'm saying he's gonna lose this one.
I'm not betting.
You think?
Hey, I ain't betting your ass. I'm not betting you.
Yeah, but Senator said he ain't even having no. He said he ain't gonna have no poll, but I don't believe that shit. I don't believe that. He might not. I don't know how they're gonna. I don't even know how they're gonna determine the winner.
Like I don't want to talk. Listen, Senator watching right now.
Yeah, he is.
I know he is. He is. I don't want to talk bad about Senator. I don't. Senator, you watch it right now. I know you do. I know you watch it.
And we can't say nothing bad about it. He said I can use his video for the day, man.
Well, I'm not gonna. No,
I'm in the video. So yeah.
You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna try to shift it onto you and Karima. I'm saying Judah Nazareth from the Torah Knights is saying this.
Well, all right. Well,
you don't have no big names over there. When you had Judah Nazareth, JJ 7000, and other brothers over there, you had big names. Now you have no names, and niggas ain't checking for these niggas. They're just not. Now, Senator, I know that's your platform. You do what you do, but I'm not sure if it's because you tried to put a strain between you and the people that supported you. You know, the big names. Me and JJ 7000. What did we say? We had a debate. You know what we said? We was like, hey, look, some people say JJ won. Some people say Judah won. And we left it at that. And we left it alone. There was no more talking. It was over. It was like, hey, nigga, let these niggas decide for themselves. All our job was to put out information. That's it. That's it. Right? So I'm not pooping on Son Letter. I'm not, because he always said, "Well, why you always shitting on me, brother?" I'm not. I'm not pooping on whatever. I will say that I think that Chris Harris is going to beat Tazariak. The reason why I say that is because I don't think Tazariak is going to take the same approach that JJ gave him. JJ laid down the format for victory.
Yeah.
Right?
I think he will, bro. I think he will. To be honest, man, I've been talking to him behind the scenes. I hope he's been listening to me, man. You know, I just the route I would go. I mean, that's the only route you can go. If he talking about similarities, then we got to show the life of Horus and how it's completely different from Christ.
Yes.
I mean,
there was more.
Hey, when did Christ get raped, y'all? When did he get his butt? When was anybody copulate between Christ's buttocks?
Holy
Horus got mangled by his uncle. Copulating between his buttocks. See?
That's true. But you also brought up some other points a couple of days ago where you were like going through Yahweh Shah's teachings in the Torah.
Right.
Like, bro, you excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm burping. I'm drinking beer.
That's okay.
Sorry. Chris got to show Horus teaching the Torah, bro. He got to.
Oh, Lord. When does Horus ever taught the Torah? Get him, Judah.
If Chris can't show Horus teaching the Torah, the nigga lose. I don't care what Psalm letters or fuckity fuck shit. I ain't dissing him. I'm just saying we know how he do. He do the fuckity fuck shit. You know, whatever. Nigga, it will literally be 0 and 6. You have to show Horus teaching the Torah. You have to.
That's not my teachings.
Oh, well, I mean, hey.
Chris funny. And then, you know what? I also got for y'all a treat, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, of the debate with him and Yara. And he's doing the same exact stuff. He's trying to compare Christ to, I told y'all, Horus. I told y'all that's what he's going to do. I'm going to show that to y'all, too. You remember that debate, Judah Nazareth? It was on Summervision.
Which one?
Chris Harris versus Yara.
Yes.
Is Christ unique?
Yes.
See, Chris does the same type of debates. He might alter the name a little bit. Is Christ unique? Is Christ this? Or he'll do the Exorcist one. But he got two main go-tos that he do. So he's like a two-trick pony.
And you know what's crazy? I shouldn't admit this, but I've been drinking beer. I'm sorry. JJ gonna be like, nigga, see, I got your ass, nigga. Yeah. I'll be trying to help Chris Harris out. Chris, don't take this angle. These niggas got you covered already. Don't take that.
Oh God! I know you stick up for him because he used to be one of your students. So I get it.
Yes. Y'all hear that? JJ, say it again. JJ, say it again. Say it again.
The reason why Judah got a soft heart for Chris is because Chris used to be one of his students that went astray. See? He went away from the teachings of the Torah. Now he's lost.
See,
he's lost in the madness.
See,
that's all right, Judah.
Yeah, Chris, come on, man. You know what? You heard him say that shit. You know it's right. You know it's true. You know it. You know it's true. You haven't been hot since you've been on Torah nights. When you went to SVDL, you was trash.
Damn.
HOK, you trash. Bro. Like, come on, bro.
Dude, tell me some
bullshit. Like, oh, Chris Harris wins the tournament. Nigga, stop. like I'm giving you. I love Chris Harris. He's my brother. I love Chris Harris. I had no hate towards your brother. That's my little brother. But he's not this. His position that's not it. He's not going to win. If the nigga win a goddamn tournament, it's rigged. I'm telling you right now, Chris, JJ got you in the goddamn corner. He got you in a corner. He might be retired, but whoever comes under JJ, they got you in a corner. There'll be no more putting the Bible on trial. Nigga, you got to put your belief system on trial. And if you don't, you lose. You lose.
Well, he says he's an American patriot, bro.
Oh, well, nigga, you got to put goddamn Joe Biden I know he does, bro.
Joe Biden. Hey, Joe, see, and Biden, he like to touch on them. Look, he a little too touchy feely for the American public, you know.
Yes, yeah,
All right.
Chester. He's a Chester. Yeah.
Hold up, y'all. We got Corey TKO, the people's champ, in the building. Go ahead, Al.
Shalom, Corey. Shalom, brother.
Yes. Hey, peace. Now here's the thing, because I've been looking at this weigh-in with Captain Tazariak and Chris Harris. If he gonna try to say that Jesus, the story of the Mashiach, is plagiarized from Horus, he's gonna actually have to show that how they got their rulership, because Jesus never got the throne of his father, but Horus got the throne of his father. That's number one.
Right. That's another.
And number two, he's gonna have to show if they the same story, he's gonna have to show how Jesus got beat off by Mary so that his semen could get put in his uncle's stomach. Because that's part of the reason why.
Whoa. Wait a minute. You just can't.
That's part of the reason. That's part of the reason why Horus got his throne.
Hold up. What did you just say? Say that again.
He's gonna have to prove that the Mashiach, because in the story of Seth and Horus, and one of the reasons or the main reasons that Horus got his throne was because his mother beat him off and put his semen in a pot and fed the semen to his uncle, so his uncle could be impregnated by his semen. So, and not only just that, but he'll actually have to show Jesus and his uncle going to court, telling the other gods who raped who, so that they could get the throne of. Yeah, he gonna have to prove all that. But that's all I wanted to say.
Wait. There was a man getting impregnated, or a so-called male god getting impregnated?
Male god being it's in a contingent of Seth and Horus.
Holy shit!
I read the whole story.
This is ridiculous. I mean, how did this compare? How did we get our story from that mess, Chris Harris? So all these questions that we got about all the stuff that's going on, you better show us Christ doing some of this.
JJ, remember, it's us over here doing this. This ain't Tazariak. No, look, hear me out. This is us over here doing this. Tazariak is not here. He's not listening to soaking up game. He's not. That nigga is. Tazariak literally said, I do not have to study. I don't have to do this and do that for the debate. First off, excuse me, any fighter, any debater, any fighter, any whatever. I said you got to train to your 100%. But nigga, you got to train. Tazariak said he's not training, he's not preparing, he's not doing anything for Chris. That's not a good move, in my opinion. JJ, what do you think, brother?
I think, I mean, if he said he had, maybe it could be just what do you call that? A cop. It could be like, what do you call that? Like a poker face. You know what I mean? Like he bluffing. I don't think he.
Yes.
It could be a bluff. So that's what I think. I don't think nobody.
Yeah, he gonna regurgitate some information, the PowerPoint or something he already didn't study.
I hope he. Yeah, we'll see. I hope he. I mean, don't let Chris Harris beat you on this nonsense, bro. You gonna make ISUPK look bad. I'm just putting it like that.
Hey, Tazariak, we giving you games and stuff right now.
Chris has nothing to lose. ISUPK got everything. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm drinking beer. I'm sorry. I know you don't drink no more beer. I'm sorry, JJ. We were drinking part of it.
You grown.
Hold on, y'all. Me and JJ, we was drinking part of this, but JJ, he don't put the beer down. But look, who is it? Tazariak has everything to lose. Chris don't. You know what I mean? Chris has nothing to lose. So right. He can lose niggas and be like, well, this nigga been like, like, nigga, what else is new? If Tazariak gets washed, No, you already know me and JJ. You already know what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a whole goddamn show about this shit, laughing, smoking weed, drinking beer, chicks walking around with their titties out and everything. Wait a minute. I actually became goddamn lost. It's over, nigga. It's over, nigga. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. Go ahead, JJ. Look.
Yeah, I'm crazy.
All right. We have the goddamn the HOK funeral going.
Hey, you remember we had that funeral?
6 feet deep.
Hey, you remember that funeral concession I threw for Chris Harris after you beat him? Okay, somebody said ISUK does scholarship behind the scenes. So let's, Kareem, let's go ahead and get to the video, and then that information that Kyle got, we'll do another show on that because that's worthy of a whole show. It's already got everything. Some of that stuff I got in my notes already, but he already got it presented out. Why not show it? You know, because we got to pound this into the people's head. Because he's steady running around talking about, you know, that we copied from Egypt. I don't know how the story's copied. Just different things. There's no proof that Horus had 12 disciples. You know? But when you get a chance, Kareem, let's go to the starting of the video when I went on there for about 5 minutes, about 15 minutes last night. And Chris came up on there trying to showboat, and you know how Chris is, crying and throw his insults. You know, I can't believe, if you notice, when I first come up on there, I'm talking about the information. He want to bring up stuff about his wife. I didn't put that out there. It was already out there.
Hey, JJ, behind the scenes, I'm gonna hit you up because I talked to somebody today that we both know, and I'm talking the back chat with you, me and you only. Just trying to tell you, like, yo, if you check your messages because I'm gonna be talking to you.
Okay.
Like, yo, listen. There's a concerted effort to keep us unknown, unheard of. Like, you may not believe that because JJ, I know you be busy, you be working, No, I'm telling you, there's a concerted effort to keep us. Hush.
It's the little cronies. It's the one that I know. Yeah.
Yes.
Chris even said it last night. Chris said it last night. He said, yeah, and it's my job to stomp guys out and get guys out like you and Black Jesus Minister out of the community. Bro, get the hell up out of here. Who was you?
What you know? Crazy.
You shouldn't even never bring the dude over there. He gonna turn on you, and that's exactly what he did.
No, listen, but hear me out though, JJ. Hold on, listen. The whole don't think that it's the HOK by itself. It's not. Only thing is, I'll give you a hint. Killer Priest. He's a very, very quiet, humble brother. He's not really trying to get no beef. You know, he's not one of them brothers. However, he has other brothers under him. They with the goddamn smoke. And so is Nepal. With the smoke. Right? Now, I ain't about to divulge no more. I'm gonna just say this much. Like it would be in Killer Priest's best interest to have Lions Den and Tour Nights on his channel because we're what's popping. We're the new shit. We're the real shit. We are the one with the real information. Right. We talk the talk and we walk the walk. Woo! And we help out. The Lions Den and the Tour Nights, we will help out this brother's channel. The Killer Priest, brother, you a good brother. You a great MC. Respect your craft, but brother, 1.9 or 2,000 views on YouTube, brother. Come on, brother. You need more than that, brother. And how you gonna get more than that? You're gonna get the main eventers, the Lions Den and the Tour Nights. And watch what happens when the Lions Den and the Tour Nights come. All these other people, I ain't gonna say their names. They're going to come. Oh man, JJ, why don't you come over? Well, if JJ wants to, but I would be like, no. What about when I want to come over there? You put some goddamn no. You put bombs in our face, disrespecting us. No. there needs to be a second alternative thing. I ain't gonna say too much here. I'm gonna say this, yo, Nepal, I'm telling you right now, sister, I love you, sister. You my sister. You a good sister. But sister, get out your goddamn emotions and start thinking like a goddamn general. Like, yo, there's a lot of talent out here on these streets. And niggas not getting their talents out because of certain people that run the platforms. They won't let certain people come out because there's a goddamn agenda. So if you're aligned with a person whose channel is not that big, and you got real motherfuckers on here who talk the talk and walk the walk, everyone's going to come watch what the fuck we talking about. They're not going to give a fuck about what these goofy niggas talking about shit that they don't even believe in. Jabari is not a comedian. He don't believe in comedic nothing. He don't, bro. He's not. He's a good dude. He's cool. But he's not Kemet. He don't have a pharaoh. He's not doing retainer sacrifices. He's not doing none of that. None of it. He may be a good guy, but he's not doing none of that. However, what I'm saying is, my elder, JJ7000, promoter, he know how to get the shit rocking, right? And we need to forget about the personal BS, blah, 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 blah. We need to figure out what works the best for all of us. And my brother JJ7000, he know Nepal. He knows her. Listen, whatever arguments they got, let that shit go. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Because Nepal is a star. JJ is a star. Judah's a star. We got star power over here. That's what we have. And nigga, you can't make it. Nigga, it comes natural or it don't. Everyone goddamn knows. JJ, you may not realize this, but I be seeing niggas in the chat. They be like, I hate this nigga JJ. I love this nigga JJ.
Wait. What they say?
Yeah. But listen. If you are polarizing or you are to the good, to the bad, you're doing good. When niggas is like, JJ who? What? What the niggas say? What? That's the position you don't want to be in, where niggas don't know who the fuck you are. Everyone knows who you are.
Speaking of that, hey, Judah, like this guy right here. I'm gonna say, who is this guy? Who? Moses? Who? Let's start right here, Karima. Let's segue into this. And we'll come back in. Thanks, Judah, for the compliments. I appreciate
it. Yeah, we fucks with Killer Priest. So yeah, if you wanna let y'all come over there or come over here, it's nothing. Thanks for letting us use your video.
Absolutely.
I don't think he. I don't.
Yeah, Sister Karima, Sister Karima, you said shit right on time. That nigga JJ, Sister Karima, Lions Den, Tour Nights. We need to get on goddamn Killer Priest. We're not gonna rely. Killer Priest channel is not a debate channel. It's not. But there are other people, younger brothers on there who might be able to manage or run the debate channel or whatever. But the views he's getting are not what he deserves. He's a famous
Yeah, I agree with that part. You know, he should be having like more views. But you know, sometimes people, you know, have their own thing. But I think his platform is a neutral platform where people can go and debate, and it's they looking at it from an unbiased point. You know what I mean? And really dig into the information, because I don't think he biased towards Israelites, Kemetics, or anything. So yeah, that'd be a good place to go and hold debates.
That'll be super dope. And y'all know JJ, JJ's the front, he's the face. When JJ goes out and promotes and does that's what JJ do. Right? So let JJ do what JJ do. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like Sister Karima said, yeah, like Killer Priest, if you're listening, we're not saying get into no beef. we're not saying getting to know no Negroism, Negroism. You know what I'm talking about? No BS. No, we're not saying that. We got people who are talented musically, people who are talented scripturally, linguistically, blah 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 blah. And I think your platform and the voice you have, it's not you're pooping on anybody. It's you just doing what you're doing. You got Sister Nepal. A lot of sisters don't like Nepal, but Nepal is super talented. She really is. I know her for years. Before y'all knew her, I knew her. And she's very talented. And what I'm saying is, like, yo, I think it could benefit all of us, not just Killer Priest or just Nepal or just Judah or just JJ7000 or just Krima or just no. I think this can benefit us all because it's not niggas from the 1975 talking about we rerunning the shit, nigga. It's 2023, nigga. You niggas is wearing goddamn high heel thigh boots, nigga. Cut it out.
Yeah, we do got a lot of talent over here. That he ain't lying about that. Judah saying some real stuff.
Yes, real talent. Real talent. We got Lions Den tour nights. There's some people in SVDL that are good. Let's not be goddamn haters. We're not gonna be no fucking haters. There's some people in SVDL that are also good as well. And I think there's might be one more, Karima. I'm not sure who the SVO tour nights.
There's some new ones that's out, debate talk. There's a lot of them. They just not being recognized like they should be.
Well, what are the names?
Debate talk for you. They coming back. I've been seeing them. They getting active.
Okay. Well, let me say this for debate talk for you. Debate talk for you. Y'all got to make it right with Judah Nas. Y'all shit on me.
Oh, Judah. They already agreed to join the tournament with us. So y'all might.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I got certain time.
Like
right now, like this. I talked to Sonny this morning. I asked him, I said, "Can I use the video?" He said, "As long as we don't go in on them," and that's respectful because I mean, if I use it, but if somebody use my video and they banging on me, I would be like, "Oh, come on, man." So that's the agreement. So, but we can watch it. You can watch me.
I already told you that, Jay. You can't be banging on people and you're using their equipment. I told you.
Yeah, I used to do that a long time ago. That's why I do. I used to do it. I used to go on the show, sign to piss me off, and then I come over here and play the video, just kind of slow it down, then talk shit about him. But it's his video, even though my image and likeness is on it. It's his video, right? So. We all of us got to stop all this petty shit, man. All of us got too much goddamn talent and connections to people to not be able to work together.
But can I say this though? Can I say this, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Debate talk for you and a brother Josh from ABT, whatever, right? There's a guy that we know that they don't know. That me and this brother will argue all the time. And the brother made a video when me and my wife and my baby was going through some hard times during earthquake, March 11, 2011, right? And so, debate talk for you and them, they knew that we were going through this hard time. And instead of them saying, "Hey, look, Judah, man, you are people," you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, we don't agree with everything you say, but we don't want you to go through blah, blah, blah. These guys started doing the most wicked shit you ever heard. Wicked. And I had to put curses on niggas. I put a curse on brother Josh from APT and Sal Showtime from the Big Talk for You. A curse on him. And Sal Showtime had multiple heart attacks or blood clots or whatever. And brother Josh probably baby's gonna die or he gonna die.
Yeah. Nah, we can't. Oh,
Oh, wow. Well, Like I said.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you finish, but let's keep it short and simple, and we not trying to bring that whole beef back up. I understand y'all got problems, but bring it up. We can't do nothing. Like, we not gonna respond to it or anything on that nature. So,
especially if we get ready to try to work with him and bring the debaters to the tournament. He willing to bring 8 debaters. Now, Judah, the offer is still there for you. Because, right now it's just me, Black Jesus Minister, and Sal. And if we don't get another person to be ahead, then that means that I'll bring 11, Sal will bring 11, Black Jesus bring 10. That's 32. But if you join in with your 8 debaters, 8 times 4, that's 32. You see what I'm saying? That way it's a mixture of different people from different sets in the tournament. But let's go ahead. We just think about it, man. So just think about it. It's still offer there. It's still some people that's get with me. I know, man. I know, Rockman from the fifth. JJ, you said you were going back on show, but you lied because you was there yesterday. I know, man. But it'd be hard. Hey, Rock, put his comment up there. It'd be hard for me to watch these dudes come up there and run their mouth, bro. And a lot of people that I have debate differences with or different of opinions of spirituality, and that's where I catch them at, man. I be going over there for war and then just really to bring out the information, man. But yeah, I know. Don't pay me no attention next time I say I ain't going back. I take time off. I'll put it like that. I took time off. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still focused on what we got to do over here as well. But yeah, thanks for calling me out on that. Come on, Kareem, and start the video, please.
Yeah, I wanna let Judah finish and close up, but keep it clean. Talk about the children and things like that. Go ahead.
No, there's no serious issue. I'm just saying, certain people are disrespectful, and this is what it is. Like, there's no problem. It's all good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. See? That's how grown men handle. All right.
I don't think he can hear us, bro.
I don't think you can hear talk.
His mic is muted. His mic is muted.
Hey, can you hear me?
Look, Moses.
He playing games. He unmuted it and then muted it. Oh, he don't want to talk.
Come on, man.
Oh, Moses
we
playing
got stuff
games.
to say up here,
I done
homie.
made his ass be quiet. See the chess move I did? Now
I'm surprised to see that he's up here without being in the dark. Normally he in the dark.
Who's Moses though? How I don't what he do? What he teach?
Yeah,
yeah, he ain't unmuted.
He ain't gonna say.
You can jump in the tournament, family.
Hey, did I hear Saw Netter or am I bugging?
Yeah, this on Sarnetta show. This is Sarnetta show. From yesterday. I went on there yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
We just getting him out the way. This Moses 777. Usually y'all see him on, like I said, he be in the dark. But I don't know what he's doing. He was basically wasting time, and I'm gonna come up. I'm next. So yeah, watch.
The only reason why I asked is, let me say this right. Y'all will hear this only on Lions Den. I have no problem with Saw Netter, but Saw Netter has a problem with me and the Tour Knights. And that's because we was down with Sister Nepal. So Saw Netter will bring on any goddamn bum, tomato can, goddamn holy sock. He'll bring on anybody on his channel. But it comes to the Torah Knights, he will not. What he would do is he would add a goddamn bum like Chris Harris or goddamn outside the cube on to fuck up the show. Now, I'm saying this because I'm respectful. I look at it like, okay, you disrespected me, so you know that I have actually opportunity to bomb back on you. Right? But I don't. I really don't. I'd be like, you know what? I'm like, yo.
I need to work that out, man.
Don't worry about it.
Last week, you was trying to get me to come over. Remember?
But
the only reason I went back over there, because man, I just can't take Chris running his damn mouth, trying to promote a one-sided debate. Subliminally, he's up there talking. Remember, they did a whole show saying this is why Chris Harris is going to win this debate. They should have did another show. This is why we think that, or this is why Tazar is going to win. You show both sides. So I didn't see that. I didn't see that happening. So I came on there to be the voice for Tazar, or really just the Israelite side, to show this is what Chris Harris is going to have to do to win. This is what Tazar. Chris, you're going to have to show more similarities and then that's going to outweigh my differences, and you're not going to be able to do it. You're not in this debate.
I totally understand that. What I'm saying is, y'all don't get you guys get the disrespect from Sonnetter, but it's different than what he does to us. When I see him disrespecting you, JJ, he will like kick you off and do all this little fuckity fuck shit. But when he does it to us, it's worse. It's like
you talking about Torah Nights?
Yeah. He like trying to be like nice, but what he's doing is totally obvious. It's weird and fucked up, and everybody's like, "Hey, what the fuck is wrong with this nigga?" Like, you know, but he knows.
In all fairness, Judah, he know you. He's seen your works. Maybe.
Wait. Why is we still talking about him when we trying to play this video? Like, we don't let's stay focused on watching this video, please. And then y'all could talk about all that behind, because I don't want a person to get offended by anything. You might think that you're not trying to offend him, but he might take something offended. So at the end of the day, I'm not trying to really just, you know what I mean, go for it. So I appreciate if y'all not talk about, you know, the problems that y'all have with him, please. Okay? And let's play this video. If you're going to say something, I'm not trying to stop you from saying something, but please do not, you know, talk about your issues. And then, you know, I know you ain't trying to throw shots. I know you just basically talking about it. But at the end of the day, like I said, there's no levels to disrespect. So you might think that you're not disrespecting him. He might get offended by something that he might not feel like you saying that he's doing. So please, let's move on. Watch this video. Critique this video. And because at the moment, Shawnetta is not the problem right now. We talking about information.
But wait, real quick, Sister Karima, let me ask you a question. Do people consider me, even though I'm not, do they consider me the leader of the Torah Knights?
Yeah.
Okay, so when Sonnetter goes against the Torah Knights, they're looking at me like, so nigga, what are you gonna do? So even though I'm not the leader of the Torah Knights.
Judah, let me just do this for you real quick. You can come on and do a whole show and talk about the differences y'all have, but right now I'm using the man video, and if you come do that, he gonna be mad at me to why you let Judah come over here and talk about me while using my video. I just want to show my part on the video, bro. Then we get the whole nother show. You express yourself. Hopefully you and him can work it out. I'm not saying, you know, all that reason why I went back over there yesterday, because Chris Harris runs his mouth too goddamn much. He getting too cocky and arrogant. He talking about people running from him when he's a main runner. He has no information. It's garbage. And I just can't take it. See, so yeah, I've been doing this type of stuff for years. I've been going on different places. So this is kind of something like my therapy. But I ain't gonna never just go on the road so much where I forget about this home right here. This is the home that we built, and this is how we gonna keep. You know, so that's just what it is. So come on, Judah, let's watch this guy real quick, and then he almost out the way. He come on there playing games. Moses 777. All right, Chris, let's get it.
All right, let's go.
Say nothing. I got some questions for you, sir. Come on, man. He ain't gonna say nothing.
Who's talking?
You got a question for Saul.
X.
Watch it. His defense is here. His defense team is here. Be careful.
All right, let's go, X.
Man, I ain't about no defense team, man. I'm talking to my brother. This is Sonnetter. I love Sa. I already told you, man, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. You got that word, Sa. I commend you. But I will tell you this, though. I will tell you this. Communication is only 10% verbal, sir. So if you're gonna wrestle with God, you gotta come with more than them words, those slick words that you got about the Bible and all that. You need a little more than that, okay? Now listen, I got 3 questions for you, my brother, and I love you, Sanata. I'm telling you the truth. I heard you say that you are God and you can function as God and the devil because God and the devil is within self. Am I right? You can correct me if I'm wrong.
According to the Bible, I said.
Okay,
I
want
believe
to
in
talk
God
to you.
or the devil, but according to the Bible, I said when you read it and break it down, that God and the devil are one. You have a
Okay.
higher self and a lower self, and that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so that's what you was talking about last night when you said if somebody was to run into your house,
Let's go,
they would
Mo.
see the devil.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Let me ask you
What's
this:
your question,
how do you know when you're
Oh, my
functioning?
bad. Yo, peace, blessings. All right, peace, blessings, love.
I don't think you can hear us, bro.
I hear you.
All right, brother. It's not your turn yet.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
It's not your turn. The brother speaking.
Can you hear me now?
See, he can't hear nobody, man. Come on.
No, I'm not. Yo.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
I'm sorry about that, man. I just wanted to know, son. This is a serious question. How do you know, as an individual, when you're functioning as God and when you're functioning as the devil? I know it may sound crazy, but
It
how do
do
you
sound
know?
crazy because you know when you're doing the wrong thing, when you're doing bad things, and you know when you're doing good things. So that's how
Thank
you know.
you.
That's
So
so
my
easy.
second, thank you very much, sir. So now my second question to you would be, who put the good intent in your heart to do good when you do good? Because you didn't put that there. So who put it there for you?
Your consciousness, your thoughts.
Okay.
That's who put it there. And so you did put it there. You put it there. It's your consciousness.
Okay, I hear you. And I'm not going to debate the answer, sir. But let me ask you this. Seeing that you said that the Bible should be discarded and burnt to the stake.
And of course, and your parents as well. Thank you, brother. Yeah.
Okay, and your parents, yes. And I agree with that. It's hereditary. It's true, and thank you. But you said the Bible was supposed to be burnt at the stake, sir. You wasn't even right with that. But let me ask you this, okay? Seeing that the Bible should be burnt to the stake because it's man-made.
Why did I say that? Why did I say it should be burned at the stake?
I believe you said that because it's man-made. Am I right?
No, because it's poison to the mind of those who don't have knowledge of self. If any of our people pick that book up, they get lost in the book. They begin to think the people are real in the book. And so they get lost. Like many of our brothers, like I can't even talk to you about there's no God, there's no Jesus, because you already got your mindset. I can't talk to Virgil about ain't no Allah coming, ain't no Prophet Muhammad, ain't none of this stuff real, because your mind is set. You've been
you can talk to me about it, but I won't agree with you.
And the book have indoctrinated you. And so the white man have taken the chains off your wrists, but he had locked them on your brain, brother. And that's where the chains are locked at right now. It's on your mind. Our ancestors didn't come out of slavery believing that we're going to carry this teaching with us. This religion was beaten into them. Rob Bourne talked about it earlier when he said, did Islam go into Africa with a sword dripping with blood, or did they go in there with peace? They went in there with a sword. You see? They didn't go in there talking about peace and love to everybody. They went in there with the intentions to rob, rape, murder, and steal.
Alhamdulillah.
And kill. And it's the same thing with Christians, with the Europeans. They did the same damn thing. And so that's why
You wanted to say something, Judah?
Yeah, I just want to say, sir, for the goddamn loving the white man and the goddamn FBI COINTELPRO bullshit. Yeah, I'm not sure if anybody's watching. Most of these niggas, on these goddamn internet, these niggas work for the goddamn FBI. Okay, these niggas work for the goddamn the Jesuits in the Catholic Church. And then niggas come on and talk about no religion. No religion. Nigga, you worshiping the goddamn Pope. What the fuck you talking about, for whole ass nigga? Okay? Most of these niggas work for the goddamn FBI. That's just what it is. This is why you see Torah Knights, they're not really around. Why? Because we're not willing to suck a D. We're not willing to take it up the butt. Yo, are we still live? Like, what's going on here? Hello.
Yeah, we still live, Judah.
All right.
Stop.
Yeah,
We're
not willing. We're not willing to take it up the butt. So we're not gonna lie to our people with this bullshit. But these niggas, they do this shit, and this is why these niggas is afraid of Torah Knights. Cause nigga, that's just what it is. We're not willing to sell our goddamn soul for these goddamn crackers. These niggas talk about this fake ass Pan-Africanist bullshit. Nigga, let me see you whole ass niggas. When Haile Selassie organized the Organization of African Unity, let's see if any of these niggas joined. No, they didn't. At all. Not at all. Whole ass nigga. I know you whole ass niggas. Let me tell you, brother, something. I was introduced. They came to me. Brother. No, I'm sorry. Not brother. They didn't call me brother. Join. We'll pay for this. We'll pay for that. You just need to speak how we tell you to speak. And do you know what I said?
Rosicrucians.
Yeah.
JT, talking about some Rosicrucians, I think.
Yeah, all of them. The Rosicrucians, the so-called small hats, the Catholic Church, the Jesuits, all of them. They all came to me like, wait, nigga, you're exceptional, nigga. Like, what the fuck? Like, nigga, we need you on our team. No. I'm not joining none of you niggas. Why? Because I'm getting money. I wear big chains and big rings. I live in a millionaire neighborhood. And why? I didn't have to sell my motherfucking booty hole or my soul to these fucking white people. That's what these whole ass niggas did. And you know what? I don't blame these niggas for being mad at me for not that. Yo, nigga, you sold your motherfucking asshole and soul, not me. Nigga, you should be mad at me.
So the brown eye? Oh.
Yeah, the nigga should be mad at me. Nigga, be mad at me. You sold your motherfucking booty hole, not me.
Dude, that's enough.
Not me.
Oh.
I'm wearing big chains, big rings.
All right, come on.
Nigga. I'm doing good in life. These whole ass niggas is broke and they struggling, and these niggas sold. They goddamn sold to the goddamn small hat and the goddamn Jesuits. And I ain't doing that. So these old whole ass crackers can delete my goddamn YouTube, blah, 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 what the fuck ever. Well, we will see, nigga, when the goddamn food dry up. We niggas eating your goddamn gators. We gonna see about that. We gonna see. Oh man, Judah, what?
What? Eating the gator. They're gonna be eating the gator shoes. Come on, man.
Yeah.
All right, come on. So let's get back to the show, man. Come on, man. I got my part coming up.
Yeah, my bad.
Let you go back in. The words expressed by Judah Natter is not the words expressed by JJ 7,000 or Kareem or Weinstein. You know how they say it real fast.
That the Bible in the Quran should be burned at the stake.
And they didn't do it. And they didn't do nothing in Kemet?
Huh?
And nothing was done in Kemet?
Like what?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Well, don't slavery was in Kemet, brother. That's
brother.
Did I just hear gunshot?
Brother, don't ask that question.
Well, hold on. Let me finish with Revelation X. And then
you heard what I said.
Yeah.
You heard what I said. Listen,
okay, so now, and thank you for that answer, though. But let me ask you: the scene that you see the Bible is so cruel to humanity, and not really the Bible, but probably the understanding that.
Kareem, come on, brother. Him. Come on.
Revelation. Listen to what I said and watch what they say.
Okay, go
They're
ahead.
not going to address nothing that I said. Why? Because the white man pumping these niggas in the butt. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, we get that point, Jude. But we ain't trying to get flagged or thrown off. And you keep saying it, man. The small ass gonna get mad. You letting his secrets out. You know. All right, come on. Let's get back to it, man. All right, let's go. Please, thank you, Kareem.
Yeah, and they can't respond. This is a recap, Judah. Okay, so
just recap.
Yeah, so yeah, let's.
And how they use it, because it's a tool and people probably misuse the tool. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So you discard the Bible because of what it does to humanity and the influence that it has on us. Don't you see that as a little bit of hypocrisy in terms of you don't want to use the Bible, but you use something like the internet, which is way more terrible than the Bible? You wouldn't do a debate on here about how cruel the internet is and how it damages our people, our kids, or our elders, and not, but you're going to debate the Bible. And you know, because you were a Christian, you were a Muslim, at some point in your life, you used these methods, these attributes, and it helped you. Let me know if I'm lying on you. Did it help? Did the Bible or the Quran ever help you?
No, it didn't. If it did, I would be still there.
It never helped you.
Nope. Because I could never really find it in my heart. I tried to, but it was never really there. And the man who made sure of that was a man by the name of Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Even though he was a Muslim, I wasn't following that stuff. I was like, I made my transition before Khalid, and Khalid was on the way of making his as well. So I moved out the way.
Hey, what's up? What's going on, brother? Peace and blessings, man. You know, I've been seeing Chris Harris, you know, trying to persuade the audience into believing that he's going to win this debate. So I really want to chime in on it and ask him a few questions, but as you can see, I guess he ran up out of here. You know, I don't debate no more, so you ain't got to fear me.
This is at work. He's at work right now.
I'm just a simple man, like Kamisha said, man of no reputation. You know. But I want to know, how are you going to try to win this debate? Are we doing similarities? Like, okay, well, we have like 10 similarities over here. So,
did you buy your ticket, JJ? Did you get the ticket?
That means I'm going to win the debate, because if you go on that route, I'm going to show you, I can show you 30 or 40 differences. One thing I can say, Christ never got killed as a baby, because you're going to try to compare this to horse. We all know the route you're going, Chris. Christ never got killed as a baby. Horse did. The Most High God, which is Christ's daddy, never got cut up into pieces. Osiris did. Christ wasn't born December 25th. He's not a winter solstice god. Scientific proof, or just people who say that they read it can tell you that they had the sheep and all that out at a certain time of year. Chris, how about this? Christ was never compared to a moon or a sun god. Chris, Horus was. There are so many different. What dynasty are you coming from, Chris Harris? You're not going to win this debate, because I can show you many differences. I want the audience, when you look at this debate, you're going to look at the differences, because Chris is going to pin out about 5 or 10 similarities. Okay, Cesarek's job is to show the many differences. What Cesarek need to do is show the life of Horus. Show the life of Horus and all the things he did, and then you compare it to Christ. Then you go into your Egyptian Book of the Dead, and then none of this shit talking about some of the things that Christ did. As a matter of fact, did Horus walk on water? I don't think not, because Horus is not Ra. So don't try to say, well, those were the sun rays. We ain't gonna do that. Who touched Horus' garment and he was healed? Tell us that, Chris Harris. Where are we going? Because if we're gonna go with all the December 25th virgin births and all that, you got to go all over the goddamn world. It's called cultural context, or cultural mixing and matching, and doing business and commerce, and other cultures destroying another one and taking over and influencing others. Chris, if you're going to go by similarities, you're going to lose. I'm just going to tell you that right now. This is why you don't want to smoke.
All right, JJ.
I retired.
All right, hold up, JJ.
Yeah, bring it on.
Chris, before
what up?
Hold on, let me say this. Before you shoot your shots, let me let you know now. This could be a tactic of getting you to tell your plan. So
I know
come out saying what you're gonna do, what you believe. No. Don't do it, brother. Be patient.
Wait a minute.
Be calm. And you're gonna be all right. That's it.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. It's on
So,
you,
wait,
brother.
are we on?
Yeah,
Why is
you know,
Jada
he did a
wearing the
cute little
goddamn
video the
FBI
other day on
goddamn?
his channel, saying he's talking
Wait,
about me with common
Chris,
sense. And some of the
Chris, hold on,
questions that
brother.
he
Wait,
raised, I had to respect. He
Chris.
said, show me what God
Hold on
is
for a minute.
poisoning himself and show me
Oh
what
shit.
God is stealing.
Okay.
And, you know, these are the things I'm talking about where people have to suspend their logic, right? Your God is stealing. Your God stole the land of Canaan. Your God killed himself in the form of his own son. And no, I do not teach that. I do not teach that Jesus was born on December 25th. But let me let you know, mainstream Christianity does celebrate his birth on December 25th. Now, before you start mentioning what gods are doing in Egypt and things that you don't like in Egypt and those type of things, maybe you should first check your sources and go read the original papyri, because when you were on sacredtext.com, you were actually reading Plutarch, who agrees and teaches that the stories of resurrections happened in Egypt first. And you were reading right from that source. So see, here's the problem that I have. And, you know, Garfield checked me on this yesterday. And I had to appreciate that one because that was a hard check. You can't talk trash about me, insult me, say things about my wife like you do, insult me the way you do, and then come on here and call my name 1,000 times. Sodnetter has placed us on the same panels many times trying to get me and you to have a debate. And even right now, your arguments that you're making aren't even syncretic with what I teach. You've never had the decorum or understanding or intelligence to sit on a panel with me to try to have a decent conversation with me. So everything you're just doing, you're just hollering. And just to be honest, I think you're looking for a farewell tour. Let me explain this to you once again. They don't love you like that. So I just want to say that to you. I'm cool with you. I'm not interested in having a conversation with you, but at least get a cohesive argument going and try to teach against what I've taught. You understand what I'm saying? I have a lesson up. Go read the lesson, because just as fast as you can look at things that are different, you should be able to look at the things that are similar also, and understand that there were many temples in Egypt that taught many different things. Understand what temples taught what. So like I said, MVP, my name is a level. Me and you are on two different levels, young man. You're not there. So thank you. So that's all I want to say to this guy right here.
Brother.
So shout out to Garfield and the rest of the panel, man. Peace.
All right.
Wait, hold on.
Like you say, brother, I
Hold
don't even wait no more.
JJ, hold on. JJ, hold on.
No disrespect. You can talk.
JJ, hold on.
I don't need
One second.
I don't need to
JJ,
disrespect nobody who's
brother.
already
Hold
ran
on.
from me, bro.
Go ahead.
JJ, hold
Bro,
on. 1 second.
We got you on tape running, bro.
JJ, 1 second, brother. Cause I went to get food. I didn't know that Sam Netter and Chris Harris came on to do damage control because they didn't want to debate real intellectuals. They want to steer a narrative. I didn't know that. Chris, my nigga, you need to get in the ring with JJ 7000. Hey, can anyone hear me, or am I fucked up? What's going on here? JJ froze up. JT, can you hear me, brother?
Judah, we planned a recap of a video on Shauna's platform. Okay, that I paused it. That's why he's frozen up. They are not on this platform for real. We are playing a video that he did yesterday. That's why you hear Shawnetta, you hear Chris, you hear them, because we are playing a video from yesterday. They're not on this platform right now. It's just me, you, JT, and JJ. JJ stepped away, and we playing this video. So if you got something to say about the video that we recapping, because that's what we doing, then I'll stop it at any time. But they're not here, okay?
Sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
And then even when I did a show and called you out, I respectfully declined. You know all that. That's what you do. Now you run around picking on women. I'm watching you. You're over here chasing Christina.
Come on, man.
You're over here trolling April. I see you.
Keep it on the knowledge, brother.
Keep it on the information. Now tell me, when did Osiris send down Horus to redeem man for his sin and for his salvation? You can't go there. You know that you're going to try to go with similarities, and it ain't going to work, because all Tazara got to do is show more differences. And once we weigh out the differences, your whole argument is over. As a matter of fact, the title of it is already messing you up. Because he says that the story of Christ comes from Kemet. No, it don't. Actually, Horus is even from Sudan and Ethiopia. That's one of their gods. That's where that comes from. So I don't even know how you're going to use Horus. You better retract yourself.
You mean Osiris, you mean?
Yeah, thank you, Garfield. Yeah, see? So, Chris, you don't teach anything. All you do is attack everybody's stuff. And as a matter of fact, you said you were an American patriot. You told us to put all this down, put your Bible down, put your spirituality down, and become an American patriot. Put your hand over your heart and represent America. But guess what? How are you going to be an American patriot without God? Because one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, and the Declaration of Independence.
JJ funny as shit.
You will get destroyed. You lucky I'm retired. But like I said, I'm going to say this one more time, Chris Harris. You're going to have to come with the more similarities than he comes with differences.
All right. Okay. All right. So, Sarnetta,
hold on, Chris.
Real quick. Let me see.
Chris, hold on, Chris. Don't say nothing.
Yeah.
JJ,
go ahead.
JJ, I'm talking to you. This is Garfield.
Oh,
let me say this. I'm gonna say to you the same thing I said to Chris yesterday, man. We need to stop this. We come on it and we talk to each other. Then
right, I agree.
We make videos about each other. We're all a family here, bro, and we all have our differences, and we gotta respect each other.
And when we get mad, we run and go make videos.
We get mad, and then we run over there and make videos and talk about people.
Nah, we all don't.
And
you don't see no videos on my channel with your name and my shit.
Don't do that, yo, bro.
You don't, JJ. You don't see us over here talking about you.
JJ, we ain't make no videos about you, bro. And you make videos about all of us.
You're lying. Anyway, I'm about to skip this, so I won't have to say anything about this. Y'all lying. Okay. No, I don't like them talking stuff. Yeah, I'm about to skip that part because no, I can't take it.
I'm laughing at him. We'll just push play.
They cheated. His wife cheated on him and all that stuff. I don't know Chris like that.
Nobody can talk to you, and this is what Garfield's trying to tell you. You keep talking about this stuff with you and this white woman and how you got called out. You actually came on my show and we pieced it out. See, you like to get upset because everybody gets at you, but it's your own antics that make you look bad. You know, one of the things I teach on the morning
No, you should go back to that
coffee show.
Garfield, so please go back to that part.
I call video. We let people listen to what they got to say, and we do what we call a scholastic. Real quick and close in here. When we're talking about, let me say this real.
And people disrespect you, and what I do is this.
Mind my business.
I mind my business, but I watch y'all do what y'all do. But then y'all come on son in the panel like, yeah, Garfield, like everything is good. No, it's not good. And that's why I had to point out to Chris yesterday. You see, this is the problem. We could have a difference in belief and still respect the person of black. Hold on, JJ.
Bro, I'm going to address you.
I know, but it's Chris' turn, though. That's fine.
All right, so now we done.
Yeah, that's my point. They want to, I'm not going to say they, but how you going to fucking address him in between their conversation? Like, he ain't no kid. Y'all always got to feel like y'all got to tell him. Chris went on a whole spiel about bullshit before he even got to talking. He ain't say nothing fucking important. What y'all should have did is hold on, stick to the information. But no, he want to talk about his character. And he ain't say nothing very important. But here it is before, after JJ spill, he got to sit there and talk to him like he his daddy or some, overseer of a conversation. Like, I don't want to hear like every time, I don't want to hear them talking about how you should conduct yourself when I'm not, yeah.
And look, Karima, And the crazy part, a couple of days ago, we got on the phone, me, him, Garfield, me, Kyle, Garfield, and Black Jesus. And we came to the conclusion, okay, bro, you don't speak to me, I don't speak to you. So if you notice, when I was on this panel, I never mentioned Garfield. I never said a word to him. So I don't even know why you addressed
it. That's where I'm at with it. Y'all don't even get along. I already know that back conversation on that. So I'm like, why is you even talking? You don't even want him on the top platform. You don't even talk to him when he do try to come on the platform. You bias against him. Y'all don't get along. Why are you addressing him on another nigga platform? Like, that shit don't make no damn sense. Yeah. You know? And y'all shouldn't have to stop JJ before he talk to explain to him how he should conduct himself. Say that, keep that same energy with Chris. Because not one thing that came out of his mouth had anything to do with the historical Jesus, the biblical Jesus, none of that. It was about your character and how he feel like you shouldn't be talked to him and what you shouldn't bring up. That shit don't make no sense because you just did a video talking shit about him. So at the end of the day, it don't matter what he gonna address you when he see you. So stop it. If you don't want to have a discussion with him, don't come up there. But what you're not going to do is tell him how he going to have a discussion with you. That shit don't make no damn sense.
It's not Dwayne, you sound like somebody you regurgitate something. JJ has no discipline. Did you see me? I came on this platform. I'm addressing the information. Chris gets long-winded. Matter of fact, when Chris first come on here, I wasn't done speaking, but they just let him just over speak.
Sure did. Soon as he came on there, he stopped his conversation to introduce him and let him speak. Not only that, when Chris was talking about JJ and his character, Shawnetta had opportunity to say, hey, you know what I mean, let's keep it to the title. But JJ didn't jump out and say, hey, and then start being rude. He let him run his mouth for that whole time. As soon as it was talking about Chris time. No, it wasn't Chris time. Chris was done. It was actually JJ's rebuttal time. Garfield.
Already.
And turn this into
yeah, because I came on here for the information.
I pull out the violin.
Right.
Don't pull out the violin.
Hey, Sonetta, real quick. Can I say something real quick?
Sonetta.
Let me just say something real quick and close in here. When we're talking about, let me say this real quick.
Stop it real quick, Kramer. Now, Chris Harris, they want to hear this.
Hold on. I definitely was about to stop it, but ain't nobody saying about all them niggas running their mouth or saying anything. Oh boy, that says JJ ain't got no discipline. Like, make it make sense. Y'all pick and choose what y'all want to talk about. You know, y'all worry so much about how he's speaking instead of worry about the information that's coming out his mouth and how disrespectful other people get to make a person get out their character. But you too busy worried about his discipline. His discipline. He ain't got enough. He ain't no motherfucking kid. That's a grown ass man. He can have discipline when he chooses to have it. You want to give him some discipline classes, Dwayne?
All they're doing is regurgitating the shit that Shawnetta to put out there as far as the people that jaded. But you see, this is why I slow it down for y'all. And if y'all don't see the slow down, you have no goddamn common sense to see that I'm not the one. I came on here with the information. So y'all just want to keep regurgitating shit. Yeah, he ain't got no discipline. But y'all don't even see the dude just cut in and say some shit. Y'all don't even see how long-winded this dude is. And then when I do back to start talking again, y'all gonna see all the other panel jump in. But y'all don't see that shit. And to be honest, I don't even care if you don't see it. You keep saying what you want to say. The people who know the truth see the truth. Realize.
Yeah, they man worshippers, man followers. They don't see shit how they see it. You know, they have to regurgitate shit that's another grown man said. You know, you came in the comment section with the same shit you hearing somebody else say. Like, be a man, stand on your own.
And Dwayne Barrett, the link is in the chat, bro.
Hey, Sister Hazel.
All right, Kareem.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, let me say this real quick. Let me say this. Let me say this real quick. So when you when we're talking about
Yeah.
okay, all right. So let me say this real quick. You notice how when he said that I'm an American patriot? No, I stand on something called Black patriotism, which is a form of Black existentialism. We teach concepts of uhuru, umoja, kujichagulia. So once again, you straw man my
concept of a hooroo, like you trying to. Well, even if it's that sounds like a goddamn god you have put out there. Whoever this concept of a hooroo, I'm gonna look it up. Whatever your concepts, you have excluded God. That's what you have done. And now that I caught you on this, when I said no, I said first you was American patriot. Now you turn into Black patriotism in a what do you say? Intelligence.
Right. He put that on there because he did say he was just American patriot. He fought in the army and all this other good stuff. And his God is his mom and his parents. And yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, now you're trying to switch it up, man. Let's do a joke, but let's keep playing. Let's go.
My arguments, because what you're trying to do is you're looking for that farewell tour, as I like to say. Also, you're looking for some type of bandwagon fallacy to go on to say, oh, Chris said he's American. Yes, I am an American. Yes, I did fight for this country. Yes, I signed up during 9/11. Yes, I have an accomplished life. That doesn't mean anything. And it certainly doesn't mean anything to you. And I'm not expecting it to. But when I signed up because I have a love for my family and I felt like I was defending my family in 9/11. I became a member of the 1st Ranger Battalion. I did all of those things. I could look at my life and say, Chris, you are a
Did you hear that almost slip out of his mouth?
Military police.
Police. You didn't tell him that part. Rewind this here. Watch. He caught himself.
For this country. Yes, I signed up during 9/11. Yes, I have an accomplished life. That doesn't mean anything. And it certainly doesn't mean anything to you. And I'm not expecting it to. But when I signed up because I have a love for my family and I felt like I was defending my family in 9/11. I became a member of the 1st Ranger Battalion. I did all of those things. I could look at my life and say, Chris, you are accomplished. You are what your ancestors died for. You understand what I'm saying? So at least get my argument right. At least get the concepts right. And this is why nobody can talk to you. And this is what Garfield's trying to tell you. You keep talking about this stuff with you and this white woman and how you got called out. You actually came on my show and we pieced it out. See, you like to get upset because everybody gets at.
Bro, I can't.
Shawnette asleep or something? Like, this is when you're supposed to jump in. See, I'm gonna help you out. See, remember I told you I was gonna help you out how to be a good moderator? Okay, so remember when JJ was like almost about to get off topic and speak about, information that was pertaining to the situation? He was like, yeah, stick to the topic right off top. Okay, so you see the shots going in, talking about his criminal record or whatever his case when, he's not supposed to be even just entertaining that. This is when you're supposed to say, hey, stick to the topic, Chris. It's okay to do that. Anyways. Go ahead, JJ.
Go ahead. I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead, start it back up.
At you. But it's your own antics that make you look bad. One of the things I teach on the morning coffee show is we have fun. We go after people's scholarship. It's nothing personal. We're not calling people out their names. We're not doing anything. We run the video. We let people listen to what they got to say. And we do what we call a scholastic academic adjustment over there. So yes, I do speak clearly. I embrace my inner nerd. I can do that. It's okay. I speak very clearly.
One more thing. Do anybody know what the topic of the discussion was? Do you remember, JJ?
Yeah.
About what?
About his debate, upcoming information. He posted.
Yeah. Why are we not talking about that? Let's. I'm just letting the audience know. This is not the topic. Garfield, talking about Garfield and all that type of stuff and his character and all that is not, what's on question. Okay, let's remember that.
Clearly, and I don't know why you're on here trying to win the debate today. That's not going to work either.
Stop right there.
It just goes to show you who's got some class and who don't. Me and Garfield can get on here and argue about Plutarch, Tacitus, Eusebius.
All right. Now you're talking about you don't know why I'm trying to win the debate. I'm not trying to win the debate. This the same person who did a whole show on Sunday the platform a week ago saying why you're going to win the debate, putting out information. All I'm doing is showing a yin to the yang. So we already know the tactic and where you're trying to go with it. You're going to try to compare Christ to horse. That's what you're going to try to do. He said he lied. He got a video this morning posted talking about JJ. That's what he do. He done got several videos.
That's why I was like, he lying. Like he got several videos he do on the morning coffee talking about JJ. Like, that's why I didn't want to hear this stuff. And it's like, people that, if y'all follow, then y'all understand why I'm like, he lying. They lying because, you know what I mean? When he get mad at JJ, he make videos about Lions Den and talks about JJ. Both of them do. So at the end of the day, that's why I say they be sitting there trying to, act like he's supposed to show discipline and all this, but they really need to take heed and take some of that stuff that they saying towards they self, because you will be biased if you don't. You cannot tell somebody to be this way. Oh, you don't see me talking about him throwing shots and all that, but you got JJ 7000, Bobby Brown, Holler Ship, and all this shit in your title and all this, but you say you don't make videos and all that. Y'all be lying. Like, your credibility just go out the door.
Even when he used to do his Car Chronicles, like Captain Tazariak, because he stole that idea from Captain Tazariak. He's doing all his videos was mainly talking about me or Black Jesus Minister. Every day, this dude wake up and talk about another man.
Let's talk about the real reason why you mad at him, Chris. You mad because he did debate you. So when that woman came out on the internet, you got in touch with her because you were so mad at him not debating you and turning you down that you had to get dirt on him. That's when your smear campaign came in, because JJ didn't want to debate you.
No. Get it right. I didn't want to.
After he done already came at your ass hella times and your ass didn't want to. So let me get that right.
Yeah, please, yes. Let's get it right. So after he ran on several occasions, and now you want to come back and try to get in the fold and I want to debate you, man. No, shoot, bye. You had a chance. You ran.
You was willing to pay the enemy for the information so you can take another man down. But you're American patriot. Is that your tactics?
Right. And like I said, what you did, you got mad because I'm like, bro, come on, bro, I already gave you a chance. You ran. We got the video. We got you on tape. I'm moving on. I'm doing something else. And Sonetta kept throwing them up. Like, hey, JJ, debate this dude. You running from Sonetta, why you keep saying I'm running from this dude when he already got him on tape running? Not just from me, from several people. This dude's the most valuable paper champion. That's it. We know his pedigree. And once Sonetta let your hand go, Chris Harris, it's really gonna be fair game. It's gonna show your lack of really ability of really bringing a good argument or scholarship. Chris Harris, especially if you go somewhere else in the debate, bro, you already ran into the debate. No real debater respects that. You quit in the middle of a debate, and I hear to tell me, yeah, look, everybody, my picture's up there behind there. Who gives a fuck? We know that you're a coward. Just like they held your hand over there in SVDL. Consul held your hand. You with his clique, and he's a judge? Of course he's gonna vote for you. You always gotta have some kind of crutch. But once trying to let your hand go like he did Shock and Duga, that's how you gonna be looking. That's how you gonna be looking. Yes, most valuable paper champion. That's what he is. MVP. You're a paper champion, bro. So I let it know. I said, son, let his hand go and watch how it really go, bro. This dude's weak. We want you to stand on that black patriotism because you said we don't need God and patriotism. That's built on the foundations of one nation under God. The Declaration of Independence has principles of the Bible in it. Your Constitution can resemble and have similarities to the Bible to it. On the back of the bill, it says one nation under God. They got some kind of God, some kind of creator concept going on. Not this, there's no God, there's no creator. The shit that you taught. Then you act like you some kind of Kemetic. You don't know nothing about Kemet. Because if you did, God damn it, you would know in your Egyptian, the Book of the Dead, it tell you how Christianity and how Christ's story came into Kemet. Right here, in this book, on this page, The Legend of Osiris, right here. But your dumb ass don't have this book. You're already lost. The chief features of the Egyptian religion remain unchanged from the 5th to the 6th dynasties, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, down to the period of when the Egyptians embraced Christianity. After the preachings of Mark, you know who Mark is, right? The apostle in Alexandria. That's what it's saying here. This book. So now you got to prove that Mark stole this concept of Christianity from what Arthur? I don't know. What dynasty? I don't know, because you don't even know. What dynasty was teaching the horse story that's similar to what Mark is talking about? We need to know. He's not going to bring that out because he don't know. Once again, this right here kills you. You're Kemetic people. The Egyptian Book of the Dead. E. Wallace, A. Budge. Right? Forwarded by Dr. Foy Scalf, University of Chicago. This ain't even this in the index in the beginning of the book and stuff, right? This ain't even the meat and potatoes. Look, when they talk about horse in here, but look, they don't say nothing about look. It says the chief features of the Egyptian religion remain unchanged from the 5th to the 6th dynasty, down to the period when the Egyptians embraced Christianity when Mark came to Alexandria. Mark was one of Christ's apostles. You understand? So you have to prove that Mark, Rasta man, we been MVP because he tried to bang on JJ. And if you want to get up here to try to defend him, then you got to defend this. We bang on the information. But he want to do all this every day, got a picture of me on his goddamn page. Or every day he got a different a dude with a poster and they put 4 days in a row. He had a picture and woke up and thought about Pastor Bennett. How you gonna talk shit about Pastor Bennett and you ran from him? I debated Pastor Bennett. I beat him. You got scared of that Shahaya fire. You did, not me. So I can match the energy. You went, oh God, he's preaching and oh God, look at Black Jesus ministering the way he talks. Oh God, look at JJ. Shut the fuck up and put your information in the goddamn chat or in the debate. Ain't nobody got to talk like you. He wanted to be like the white folks' colleges and shit. We got to do real scholastic. You're not scholastic. Because if he was, every day you wouldn't do a gossip show on men's every morning on the coffee show. You stole that from Ivory. That's a woman stuff. That's like The View in the morning when they drinking coffee and talking about niggas. That's what you do. See? Well, let's continue. Please and thank you. Mac, hold on, before you start. Mac
all day.
Hold on, Mac Tip. Sarnetta has the biggest platform out of all of us. He ran for something on the big stage, bro. We don't care about where they met up on a smaller stage. I don't know nothing about that. I seen this man slam this computer down and leave the goddamn. That's it. Forget it. I quit. That's this same dude did it the day before that, tearing the Bible, throwing all this temper tantrum shit that he do. And y'all like that shit. Somebody shooting up the Bible. Yeah, that's respect. That's total disrespect to the people who adhere to that Bible, who go about that spiritual path and belief. I guarantee you, if you take his ass over the Middle East doing that shit, that they ain't gonna. Chris might run again if he can't handle Captain Giselle. Yeah, he gonna run. I don't even think, you know what? He's gonna run. Bro, Mac Tip, bro, nobody's seen no debate of Chris Harris beating Pastor. All we seen is him run, but now that don't matter. Mac Tip, when have you ever heard
every time he come in there, he be hating. He's a troll, for real.
It's cool, let him be a Christina like.
No, he a troll, Lions Den troll, period.
Okay, well,
yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, well, he can get some attention. Matter of fact, you come up here and defend him. Come on the panel. It's on here. Like you said, he lost. He ran. Let me run for somebody. Yeah, I wouldn't hear at the end of it. The whole internet is a troll, ma'am. All right, let's.
I know. But I see you though. I see you. I don't see the whole internet. I just watch you. Okay.
So somebody said Chris is intellectual, but he's not a good debater. They hype him up too much. See, I don't even think he's a good debater. Judah Nash whooped his ass in the introduction of their debate over there on Sunday. When you over here talking about you defending my aunt, and then you get out here and he got a recording and you saying fuck Kemet, fuck my aunt, fuck the pharaohs, bro. You already killed yourself and put your foot in your mouth because you talk too much and you jump from here to there. Remember, somebody asked me today, oh yeah, ain't Chris Old Testament on? I said, bro, where the hell you been? He done jumped from here to here, here to there. He done went 4 different places before. He used to be Old Testament. He done jumped everywhere, bro. Let's continue to play. Please and thank you.
I don't troll. I troll my comments. If somebody come on my post and say something crazy, then I'll troll the comment section on my posts. I don't go on people's stuff, and I don't go on people's stuff like you do,
Well, at Mac Tip, we welcome you, brother. Hopefully, maybe one day, if you got a wrench, maybe you can share some information.
He got one.
All right. See, we want everybody to have a wrench, and the purpose of them having wrenches is not to be mean to the people who don't have wrenches.
Yeah, but some of them people, when you go on their accounts, they got 2 subscribers. They make troll accounts to just, troll. That's why I be like, I pay attention to certain people. They ain't got no information to share. They just make that account just to talk shit.
Okay. All right. Well, whatever. I don't live the chat life. I like to chat sometimes though. It's cool.
Yeah, but when you behind the scenes on the channel, you can just tap in there and you can see, how many times that they comment, how many times that they trolled on your channel, and all that type of shit. You can see everything that they do. So it's my channel. I can see everything. Anytime somebody leave a comment or anything or a troll, like on the notifications, you go to the notification, it'll show you all the comments that they made and what they did. And then when you go on their channel, it just be 2 subscribers, maybe none, or they just made that account or whatever. Like, yes, I pay attention.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Distractions, that's all it is. Like Sister Hazel just said. Queen Hazel.
Right.
Please and thank you.
But like I said, this year it's about academia. It's people like you that this community does not need. And it's people like you that I'm going to continue to go after to say, we need to cancel y'all. I don't respect you, and that's fine. As a man, I can do that. I don't want anything to do with you.
I told you, this guy has a personal vendetta. I want you out the community. You don't talk like me. See, here's the problem, guys. You know, I don't have to say, well, here's the problem, guys. In reality, I don't have to talk like you all goddamn Jabari. I connect to my people. I'm not trying to be something that I'm not. The reason why they call me the People's Champion was because I connect to my people. I don't have to say all these goddamn supercalifragilisticexpialidocious big words and shit that you can't even spell. The hell up out of here, man. Yeah, I want to get guys like you up out of here. Nigga, I was around here before you. We got groups right now on Facebook. They got 30,000 people that fuck with me every goddamn day. I created that group. I said, hey, you know, I'm going to create a group. And guess what? 30,000 people subscribe to it and is part of that group on Facebook every goddamn day. It stay going and active 24 hours a day. Don't nobody, you ain't got no shit like that, bro. Matter of fact, as far as I'm concerned, you over there buying views. Because I noticed every time you go off the air, you go off with 461. It's the same amount of numbers. You buying views, bro. Now, them 461 might be the original, but you are over there buying views. I ain't buying views. Our shit organic over here, bro. Hell up out of here, man. You don't think I see the goddamn pattern? Bro, you over there buying views. It ain't that serious. All right, Queen.
Yeah, and he got a lot of groups. And you always say 30,000. You got hella groups that got way more than that and all kinds of stuff. 22, 23. Like, you combine all these groups together. They know this. Like, they really know this.
Right.
We didn't start on YouTube. We didn't start on YouTube.
Right. The hell are you doing?
And of course we doing it for views, you crazy. Who don't want to just be sitting there talking to their stuff like you do? Like, make it make sense. Everybody that have a channel is supposed to do it for views. Mr. Tipster.
Academically, I think this audience knows that you're not really on my level or on the level to be over here at Sonetta really debating. You're a sideshow. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And I told you, maybe you should take the comedy route. I told you that on my platform when you came over there one morning.
The community so they can hear that again. I told this dude had a jealous personal vendetta.
Everybody gets at you, but it's your own antics that make you look bad. You know, one of the things I teach on the morning coffee show is we have fun. We go after people's scholarship. It's nothing personal. We're not calling people out their names. We're not doing anything. We run the video. We let people listen to what they got to say. And we do what we call a scholastic academic adjustment over there. So yes, I do speak clearly. I embraced my inner nerd. I can do that. It's okay. I speak very clearly. And I don't know why you're on here trying to win the debate today. That's not going to work either. It just goes to show you who's got some class and who don't. Me and Garfield can get on here and argue about Plutarch, Tacitus, Eusebius all day long. But like I said, this year it's about academia. It's people like you that this community does not need. And it's people like you.
You were just attacking Garfield, trying to make him show his master's bachelor's degree. You snake ass nigga.
And I don't even be over here saying stuff like that. But then at the same end of the conversation, you know, you trying to eliminate somebody. Stick to the information. Why are you worried about a person like he make you that mad and you really need to get rid of him out of the community? Like, come on now. Like, and they shaking their head like, you know, y'all man followers. You know, make him stand on his conversation.
Right, Queen. Hey, put Blizzak's comment up there. Chris Harris' channel is whack. It's whack. It's like a woman's channel, bro. On the morning coffee show. What the hell? That's a woman's thing. You know, sipping tea with the Cynthia and all this type of mess you got going on over here, gossiping about a nigga. Every morning he got a man poster up on his goddamn page. It's a man. Every goddamn morning. This dude got a man crush on me, bro. Weird ass. No wonder your wife went out and slept with the milkman. Curry, put that he ain't the father of the commercial up real quick. Remind the people. Then we're going to get back to it. We're going to get back to it. We can show it at the end if there's a lot of technical work. But you are...
You are not the father.
Told you so.
Told you, nigga. See?
How the fuck is you light skinned and your girl light skinned, but she had a black baby? You are not the father. Somebody call Maury that is not your baby.
Not your baby. Y'all knows he never denies it. But see, you can't throw rocks and put your hand behind your back, bro. You went on a goddamn campaign to slander me. You want me out the community because I'm a threat. My information is a threat. You turn on everybody to give you a goddamn chance, bro, and find out he's gonna turn on you as well. He'll turn on you as well. Him and Garfield teaming up because the enemy of the enemy is a friend of his. That type of shit. But just a month ago, you was begging and telling everybody that Garfield don't have a bachelor's degree. His dumb ass, Garfield hate me so goddamn much, he rather team up with you. I thought me and Garfield was better than that. I've been knowing Garfield way longer than I knew you. But so Garfield don't care about nobody but himself neither. You can't get mad at me, Garfield. I didn't make the videos of all the people talking about all of your scamming. I didn't make them videos. But you see, it's always hit you, it always hit home and more personal when I bring it up. You mad at me? Do better business practices. Garfield. And like I said, we just talked on the phone a couple of days ago, and we said, okay, you don't say nothing to me. I don't say nothing to you when we on these platforms. But guess what? You couldn't help yourself. When I come on here, I didn't even address you. I didn't even acknowledge you. But you made it your business to try to come and critique me. Nigga, you ran from 2 debates last year. You ran from me, and then you ran from goddamn Jabari. You shouldn't be allowed to debate. It's like Chris Harris. Niggas are runners, bro. Why respect no runners? You run your goddamn lip, you should be man enough to get in the ring and decipher and go through the information. Don't bitch up now. There's time for fight time. That's what these niggas do. That was one of the main reasons why I retired from debating. I already debate all these goddamn ones that they wanted to get in the ring. A lot of them sign up, they run. Don't waste my time for it, man. All right, Kareem, let's go, please and thank you.
That I'm going to continue to go after to say we need to cancel y'all. I don't respect you, and that's fine. As a man, I can do that. I don't want anything to do with you. Academically, I think this audience knows that you're not really on my level or on the level to be over here at Sonetta really debating. You're a sideshow. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And I told you, maybe you should take the comedy route. I told you that on my platform when you came over there one morning. But see, you got upset because I said JJ 700 displays Atari 7800 scholarship, and I played the video.
Not right there. So how do you piece it out? You say you piece it out with somebody, and then the next day you make a video about somebody JJ 700. See what I'm saying?
And then you're throwing shots the whole time, and this nigga think it's funny. But where is coming at dealing with the information? I don't hear no important information in this. This is basically talking about his feelings and his emotions, how you feel about another nigga. Like, where the fuck is when we gonna end all this crying?
Right. And this is y'all next top scholar. This crybaby ass nigga. I was talking about information. Yeah, he off topic, but then as soon as I address some of the things, oh JJ, please chill. Oh my God, oh. What's wrong with these dudes, man? Let's go.
But he just said he don't do this. Like, he just said this. He started this whole conversation off saying, I don't take shots and do all this, but you know, you're doing it the whole conversation. You're a snake.
Mm-hmm. And I know everybody that come on that show now, Chris will do a show about him and attack him. He doing some stuff about Sister Christina. Then he did something about Sister April. Because he think that people like me are out the way, so now so nobody's coming at him. I might not be a debater no more, but I'm still gonna come at you in your weak ass information. And any debate that you set up, I'm gonna be there to goddamn it show where you fucking up. And show the people, look out for this. He used the same goddamn information and tactics in all his goddamn debates. Yeah, he trash. He is trash. Most valuable paper champion. What you got over there? That's it. Time a man run from a debate in the middle of the first round, that's some whole ass shit. Then got the nerve. You got the nerve to run from this man. Then every day. Then last 2 weeks ago, you steady making videos about Pastor Ben like you didn't beat him or something. You ran from him. You lucky it couldn't have been me. It couldn't have been me that you run from that talk shit. I've really been lighting your ass up. Pastor Ben is humble. Pastor Ben like me, you a flea. And he's a big dog. You know the rest, y'all.
They always talking about somebody's scholarship, but I'm like, who critiqued you? Where's your master teacher? Who is the person that critiqued your scholarship? Or can we go and find, where you get your scholarship to even say somebody have and what they don't have or not? Did y'all know Black Jesus Minister is a teacher or ex-teacher? Like, what are your credentials?
Yeah, and Black Jesus Minister asked him, he said, show your master's degree since you said you're going to get your PhD. Oh, no, that's private information. If you guys want to really see it, you got to go to my mom and my dad's.
Yeah, you're judging his scholarship and all that, and he can show you, like he can really show you that he's a teacher. He was a teacher. I don't know if he's active now, but he have a certified degree to in education. Like he has that. That's why he's questioning you. He's not just saying this, but you want to sit there and avoid it and say all this type of stuff. But you want to sit there and say somebody got scholarship and now they ain't got no scholarship and all this type of stuff. But you don't have a platform where somebody's really critiquing your work. Like you sitting in the car, talking about other people. You don't have a school of thought or anything like that, but you sitting there talking about people's scholarship. I'm trying to understand who gave you that authority.
Right.
Of you talking and you got mad. I mean, you're like 50 something years old and you act like a child all the time. Every time I hear you, you're acting like a child. Listen to you now. You're rambling and you're bumbling. Guess who's on that screen behind Sonetta? That's Chris Harris and Tazaria, the same person that you said nobody wanted to see. He's selling tickets. You know what me and Sonetta said? We're not going to address you. We're going to promote this event, and it will be an extravaganza event. It's me getting ready to debate, not you or anybody from the Lions Den. So I'm not interested in
you. You sound like a kid, like a whining, emotional kid. Shanetta, you okay with this being your top, debater? Like, okay.
Yeah, let him cry. Go ahead, Quinn. Please and thank you.
If you can come with a good argument, then maybe I'll listen. But until then, it's Nintendo Entertainment System scholarship. And I'm going to keep it right there. I'm not going to yell. I'm not going to fuss. And I'm not going to do all this cussing, but at least get my argument right. I teach a form of Black existentialism. It's called Black Patriotism. When you had a chance to debate me on this platform, you had a meltdown. See, he still can't hold his temper.
How long you gonna let him ramble and talk shit? Cut it off and let me go in.
See, I thought you were retired anyway.
Bro, no, go. Get it out. I'm gonna get you.
All right. Oh, so like I said, Look at the time here, Sonetta. I gotta go get this presentation, finish getting this presentation together. This is just a lot of tomfoolery, man. So I really don't have time for.
Every time he comes on there, oh, I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to debate you. Say the same stupid ass shit and then run. Like, if you're going to run your mouth and ramble all that time, at least take questions from the person that you're talking about. Like, if you're not about to debate him, you're not about to deal with him, why you so-called stooping to his level and have to fucking express your fucking goddamn garbage emotions, you know, and talk all that shit for hella long? Like, but you run. You do this every time you come on the platform like you some kind of big celebrity getting paid just to show the fuck up and run out. Like, be about that information.
He beneath me as far as with the information, the entertainment, the way I connect with different people who are not Israelites. You don't see no Israelite, man, Chris Harris cool, man. I like his information. You see people.
No, but this is where I'm at, JJ. He made video. He just made a video about you, you know, day before yesterday. And then this morning he woke up with your name on his mouth. Like, you ain't even speak on that. You ain't speak nothing on that. But I'm like, you know what I mean? Why you don't just address the man on a panel? You always talking shit, but you never addressed him on a panel and let him, you know what I mean, answer some of them things that you keep running your mouth with. You run.
Well, that's what he do. That's what he do. So, let's start it back up. We know what he do.
For no way. So it's like talking to a dead horse anyway. So with that,
I got 50 on you, bro. I got 50 on you.
Peace, dog. I'm out, man. Get your weight up, dog, and put the hate up.
Okay, all right. See, okay. Now, first, let me address Garfield. See, when you want to put this narrative, I'm gonna be nice.
So go ahead, Jay.
Yeah.
Real quick.
They won't be out the way. Yeah, they won't be out the way. I step aside because you're. No, go ahead.
Hey, no, for real. JJ, you is a dangerous man. like they gotta have you on the security. They gotta have you on the watch.
It's okay. Let's get it. Y'all some powder puff debaters. You know, you gotta apologize to me for this. Oh, you said this about me. I don't care what you say before the debate. It's about what I bring out during debate. And Chris Harris, you have ran from me several times, and I have turned you down on debates. This is why you got mad and went out and got my information. When you found out my situation with the white girl, you were right there running around talking about you for the black man, but you were running around talking about I want JJ 7000 to go to prison. You got my mugshot on your page, Mr. Intelligentsia. Who does that? You got my.
Hey, you see how the brother? Hold on. You see how this brother looked when he said when you said that? They don't know this shit. They thinking this nigga just, you know, some kind of, you know, schoolboy that don't do nothing wrong but talk slick. No, you see how this dude looked when he said that? Y'all followers, y'all don't be understanding like the, you know, the sneak diss and the taxes that people use. Like, yeah.
I got the record on your page. So when I start back and talk about your wife who don't know who the baby daddy is, I got every goddamn right. But if you want to stick to the information, you have none. You have none at all. All you do is attack everybody else's belief. Hello. And as far as you, Garfield, the reason why you're upset, because you signed up for a debate on this channel. You shouldn't even be allowed to come back. There's 2 debates you ran from. One from me and one from goddamn Polite. Jabbar. And then Sonetta had to announce, this is why he mad. Sonetta had to announce, well, JJ, you did beat him. You did beat him. And he been holding this grudge forever. Now, I'm not the one making videos about you stealing people money, Garfield. But if you see me get
come on, man. Now you go and see that.
You reaching, JJ.
You really reaching, JJ.
Now JJ reaching. All right. So, y'all want me to stop?
Was Chris reaching when he got to talking about his criminal record? Was he reaching when he was talking about his relationship? Was he reaching when he was talking about shit that had nothing to do with the information? Like, that's what I said. Look how they quick to, oh no, let's not talk about him. They're man worshipers. You know what I mean? They don't want no truth out. They don't want, to speak your mind. You feel me? Oh no, like, hold on. Like,
they're gatekeepers. Them Garfield little gatekeepers. They know goddamn well. After I show this video, I can pull up right now. Garfield Reed scams, Dagger Squad scams. I didn't make them videos, Garfield. Cause really, hold on, real quick. Look. We made an agreement behind the scenes. You don't say nothing to me. When I see you on these YouTube screens, I ain't gonna say nothing to you. But you couldn't hold your goddamn tongue. You had to be to come in like you some kind of counselor and this and that. And I don't want to be in a panel with somebody. Bro, this show wasn't about you, Garfield. Right? So I don't even know what you even had to even say that for in the first place. You should just act like I wasn't there, like I acted like you wasn't there. But now that you got my goddamn attention, I'm gonna light your ass up. And I'm nice about it. It ain't my fault that they making videos about you scamming people. That's what you do. He buy views too, y'all. He buy the bigger package, the medium package. If you notice, he get the same amount of views, 2,000-3,000. He you know what I'm saying? This is what they do. A lot of them don't have organic views. Garfield's one of them. You can tell when he didn't pay a subscription for the views, because then the views is back to normal. You see it. Fake ass dude. I don't gotta buy no fake ass views. You or Chris doing it too. Let these niggas fool you. They doing it. But
well, I'm just saying, why they didn't stop you? Hey, no, JJ, don't talk about that. When you was throwing out your personal business to talk about somebody else doing it to you. You know, they didn't say, oh no, don't talk about your mugshot. Don't do that. You know what I mean? Because you bringing out your information. You see how biased people is? Like, they should have been like, oh, no, stick to the information, JJ, or whatever. No, they made sure that they covered this nigga real quick. Oh, no, don't speak about that. I mean, let the truth fall out. If you're going to let him speak about, the attack's been done on him, won't you let him speak on, you know what I mean, the other stuff? Oh, no, oh, no. Like, y'all man worshipers.
Yeah.
You're reaching, JJ.
You gotta hurt them I'm gonna leave you alone.
Claim that shit because they hurt
your ass.
JJ, I love you, bro. I love you, JJ.
I'm just saying, don't let Chris come on. Hold on, let me finish.
You a Black Jesus minister. Y'all one and the same, bro.
Exactly. I'm glad you said it, brother. ECG, I'm glad you said it.
Never won. Y'all claim win.
All right, stop right there. Stop right there, Creamer. Now you regurgitate some all other bullshit. JJ ain't never won. Where you getting that shit from?
Well, why he didn't say this man ain't got no discipline? Because you was talking. Like, why you ain't got no discipline, Easy G? Like, you couldn't wait to say that? You can't wait to talk about two other men's? And another man that ain't even here? But anyways, you couldn't wait? He couldn't wait, Shawnetta? You have to block the main event person and the other person that was just talking to bring in Easy G that said he love another man that he don't even really know. Okay.
Nigga don't love me, and nigga love to hate me. Let's see what he talking about.
Okay.
Spit no knowledge out.
Okay, so first of all, brother, I came over here. All right, stop. Easy G. I came over. All right, now he said I'm claiming a victory over Garfield, even though we didn't debate. Okay, first of all, you can go back in history. I went over to Garfield's channel and debated him because he said that in Hebrew, there's no such thing as a Hebrew, and I had to tell him that the word Hebrew came from Hebracus. It's a translation from Latin, which was a mistranslation for Ivrer, which Ivrer is Hebrew. Garfield, you know what Garfield? He had Garfield versus JJ 7000 versus Dane Calloway versus. I mean, he had all this hyped up in there. At first, it was JJ 7000 versus the Dagger Squad. Then he changed it up. Dude used to use my name for clickbait all the time. So out of this show that I come over here, I only got to talk no longer than 15 minutes. This was a 3-hour show. And I said enough, we could pull it up right now. Easy G. So I debated him on his channel. Garfield was the host, the moderator, the timekeeper, the debater, and the goddamn judge. And he still lost. Then I went over there and whooped up on Sean from Mozzie Tribe. This whole, I debated old boy Black Lion Supreme from Dagger Squad. I didn't debate all them dudes over there, man. The ones that's running their goddamn mouth is willing to get in the ring. I really don't have to debate nobody. I can debate all these dudes, man. This shit getting old. They always make an excuse to run a lot of them anyway. But this second time that Garfield signed up for a debate with me was on Sign of the TV. And when he didn't show up, I came over there and did my presentations. Africans did come to America before Christopher Columbus. That was my position. Garfield said they was too dumb to follow currents and everything like that, and they had to figure it out when the white man told them how to get over here. You know, we got information showing how spears came over here from West Africa, cotton came up, West African cotton, all kind of the Ethiopians that came over here before. Africans have been doing trade commerce, coming over here with the Aboriginal blacks has been over here way before Columbus. But this coon want to get on here and say different. And when we signed up for the debate, he didn't show up. And I had to make something to say, hey, bro, tell him he lost. And this is why Garfield is mad to this day. So I'm still okay with Black Lion Supreme and Kyle. I'm good with them. To be honest, Kyle was over here first. Like I say, when I used to go live in front of the goddamn TV with my goddamn stick, that was my co-host. And then I fired him when one day when he came over here tripping, you know, he had a long night or whatever, and I hired Ivy. That's how I met Ivy that day. So that's how that went. I said, you fired Kyle. We got that on tape. I forget who it was. He's trying to defend Divine Prospect because me and Divine Prospect was going back and forth about something. That's what it was. So, like I say, this dude, I don't even know Easy G. You can't even find his goddamn channel. All right, Krim. Please, thank you.
Okay, bro. I love you, big bro.
I came over here and did the presentation. You running your mouth.
I never
with Garfield.
Hold up. I watched your presentation.
Hold up. No, you ain't watched nothing.
Listen to why I said
you just interrupted. Why did you interrupt Chris?
Listen to why I did.
Let me finish, bro.
Listen to why I said you.
Hey, son, who is this dude?
This is why y'all need Islam in your life. This is why y'all need Islam in your life, man.
You let these no-name Negroes interrupt.
Virgil, that's real, Virgil. Yo,
go ahead.
Right now, and see, he was
that's real.
Statement. Hold up, Sarnetta, hold up. Put the camera.
Taib, Aki, you right.
Hey, Black Jesus Minister.
I came over here.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
Bro, right. Now, I came on here because Garfield didn't show up. I came over here and did the presentation. The Africans came here before Columbus, and guess what? Sarnetta loved it. You want me to pull it up for you? So don't run your goddamn mouth.
I watched it. I loved it.
Shut up. Roster G, Easy, whatever the hell your name is. Dude, you ain't putting no work in. You ain't got no presentation, no discussions, no debates. You just somebody that's hanging on the fucking panel, running your goddamn mouth. A cheerleader. You look dusty. Dusty G. Try to come over here. Then you gonna sit here and lie and say how you go. Bro, I showed up for the debate. I did the presentation on here because he didn't show up for the second time like he always do. Anybody funny that the day after the debate was supposed to happen, Garfield and I all of a sudden wanted to come on and go around talking about how this happened and this happened, and then you want to show his information. Why didn't you schedule the debate for the next day, Garfield? Your coward ass. Nigga, like you said, we talked behind the scenes. Couple days before this show even happened, and we both said, I won't say nothing to you when I see you on the panel. You don't say nothing to me. Let's keep it civilized. And guess what you did? You went against your own word. And Kyle's a witness to it. This dude went against his own word because you didn't have to say shit to me. Try to critique me and your ass running from debates like a little goddamn coward. Ran for 2 debates in 2022. One from me and one from Jabari. And you got a nerve to try to even talk? No respect for no debaters like that that run. You run your fucking mouth and you run your feet. That's what you do. That's what these niggas do. Let's continue, Kareem, please and thank you. We still got another video I want to show. And that's why he didn't show up.
Listen, you missing the point.
And that's
though.
why
You
I didn't
missing the
show
point.
up. But hey, like I said, Chris Harris, I'm finna get out. I'm finna leave. Like I said, Chris Harris, you are garbage. You've run from everybody. And right now, something that got your poster up. But guess what? Remember, he quit in the last debate. Who would pay $20 to see this guy? You already ran. You're a coward. Cesar is only debate, bro.
All right.
Sonetta, please.
Stop real quick. Chris Harris, you can't even talk proper English. Hey, Sonetta, why he talking craziness? Put a sentence together. Fake ass Jamaican. You ain't lost. You've been here 40 years. You ain't lost the accent. You ain't been to no goddamn island. They didn't want to lie to my, all right, somebody died. That's why I didn't show up for the debate. Somebody died and got murdered in my family. And guess what? I continue with my obligation for my debate when I debated in the park. And I didn't even have a computer. I did it off notes on the phone. You coward ass nigga. You want to run your fucking mouth. Then you made another excuse. Garfield, you trash, bro. And we all got on record. You asked me to help you with your book. And you will never deny that. You can't never deny it because you know I got it on tape and I got the goddamn screenshots, nigga. I told this nigga, I said, bro, we got Africans over. I mean, we got people, Israelites over in West Africa. What? What do you mean? I said, yeah, his little brother right here. His name is Akechi. Oh, yeah? And then for that day, he said, hey, can you help me with my book, JJ? And then when I confront him again later on down the line, well, I only wanted to put you in the your help, JJ, so I can show how dumb Israelites is. Nah, nigga. We're not gonna let you do that. It's documented. You wanted my help to make your goddamn book. Period. Now you sitting over there like you high and mighty, and you done ran from a couple of debates. They got videos of you scamming people. Even this whole other wicked nigga asked you for your bachelor's degree. The whole other nigga asked you for it. Say they wasn't spelled right, some paperwork. But Chris Harris, you got a lot of goddamn nerve because now it's your turn. Where your shit? I went to an apprenticeship for 4 years. I'm a journeyman. Skilled labor with my hands, read blueprints and operate different machinery and skill sets, nigga. I didn't want to be a paper pusher. That's you. If you want to do that, it's your job. I do manly shit. But guess what? I can show my credentials, Chris Harris. I can show that. I've done it several times. You ever notice you never see Chris Harris recording at his job? Never. Y'all always see JJO doing something. Doing something with tools or on a roof or repairing something. You don't ever see this dude doing anything at his job. As a matter of fact, Solomon said one time when they heard Chris at work, they told the man, hey, Chris, come dump the garbage. Chris Harris want to make an excuse and call the man like, oh, well, man, no, I really don't do that. But, nigga, if you dump garbage, that's what you do. Was you too pretty? I'm a pretty motherfucker. I'm too like a girl or something. I can't dump garbage. The fuck wrong with you, man? Let's keep it moving, Kareem. Please and thank you.
Hey,
you a
Doc, can I say why I was saying him?
Come on,
can I say why I was saying him?
Anybody else that want to smoke? Hey, you come.
Can I say why I was saying him? Black Jesus was one of the same. This is why.
I don't want nothing from you,
They
brother.
always listen. Anytime something going on, they always reach into some personal shit that him, Sag, or anybody always talk about. He pulling up money and talking about some shit that ain't even true. Now, on top of that, they claiming fucking wins for shit that they never even won. Like. You never even got a chance to spew out no information. Now, I get it.
I'm talking about, see, Shawty, you gotta stop letting clowns like this get airtime. This dusty ass nigga, he up in line, he up here regurgitating shit. What you mean? If somebody's signing for a goddamn debate, he don't show up. that nigga lose. So what did that make the other person? A winner. And then Sarnetta has also announced on this show that I beat Tazariak. What is this dude talking about, man? Where did he come from? Sarnetta, why do you got guys like this on your panel who ain't bringing no information? I ain't seen them bring up no sources, no references. Can't even tell us a position. Like what do you teach? Where's your channel? Just dusty as hell up here running his fucking goddamn soup coolers. That's what he doing. So that's the end of this. We're not going to listen to him run his fucking mouth. Excuse my language. So we're going to go to the next. Now, if we can start. Okay, criminals. So what we're going to do. Yeah. Somebody said the host is a part of it. That's the way it seems to me. The people have spoken. People have spoken. You gotta, when you're running these shows, you gotta be a little bit more non-biased. I mean, just a little bit, but But see, I've been going through that for years, dealing with all these type of different individuals. I got to go through a gauntlet just to get my point across, my information, because they're scared. Then they want to try to paint this picture. If y'all sit back and watch, I sit there and listen, watch it, sit back, mute, talk. But then as soon as I talk, once I get going, one of the blind side people come around, so my left tackle got to be more, on point. Excuse me, my right tackle, because I'm left-handed. I need my right tackle because they're coming from a blind side. See, I'm left-handed. But that's what they do. How am I reaching? And there's plenty of videos that people made of Garth. Chief X got a whole goddamn mini-series of this nigga scamming people. A Garth scam. And then other people do. You see? But when JJ bring it up, I just say something about it, now it's a goddamn problem. I'm just asking the question, Garfield. Why are these videos? Why are they making this? I don't join in. Until you, I might come in late after you did some disrespectful to me, shit to me. Okay, well, goddamn, Garfield, what about this shit? I don't be at the forefront of the fire when that shit happened to your ass. I'll be like, oh, even Sarnetta. I tell Sarnetta, look, bro, hey, bro, I ain't getting in that shit, bro. Let's get to the information. I always been like that, bro. All right, so Karima, let's go to the next one. His debate with now we're gonna go to his debate with Yara, Elder Yara. And then you're gonna see his tactics of what he's gonna try to use in this debate, because he's a two-trick pony. He wants to debate the Exodus and he wants to debate about Jesus Christ. Other than that, nothing else. So shout out to Solar Vision Debate League. This is Elder Yara going against Christine Harris. The topic of this is Jesus Christ, the story of Jesus Christ unique.
No.
Yara destroyed this dude.
Breakers of Divine, SVDL, all the participants, the judges. Thanks for having me here. Real excited. This is what I worked for all season. This is why I study. Peace to Solar, peace to Domo, peace to Sam, peace to Kansu. Happy birthday. And peace to Elder Yara, the one and only rhetorical master, kung fu master. So yeah, man, I'm real excited to get this debate off. I hope the family enjoys it. Let's make it happen. Shout out to the Chat-a-Lat also. So let's get it.
All right. And we got Yara Ben Nazareth in the building. What's going on, Yara?
Shalom to you, family. Peace to Solar Vision Debate League. Peace to you, Solar Mind. Peace to the judges, Kansu, Judge Sam, Judge Domo. Peace to my opponent, Chris Harris, tonight. Giving all praise to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Giving all honor to our ancestors, to Yeshua HaMashiach for his work he's done for us. Man, let's get it in, man.
All right. Yeah, once again, the topic for tonight's debate is the story of Jesus unique? We got the judges in the building. So let's introduce tonight's judges. We're going to start out with Judge Sam is in the building. What's going on, Judge Sam?
Peace. Peace to the brother Solar, to the other judges on the panel, brother Kanzu, brother Domo, both of the debaters, Elder Yara, Ben,
shalom,
and brother Chris Harris there. Shalom. Peace to all of the viewers. Looking forward to another great debate. Let's get it on.
Yes, sir. And we have brother Domo in the building. What's going on, Domo?
What's good? You know what I'm saying? Finals. It's a big one. You know what I mean? Glad to be here. Hey, it's gonna be dope. Let's get it in.
All right. So, we have Kansu. Wasn't your birthday yesterday, brother?
Hey, happy birthday, OG.
May 28th, brother. Made it to 50 of them.
So what you a Taurus?
This
brother?
means you do what the hell I say. That's what it means.
Hey, OG over there.
Shout out to the Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Shout out to Solar Mind. It's time. Ali Informant. Huh?
All right.
It's time. Let's get it, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. So you're a Taurus, brother?
Gemini, man.
Gemini? Uh-oh.
What? Clutch the pearls. I'm a Gemini, brother.
All right. So the format is going to be as follows. We're going to have a 5-minute opening, 20-minute premise, 10-minute rebuttal, and obviously the rapid interrogation round, and a 5-minute closing. So Yara is set to go first. We're going to jump right into this thing, family. Once again, this is for the title, family. All right. So,
Hey, so we going into our opening right now?
Well, the opening is first, and then we get the premise, and then the rebuttal.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So, Yara is set to go first. I'm gonna set the timer for 5 minutes, and let me go ahead and bring the screen up. All right.
Am I sharing? Can you see my screen? I think you guys can.
It is sharing now. You wanted me to make it a little bigger for you?
Make it a little bigger for the people who can see it. I'm good though, but let everybody else be able to see it because I think I'm sharing, right?
Yeah, you're sharing right now.
Okay. Make it a little bigger so the people see me.
All right. So, brother, whenever you're ready, brother, you can begin.
All right. Shout out to people in the chat. Shout out to all the supporters, everybody in the chat. Shout out to my wife, Valaya, who's in the chat. Peace to you. Let's get it in. Is the story of Yeshua or Jesus unique? The historicity of Jesus versus comparative mythologies. We're going to break this down today, right? So let's get into it, right? So in the opening, if it doesn't fit, you must quit. right? This is Johnny Lee Cochran's famous quote, right? And we're going to talk about what it means to be unique, right? To what percent is Jesus' story unique? Let's talk about it, right? So this is sort of agreed upon definition. If it's just a little bit from what my opponent has to say, I mean, he can pick it up with you guys when he gets back, right? When he gets on. So unique, being the only existing one of its type, or more generally, unusual or special in some way. This is the Cambridge definition of unique, right? So my point, before this debate, he gave a few synonyms of what unique. Of the word unique. So idiomatic, individual, individualized, particular, patented, peculiar, personal, personalized, private, privy, separate, singular, subjective, right? And there are many others. But we're talking about what is unique. It's the story of Yahushua, is the story of Jesus unique, right? Let's go a little bit further. Let's see about some unique things about Yeshua, right? Let's deal with it. 33 shots, the unique story of Jesus as the Messiah. Number one, being fully human, acts in the name of God. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. The day the scripture is fulfilled in your ears. This day the scripture is fulfilled in your ears. Luke 4:18-21. That's unique to the gospel, right? It's the gospel message. He will establish the kingdom of God forever, the kingdom of heaven. Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Matthew 3:2. Unique to the gospel. Being fully human, performs miracles, including raising the dead. Being fully human, the blind receive their sight. He's performing these being fully human. The lame walk, being fully human. The lepers are cleansed and the deaf hear. He's performing these things fully human. The dead are raised up, and the poor have the gospel preached to them. Yeshua, being fully human, performed these things. Matthew 11:5. This is unique to the gospel message. He engages in the acts of judgment. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all the angels with him, then he shall sit upon the throne of glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them from one another, as a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats. Matthew 25:31-32. Unique to the gospel. He is presented as pursuing peace and opposing violence. But I say unto you that ye resist not evil, but whoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn him also the other. Matthew 5:39. We know that's unique to the gospel. This is the message. This is the narrative of Jesus, his history. This is what we know that the historical Christ was spoken about. These are the things that he spoke, unique to him and only him. Jesus is depicted as suffering both during the time of his ministry and in his death. But first, he suffered many things, and he shall be rejected of his generation. That is unique. You got to show me where Horus and all of these other mythologies, Mithra, Adonis, show me where these people were rejected in their generation, as Christ was, to the point where they crucified and killed him. This is the historical narrative, the historicity of the story of Christ. It's unique to his story. Every culture has their own unique belief system based on their environment, based on their language, based on their politics of the day, based on the time, based on the era. These things are unique, particular to the story, to the narrative of Yeshua. Let's go a little bit further. I only have a few minutes. I just want to go through some of these. His ministry is directed not only at the people of Israel, but at the Gentiles as well. Whosoever believe in him shall not be ashamed, for there is no difference between the Jew and the Greek, for the same Lord over all is rich unto all in him. Romans 10:11-12. This is unique to the gospel message. He is a scion of the house of David, Jesus Christ our Lord, which was made of the seed of David. That's unique. Show me where Horus or Osar or Osiris or Mithra, lighten them up by all, was for the seed of David. This is unique.
Time.
His
All
story.
right.
So
Shout out to Yara Ben Nazareth for his opening. We're gonna keep this ball rolling, family, and pass this thing over to Brother Chris Harris. Brother Chris Harris, it is on you. Whenever you're ready, brother. All right. You're locked and loaded, brother, whenever you're ready. Unmute your mic, Chris. Are you there, Chris? We can't hear you if you're saying something. Yeah, we can't hear you, brother.
Can you hear me now, Solar? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, bro.
Okay, cool. I had it on mute. My bad, on my headset here. All right, let me get back on here. Very interesting. Okay.
Can you hear me now, Solar?
All right, let's get this screen share up. All right, let me know when I can go.
You can go now, brother.
Okay. So, brothers and sisters, Yara's premise, he clearly says in the beginning, this is his premise, the similarities between Jesus and mythological precursors fail to invalidate the history of Jesus. The historical veracity of Jesus is determined from the evidence supporting the reliability of the eyewitness accounts. Jesus is not simply a retelling of borrowed mythology, while many of the ancient mythologies are no longer worshipped. The inspiration of the triumphant and selflessness of Jesus' life continues to thrive. Beings is being something they never were in order to keep us believing the variable existence of Jesus. But the reliable, quote, extra biblical record establishes the unique narrative of Jesus in a way no other ancient mythological text could ever hope to achieve. Now, Yara contradicts himself right off the bat when he says the similarities between Jesus and mythological precursors fail to invalidate the historicity of Jesus. He's saying that there are similarities in the mythologies concerning Jesus. I'm not here to talk about Jesus' historical veracity or if he was real or not. I don't care about that. We're here to talk about the uniqueness of his story. So whether he was real or not, I don't care. Moving on. My premise is the stories contained with the narrative of Jesus parallel and sound quite similar to other mythologies found within antiquity. Many of the accounts are found within the tales of Haru, Krishna, Asar, Attis, and Baal, along with many others. The story of Jesus is either inspired by much older texts that preceded the Jesus narrative, which Yara agreed with in his premise, or it's one heck of a coincidence. I'm going to prove that the stories containing the birth, resurrection, miracles, crucifixion, rituals found within these narratives exist. The gospel, found in the gospels are not unique. Now let's take a look at.
All Yara had to do is find one thing that's different from any of these other so-called virgin birth stories. That's unique to the story. The uniqueness that Christ walked on water. The uniqueness that he healed the blind. That's unique. That's different. That's not the same. There's no similarity in other stories that he's healing blind people. He's casting out demons and putting them in the pigs. Chris Harris, you idiot. Let's keep it moving, Kramer. Please and thank you.
The definitions Yara used in this premise. These are quite revealing, knowing Yara is on record as saying Jesus' stories are found in the New Testament are unique. Similarities, the state or fact of being similar, a similar feature or aspect. Synonyms are resemblance, likeness, sameness, similar nature, comparability, or parallel. Precursor, he used that word, a person or thing that comes before another of the same kind, a forerunner. So how can Yara agree that there are similarities in the Jesus narrative along with the precursors and say that the stories are unique? This, once again, is a contradictory premise, and he's already ceded his stance. The definition for unique is being the only one of its kind, unlike anything else. Synonyms are unparalleled, unequaled, matchless, unrivaled, only, non-parallel. Non-parallel definition, having no match or equal, unrivaled. I'm not here to argue, is Jesus a historical character? I'm here to debate, is Jesus' narrative unique? Bottom line. Let's deal with the dying God concept. There are two principal types of savior gods recognized by heliologists, namely vegetation gods and sun gods. The vegetation theory has been brilliantly developed by Sir James George Frazer in his Golden Bowl and by Grant Allen in The Evolution of the Idea of God. This viewpoint is concisely summarized by the noted psychologist Dr. David Forsyth, quote, "Many gods before Christ have been supposed to die, be resurrected, and ascend to heaven. This idea has now been traced back to its origin among primitive people in the annual death and resurrection of crops and plant life generally. This explains the worldwide prevalence of the notion. Among still more primitive tribes, as Grant Allen has shown, is not yet understood that sown corn sprouts because of the spring sunshine, and they attribute the result to divine agency. To this end, they are accustomed at seed time to kill their tribal god, either in a human or animal form, and scatter the flesh and the blood over the sown fields. They believe that the seeds will not grow unless the god is sacrificed and added to them in this manner. When, therefore, the crops appear, they never doubt that it is their God coming to life again." Let's go to Mary and the virgin birth, because we have to deal with that today. Now, the Egyptian Madonna and child imagery prefiguring its Christian counterpart or precursor or similarity, Yara, by centuries to millennia. Let me repeat that. The Egyptian Madonna and child imagery prefiguring its Christian counterpart by centuries to millennia. The Egyptian and Christian divine mothers even share the same name with Jesus' mother named Mary, of course, while Horus' mother possessed the epithet Mary or Mary as the Egyptian word. It is translated by several scholars, including Egyptologist Dr. Flinders Petrie and Eric Hornhung, in addition to the fact that there have been pre-Christian goddesses named Marie, such as on the Greek island of Cyprus, as well as in the Middle East, India, and among the Basques. This epithet Mary or Marie in Egyptian simply means beloved or desired, delight, loving, lover, and the loving one. And thus we would expect it had been applied many times.
Time. All right. Shout out to.
All right, Kramer, you gotta
keep
stop
this
there.
ball rolling.
That was garbage. That was trash. If anybody think that was a scholarly goddamn round, then they don't know nothing about information or debates. And all this man got to prove is one unique thing that Chris is trying to do his comparative studies to all these other so-called solar deities. The one thing that Yara can say, I don't know if he said it, is that Christ wasn't born December 25th. And when you say to him, oh, well, that's not my premise. Well, that's unique because Christ is not born on that day. That's the uniqueness to Christ's story. You idiot. Let's keep going. Please and thank you. That
Hit
round
the
was
like
garbage.
button, family, when you come in the building, and show some love to your boy Solar Mind by hitting the super chat as well. We're going to get right into the meat and potatoes of this battle. We're going to get into the premise round right now. So we're going to hand this ball over to Yara Ben Nazareth. It is on you, brother, whenever you're ready.
Share my screen, Solar. Let's get it. All right. Let me know what's up.
What's up,
Solar.
brother? It's up.
All right, bet. Am I sharing? Yeah, I'm sharing. All right, bet. So let's start here. You are who I thought you were. So let's do this, right? Opening. If it doesn't fit, you must quit, right? So let's talk about this, right? My opponent, again, will attempt to squeeze an argument that has been categorically debunked by scholars, alleging the historical narrative of Yeshua is based solely upon urban mythologies and solar cultic deities, which is what you just heard from him. Did he to support his premise? I will prove by using the comparative contextual analysis mythology that by simply redressing cultural commonalities and parallels or similarities between pre and post first century man-made solar mythologies to the historical narrative of Jesus is a poor argument, Chris. It's simply a false equivocation and an appeal to pseudoscience, i.e. conspiracies and astrotheologies. Let's go to the next slide on this one. This is what he's going to be debating. He already started it. He already set his premise, right? He already set his premise based on this. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Astrotheology. Listen to this, people. Astrotheology teaches the Bible verses that say Jesus is the light of the world, John 8 and 12, are really referring to the physical sun. The 12 months of the year are represented by Christ's 12 apostles, and the 4 gospels represent the 4 seasons. Astrotheology attempts to show that the mythologies of ancient gods, such as Osiris, Horus, Adonis, and Mithras, were based on seasonal cycles, that the story of Jesus Christ is just a retelling of those ancient tales. Astrotheology attempts to twist scripture so that Jesus Christ, instead of being God's son, S-O-N, is actually God's son, S-U-N. How ridiculous is that? Let's continue, right? We're going to break this down, right? Opening, D.M. Murdoch, the Mark Foreman of astrotheology. And this is very important, people, because this is where a lot of what my opponent is going to be saying, he already prefaced for me in previous conversations, well, I'm not going to be debating the Zeitgeist movies. Well, you can't have this argument and this premise without debating the Zeitgeist movies. You can't do it. It's the same information. It doesn't matter what label you put on it or don't put on it. So let's get into it. Dorothy Murdoch, right? March 27, 1960. And it's ironic, she died December 25th, 2015. Better known by her pen name, Akara S. And D.M. Murdoch, was an American writer supporting the Christ myth theory that Jesus never existed as a historical person, but was rather a mingling of various pre-Christian myths, sun deities, and dying and rising deities. He's already mentioned that. We know what he's done to debate. It's a theory, right? She wrote and operated a website focused on history, religion, and spirituality and astrotheology. She asserted the pre-Christian religious civilizations understood their myths as allegorical, but the Christians obliterated evidence by destroying, suppressing literature after they obtained control of the Roman Empire, leading to widespread illiteracy in the ancient world, ensuring the mythological nature of Christ's story was hidden. Right? She argued the Christian canon, as well as its important figures, were based on Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and other cultural myths. Right? Let's continue. Right? Again, D.M. Murdoch, the Mark Furman of astrotheology, nothing but a liar. As for her claims concerning Christianity, they were largely borrowed from the work of less than scholarly 19th century figures such as Gerald Massey and Kersey Graves, and were likely influenced by similar ideas being promoted by Jordan Maxwell, then a leading figure in the same circles. Any attempt at academic rigor she may have learned in her earlier studies went out the window if she would accept any crackpot idea that supported her current passions. He's going to tell you he didn't get this information from her in her Zeitgeist movie, but I guarantee you, watch the movie. If you've ever seen it, that's his argument. It's astrotheology, pseudoscience. This is his entire premise is based on pseudoscience. When any of this is pointed out, Murdoch supporters get rather indignant. They are easily offended that someone would label her a conspiracy theorist. However, even a cursory look at her early website illustrates support of wild claims that were popular among conspiracy theorists in the late 1990s. For example, she's known for saying AIDS is killing your mind, right? She promoted the belief that AIDS was not caused by the HIV virus, but rather was part of a great conspiracy to overthrow the sexual revolution. This is the information, this is the type of people that he's basing his argument on. He's agreeing with these crackpots. And he wants to present this to us as some type of scholarly debate. We're not falling for it, bro. It's not happening tonight, right? So let me read you this here. Uh-oh. Curfew. So let's go into this, right? It's not solar. It's not solar. It's salvation. And he's going to try to tell you that all of these deities and everything that you're reading, that Christ, the story of Christ and his narrative, his historical narrative, all of it is tied to solar worship, to these solar deities. But that's funny because the scripture doesn't agree with that at all. It's not solar worship, it's salvation. Revelations 21, 22 through 27. I saw no temple in it, right? Listen to what he says.
No temple.
Revelations 22, it says, I saw no temple in it, for the Lord God, the Almighty, and the Lamb are in his temple. Verse 23, the city has no need for the sun.
No need for the sun.
Neither for the moon to shine.
Made over.
For the very glory of God illuminated it, and its lamp is the Lamb. The nations walk in.
But they compare Horus, both of his eyes, to the sun and the moon. What they say right here? I saw no temple in it. I saw no temple in it, for the Lord the Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. The city has no need for the sun, neither of the moon. When, Chris Harris, have anybody in Egyptian culture say that we do not need the sun and the moon? No, the very essence, the eyes of Horus deals with the sun and the moon. You understand? I know you're listening. I know you're dumbass listening. So you ain't gonna be able to bring this to the debate neither. Because he's gonna regurgitate this presentation, y'all. I'm letting you know. All right, Queen, please and thank you.
And it's light. So Revelation 23 clearly says there's no need for the sun. So how is Christ the solar deity? He's clearly in Revelation speaking, but he's speaking against the sun. That doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. You can't have it both ways, Chris Harris. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. You can't sit up here and tell us that all of the solar deities that you just mentioned is attributed to Christ.
I got to interact with the audience. Now, Blizzak, I love you, my brother. You always here in the show. Blizzak, put his comment on there. He said, he died and rose on the third day, just like the sun. When has the sun ever died? If the sun died, everything dies on this planet Earth. One day without it. 24 hours without the sun, it's going down. Well, maybe not 24 hours. But when has the sun, the star, ever died? Blizzak, I need you to put that source and reference in the goddamn citation in the chat. Let's continue with the regular schedule program, please. Thank you.
We're precursors of Christ, but when we get into the scriptures of the context of what we know, the contextual analysis context of what Christ is saying and what he's speaking about, he clearly is opposed to sun worship. Let's go a little further. Right? Psalms 84 and 11, a sun and a shield. You might hear this from him, but let's get into it. Nowhere else in the Old Testament is Yahweh or God directly called the sun. Though the ideas conveyed by the metaphor are frequent. Psalms 21 and 7, Isaiah 10 and 17, Isaiah 60, 19 to 20, Malachi 4 2. Perhaps the prevalence of the sun worship in the East led to the avoidance of so natural and significant a metaphor. But listen to this. Even here, the oldest versions either had a different reading or shrank from a literal rendering. The LXX or the Greek rendering and the Theodotion have, for the Lord God loveth mercy and truth. The Targum paraphrase says, for the Lord God is like a high wall and a strong shield. Reading Shemesh or equal to sun. It says, but taking it in the sense of battlement, which it has in Isaiah 54 and 12. The Syrian gives it as our sustainer and our helper. So in the oldest text, before the KJV comes out, it doesn't even read a sun and a shield. So it makes no attempt there to even equate the Most High of the Bible, or even what Christ called his Father. It doesn't even attribute that to the Son. There's no sun worship that's being proven by Christ. He doesn't do it, right? The sun is used as a symbol of lasting fame. The enduring nature of David's dynasty is expressed by the statement that his throne shall be before Yahweh as the sun. The sun is used also as a symbol of victory and might. Yahweh is a sun and a shield. But I just showed you that because I know he's going to try to attack this. He's simply going to try to attack it and say, see, oh, he says God, Yahweh is his shield. No. That's not even in the oldest versions. It doesn't even say a sun and a shield. This is from the latest KJV version. The older text that I just read, it doesn't even say that. So let's go a little further. Right? Deuteronomy 17:23, we read further about Israelites commanded not to go whoring after sun worship and astral theology. But there is found among you within any of your towns which the Lord your God gives you a man or woman who does what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God in transgression his covenant and has gone to serve other gods and worship them, or the sun or the moon or any of the hosts of heaven which I have forbidden. You're going to tell me Christ did not understand this? You're going to tell me that the Israelites, even in Galilee, they didn't understand the law? Of course they did. You're going to tell me that they had no knowledge of this scripture?
You got to get that misinformation off the screen. He died and rose on the third day just like the sun. The sun never died. Now scientists are predicting millions of years from now that all the suns will die. They call it the big freeze. Your God, your sun God, will die one day according to your scientific theories and observations. Yeah, I gotta go. All right, let's get it. Please and thank you.
That worshiping the sun and the moon was forbidden? How can you tie solar worship to Christ? You can't do it in the first century in its context. It's impossible. He is not a solar.
You idiot. You can't try solar worship to Christ. Are you listening to what this man is presenting to you? A man or a woman who does what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God is transgressing his covenant and has gone and served other gods and worshiped them, or the sun, or the moon, or any host of heavens, which I forbid. Christ is not compared to no goddamn sun or moon god. At one point in the scripture, it said we don't need no sun and moon. How is this the same? How is this the same? I want everybody that's listening. How is this the same? And this is what Chris Harris is going to bring, the same little weak information that he did in this debate, which he lost. But when you got Domo and Kansu as judges, of course, it's going to go a different way. Let's go. Please and thank you.
Solar deity. So that wipes away 90% of your argument, Chris Harris. He's absolutely not a solar deity. Let's go a little bit further.
He ain't a solar deity.
Right? 2 Kings 23:5. And he deposed the idolatrous priests whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places at the cities of Judah and round about Jerusalem. Those also who burned incense to Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and the constellations, and all the hosts of heaven. Listen, these people were considered idolatrous. You cannot show in the New Testament scripture that Christ spoke any words in red that went against this teaching. They did not worship the sun. They did not worship the moon. They did not worship the constellations or any host of heaven. That does not change from Genesis to Revelation, as I read to you. It does not change. So you cannot equate Christ or Yeshua with any type of solar deity. If it does not fit, you must acquit. It's not there. It's made up. It's made up. It's pseudoscience, bro. You have no text that connects it. It's not solar worship, it's salvation. I'm going to go a little further right here. Jeremiah's era. We're going to go as far back 625, 565 BCE. Right? and they shall spread them before the sun and the moon and all the hosts of heaven. What is he talking about? At that time, says the Lord, the bones of the kings of Judah, the bones of his princes, the bones of the priests, the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall be brought out of their tombs, and they shall be spread there before the sun and the moon and all the hosts, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped, and they shall not be gathered, nor be buried. They shall be dung upon the face of the earth. That is the pronouncement of judgment for solar worship, for moon worship, for worshiping the stars. It goes against everything that the Bible says, including the narrative and the historicity of from the Bible to the life of Christ. This doesn't exist. You cannot fit a square peg into a round hole. You don't have that luxury to do that. It's impossible. Let's go a little further. It's not solar worship, it's salvation. Abraham and heavenly signs in the Shirah al-Anam, in the Quran. Listen to what they say. The prophet Abraham grew up in a polytheistic society, and his people sought their creator and their nature around them, but without satisfaction, as we read in the Quran. Now listen what Abraham says in the Quran. And when the night darkened upon him, he saw a star, and he said, "This is my Lord." But when it said, he said, I like not those that sat. Is he talking about the sun? No, Abrahamic religion is even tied to solar worship. It's ridiculous. And when he saw the moon rise and spread in light, he said, "This is my Lord." But when it said, he said, "My Lord, guide me not. I shall surely be of the people who go astray." And when he saw the sunrise with spreading light, he said, "This is my Lord, this is the greatest." But when it said, he said, "Oh, my people, surely I am clear of that which you associate with God. I have turned my face toward him who created the heavens and the earth, being ever inclined to God, and I am not those who associate gods with gods." In other words, he said, look, I'm looking at the sun go up and the moon go up. That's the great work of God. But look, as it said there, because it said it's going down, it's failing. Why would I worship that? There's no ties in any Abraham religion that he can show tonight, including the narrative of Christ that was tied to any solar deity or any solar worship. It's pseudoscience. It's pseudoscience. Now let's get to this. I'm gonna say that one for you later. Let me get down in here real quick. We're going to hit you with the reverse zeitgeist, because that's the argument he's making. He's just not calling it that, but don't be fooled, people. We're smarter than that, right? The doppelganger deities he's mentioned. Osiris. There's no birth story recorded in regards to Osiris. He was eventually killed by his own brother, torn into 14 pieces, strewn about Egypt. His sister and wife, Isis, gathered and buried almost all of the pieces. Osiris became the ruler of the underworld as the god of the dead. So he wants to call this a resurrection story, probably. But how do you rise from the dead but remain in the underworld? Isn't that the place of the dead? You see how ridiculous that sounds? Teach! But he want to tell us that Christ is a part of these solar deities. These similarities that he wants to talk about. Let's not do this, brother. Doesn't make sense. The claim, Osiris was called Lord of Lords, King of Kings, God of Gods, resurrection of life, good shepherd, eternity, everlasting, and the God who made men and women to be born again. The truth, these names for Jesus were not used by Osiris, who was called Lord of all, the good being, Lord of the underworld, Lord King of eternity, ruler of the dead, Lord of the west, great one, he who takes seats, the begetter, the ram, great word, chief of the spirits, ruler of everlastingness, living God, God above the gods. These rather general names were not common for many other deities as well, but these were not attributed to Christ. This is ridiculous. What are you trying to tell us, Chris Harris? Your information is flawed. That's all you're saying. I can go all the way through there, but let's get through some of these. I got so much information on Osiris, and Osiris ridiculous. Doesn't even work. Let's deal with Zoroaster. Our main source of details on Zoroaster is the Avistas, a collection of secret texts which was put into writing between 346 to 360 AD, after the death of Christ.
I see you, Domo.
We just gonna keep that moving, because you can't make the claim that that Christ borrowed from Zoroaster.
Right. Stop.
Because
right
all
there.
the information that
Stop
you
right
can
there.
define
Stop
comes
right
from
there,
the Avestas 300 years after the death of Christ.
Did you hear what the man said? See, he's showing other cultures. So I guess Christ borrowed from this, and they borrowed from that. The Israelites must have went all over the planet and borrowed from everybody. But the topic of this debate is, Domo, because you were a judge, is the story of Christ unique? Now, I don't remember your judgment, so I'm going to wait to the end to get the meat and potatoes of the situation. Then I can assess what went wrong, what went right. You see? But I need you to listen to Domo. I need you to rejudge this, on the lines here. I want to hear your judgment. Who won this debate? After you listen to it again. Now, what you said in the past is the past. I need you to listen to what this man there. Listen, bro, right now. There's nothing Chris said that convinces me that the story of Jesus Christ is not unique. That all you need is one thing to be different and unique. That's what makes you unique. One thing. You put your pants leg on from the left. I put mine on. I might jump in both of them at the same time. Nobody else does that. I'm unique. I'm not saying people don't do that, but I'm just giving you an example. You see? Chris Harris is a one-time Google researcher. The people in the audience have spoken. See? Marquis says, Chris Harris scholarship is childish. The people in the audience have spoken. But he claims to be this black intelligentsia. But then he was with Team Osiris in this debate. Kansu, one of the judges, was Team Osiris. So come on, bro. Come on, man. And really, I think Yaro should be, well, hey, where's one of my buddies on the goddamn panel, judge? And then we get somebody who don't know me or him. And we're gonna do it. Let's do it like that. They've always held Chris Harris's hand. This is why they stopped you, Domo, from being the champion that you're supposed to be. They put him in front of you, holding his hand. Let's continue. Let's keep it responsible in the chat, Jay Snake said.
So it's not even a need to really talk about him. Let's deal with Mithra. Mithra was born of a virgin on December 25th in the cave, attended by shepherds. That's the claim. Well, Mithra was actually born out of a solid rock. He wasn't born in the cave. And while we at it, let's see if he talks about the three different Mithra stories. They have one from Persia, Iran, and Roman. So which one is he referring to? Mithra was actually born out of a solid rock, leaving a hole in the side of a mountain, presumably described as a cave. He was not born of a virgin, unless you consider the first Christian, unless you consider a rock mountain to be a virgin. So Mithra is dead. He wants to argue about similarities. No, brother, if it doesn't fit, you must quit. It's not there. You can't do it. Let's continue. Right? Let me go down here. This is ridiculous. I got so much on Mithra to debunk that, so I hope he comes back to it. So let's do this. Dionysus, also known as Bacchus. Dionysus doesn't fare much better. He was said to be conceived out of the affair between Zeus and a mortal woman. Are you kidding me? You're going to relate this to the virgin birth? Come on, bro. After Zeus' wife Hera found out she was tricked, the mortal into the manner that Zeus revealed himself in all his glory, he begrudgingly agreed, knowing that this would kill her. He was, however, able to rescue Dionysus and sold him, or his heart, into his thigh until he was born. Stop playing with me, man. Stop playing. We're not doing this. Take your zeitgeist argument back, bro. We're not doing this. It makes no sense to do it. Let's do this. Eclispius. He healed the sick, raised the dead, and was known as the Savior Redeemer. That's the claim. The term Psalter, which was applied to Scripture, or which means Savior, in affiliation that Christians argue only applies to Jesus. But Savior can mean many different things. And there's no indication that Asclepius was known as a Savior in the same sense that Jesus is. Since he's a God of medicine and maybe a deification of an actual person who was actually a physician. He shouldn't be surprised. We shouldn't be surprised that he's credited with healing people. That's what doctors do. It's what shamans do. And he is credited with raising Hippolytus from the dead, though he was killed for doing it and accepting gold for it. So now, show us where Christ is even healing people, but he getting paid for it.
Time. All right. Shout out to Yahya Ben Nazareth for dropping his information. We're gonna hand this thing now over to Chris Harris. It is on you, Chris Harris. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your premise round, brother.
All right, can I be heard? Can you say something?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
All right. Me. Let me get my screen share up here. Interesting. Very interesting. Right? Yeah, right. So let's start right now. Hold on. It's still coming up. All right. Okay. Can we go?
Yes, sir.
Start my time?
Yes, sir.
All right. So Yara is trying to argue. I want to add a side note here. In order for us to establish as Jesus a historical character, we must first have a debate on, did he exist anyway? That's not my argument. My argument is, are the stories found within the gospel unique? That is my argument, and that's what I'm presenting today. And I want to remind the judges of that. We heard what you were saying, Yara, but unfortunately, that's not my argument, and I don't need to address any of that. I want to deal with the appellation of Mary, this name Mary here. Now, the name Mary is not unique to the Jewish mother of God. The important sacred epithet Marie was attached to numerous figures in ancient Egypt, such as deities, kings, priests, government officials, and others. Even Egypt itself called itself Ta Mary, the beloved land.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I don't know what you're talking about. You timed out, man. Like I say, it's everybody got a wrench in here, so I don't know what you said. You know, I'm just hosting. But he said he don't have to address none of those things that this man pointed out. This is the type of scholarship that you bring into the table in every debate that I've seen you in. You don't have to. That's not Mike. What do you mean? You're doing comparisons and similarities. And talking about, you don't even know the definition of unique. Unique is something different that nobody else have. That's uniqueness. You always kill yourself in the titles of your debate, but you think you're so intelligent that you think you can get over on people. Come on, man. You don't have to address nothing? So let's see where you're going with it, bro. You should. I would address it if I were you, to try to state my case. But not Chris Harris. I don't have to address anything. It's just the way you say it. I don't have to address anything, like a sensitive woman. I don't have to address anything you guys say. The fact of the matter of it is, and reality of it is, and all this old shit. Address the information, bro. I don't have to address anything. I got the testosterone tendencies. The fuck up and answer the question, bro. Please and thank you, Kareem.
debate on, did he exist anyway? That's not my argument. My argument is, are the stories found within the gospel unique? That is my argument, and that's what I'm presenting today. And I want to remind the judges of that.
All right, stop
We
right there real
heard what
quick,
you were
please.
saying,
Chris.
Yara, but unfortunately, that's not my argument, and I don't need to.
Okay, now y'all heard him. So we need to see the Egyptian gospels the same as the gospels in the goddamn on Bible. Y'all heard him. He said that the gospels are not unique. The things that Christ did in the gospels by healing the blind, people touching his garb to get healed, him taking away leprosy and all this other stuff is not unique. Hey, but your main comparison is Horus. So we need to see Horus doing these acts. I can pull up 37 things that are the best, the miraculous miracles they say he did. But it's not unique. You don't have to address none of that. You've already lost Chris Harris. And this is the type of garbage and the same scholarship that he's going to bring to the table on the 11th of this month. You ain't worthy for a pay-per-view debate, to be honest, bro. I'm just going to keep it 7,000, bro. You're garbage. You're the same guy that when after Yara whooped your ass the last time on Sonnet TV, you paid Sonnet to take the debate down because after the debate, when all the people called in, they got on your goddamn neck. You paid for that, bro. Let's go. Please and thank you.
Address any of that. I want to deal with the appellation of Mary, this name Mary here. Now, the name Mary is not unique to the Jewish mother of God. The important sacred epithet Marie was attached to numerous figures in ancient Egypt, such as deities, kings, priests, government officials, and others. Even Egypt itself called itself Ta Mary, the beloved land. Horus' mother is also called Marie Osset, meaning the beloved of Asar. The New Testament narrative tells us in Matthew chapter 1 that Mary was highly favored and she would bring forth the Holy Child through the Spirit of God. This story was already told 3,000 years prior with the birth of Horus. Let's deal with the wise men and the Star of Bethlehem here. Now, Matthew chapter 2 speaks of a star in the east signifying the birth of Jesus, along with the wise men who brought, ironically, 3 gifts. But let's take a closer look and see if this story is unique. Osiris' coming was announced by 3 wise men, the 3 stars of the Mintaka, the Analam, and the Alantak in the belt of Orion, which pointed directly to Osiris' star in the east, which is Cyrus or Sapadet, the significator of his birth. The coming of Osiris, the savior of Egypt, was associated with the star in the east because the Egyptians recognized that the rising of Cyrus or Sapadet with the sun or Heliacally occurred around the summer solstice, the time of the Nile flooding. Let's deal with this. Now, Osiris becomes like the morning star near his sister Sapadet, or Greek Sophis. There he lived in the form of the star Sophis or Sapadet. Osiris is Sapadet or Sophis, which is his sister, usually identified as Isis, but sometimes also as Hathor. In one pyramid text, the Osiris sister is Sapadet, while one of his female relatives, either his sister or his mother, is the morning star. Let's continue on. Now, at Pyramid Text 593, Sirius' announcement of Osiris is also discussed in terms of the god spreading his seed or semen upon Isis in order to create Horus, an event representing the Nile overflowing its banks and bringing bringing forth water to the ever-renewing virgin soil. Now, I want to go here. Now, in Pyramid Text 670.
Y'all hear that? Now, a lot of us, when we read the Bible, and it says that Mary was pregnant before she got with Joseph, so that's how they come with the conception that it was a virgin birth. You know what I mean? They don't say anything about Isis being a virgin. We want you to bring to this debate showing Isis being a virgin. Where's it written down? In our scriptures, we're not talking with that part of the story. They don't say anything about no semen being collected. But go ahead, Kramer. Please, thank you.
26, Osiris is the morning star, as is Horus. But in Revelations chapter 22, verse 16, this is what Jesus states. I, Jesus, have sent my angel to give you testimony for the churches. I am the root and offspring of David and the bright morning star. This is a clear reference to him alluding to himself as the sun or Asar. Because as we see in Pyramid Text 676, Osiris is the morning star. Let's continue on. Here's a picture that illustrates the three kings that pointed to the eastern star that showed the birth of birth of God's son at the winter solstice. Now let's examine your New Testament text here. Luke 1:28, it says, an angel came unto her and said, Hail thou, Mary, thou art highly favored. The Lord is with you. Blessed art thou among the women, as we can see she's highly favored. But I want to point to her name being Mary, which I've already presented as being the name and epithet of Horus' mother, Marie Osset. Marie Osset means the beloved.
Morning star, a bright, didn't say nothing about no sun. A bright planet, especially Venus, when visible in the east before sunrise. Chris? Morning star. The definition of it. A bright planet, especially Venus. The sun is not a planet. When visible in the east before sunrise, Chris. That's what it means. All right, Kareem. Please and thank you.
Of Asar, in which she was highly favored amongst the gods. Once again, there's nothing unique in concerning the birth of Jesus, nor the announcement of his conception into the world through a virgin. These things are not a coincidence, but need to be looked at closely in order to understand the origins of these narratives. Once again, let's go over certain points of interest. Both bore the name Mary, both bore the Son of God, both had miraculous conceptions, both were considered virgins, both conceived a child born from a supreme being, and both were told to hide the divine child from an evil ruler in Egypt. Nothing unique about that story. Let's continue on. Now let's deal with the baptism in living water. Now in John chapter 4, Jesus considers himself the living water. This is the story about the Samaritan woman who came forth. And this is what Jesus says. He says, if you knewest the gift of God, and who is it that saith to you, give me to drink water, you would have asked him, and he would have given you living water. The woman said unto him, you ain't got nothing to do with me, and I don't have nothing to draw with. Jesus answered and said unto her, whosoever drinketh this water shall thirst again, but whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give shall never thirst, but the water that I shall give him shall be him a well of water springing up into everlasting life. Jesus refers to himself as the living water. But the utterances found in the pyramid text clearly teach that Osiris is the cool and refreshing water that will lead to everlasting life. Quote, in your name belong youth, the freshness of cool water, and life everlasting in your name of fresh water. Osiris is clearly representative of the fresh water of eternal life. The pyramid text, chapter 33.
Kramer, can you stop real quick?
Pyramid text also.
So now, Osiris is Horus's father. Are you comparing Christ to the father of Horus? And then you compare him to Horus as well? I mean, what are we doing here, man? So Christ is now, the story of Christ has come from the father and the son of the Egyptians, according to Chris. All right, Chris.
So 423, 765 through 767. That's my source for that. Let's deal with the 12 disciples. Now, in Luke chapter 6, Jesus chooses 12 disciples to learn of his teachings, and later he sends them forth to teach and baptize in his name. which he admits he's the bright and shining morning star. The 12 disciples or helper motive is not uniquely found in just the Jesus New Testament accounts or gospel accounts. Let's see, the 12 Titans, the 12 Olympians, the 12 labors of Hercules, the 12 Hittite gods of the underworld, the 12 human sacrifices to Hades, the 12 winds of Aristotle, the 12 tablets of Roman law, the 12 prophetic birds of Romulus, the 12 followers of Romulus, the 12 sons of the Acalarenta, the 12 priests of the College of Arvals, the 12 peoples of Eretria, the 12 cities of Caia, the 12 Salian priests, and the Palor and Pavor. Let's continue on. The 12 altars of Janus, the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 divine horses of the deified Augustus, the 12 initiates of Mithraism, and the 12 forms of the Mithraic soul. So we see this 12 is somewhat of a mythical number that represents something that we may never understand, but it's not exclusive to the biblical narrative. It's not unique to the biblical narrative when we see other mythical figures in the number 12. Let's look at the 12 followers of Osiris who practice Ma'at on the earth. Now, this is based on the 7th hour of the Book of Gates as seen in the tomb of Ramses III, or Usa Ma'at Ra Satepen Ra Ramesu Meriamen III in the 12th century BCE. And this is what the text reads. It says, on his tomb, you have practiced Ma'at when they were still on earth. Osiris says to them, Ma'at belongs to you, who are truthful. You are satisfied with what you have done, as those have become my retinue, which means my followers. And as you can see, these are the 12 followers or the 12 gods of Ma'at, and they all have the feathers on their head.
All right, stop.
As we can see here, here's more proof. Horus and his 12 apostles.
All right. Where are these 12 people running around the earth teaching about salvation? Teaching about Horus being the Redeemer. Where they at? Show us their works. Show us their gospels, Chris. We need to see it. All right, Chris. What do you think?
Or his 12 helpers from the 7th hour of the book of Amduat as seen in the tomb of Amenhotep II. And this is the 15th century BCE. And he sends forth his 12 helpers to help spread Ma'at and set the world in order. And as we can see, Horus sits on his throne, and there are the 12 helpers. Horus and his 12 divine helpers again. Here he is from the tomb of Ramses again, 12th century BCE. There they are again. Now let's take a look when the so-called God decides to speak in the New Testament. He tells everyone within earshot, this is my beloved son in whom I am well pleased. This narrative is found in Luke chapter 3, verse 32, Matthew chapter 3, verse 17. But antiquity tells us something different. Let's take a look, shall we? Now in Matthew chapter 3, as it says, this is my beloved son whom I am well pleased. But Newt and the deceased king, utterances 1 through 11, it clearly states, Newt, the brilliant and great, this is my son, my firstborn, opener of my womb. This is my beloved.
Whoa. How many daddies do Horus got? Now it's Newt? Newt, this is my son, my firstborn, opener of the womb. Is Newt a woman or a man? Who is Newt? This is my beloved whom I was satisfied. First it was Osiris, now we're going to Newt? Which one is it? And he said Egypt fed Israel when they were starving. Babies don't feed mothers. Where is your scholarship? Okay. Egypt fed Israel when they were starving. Oh, so we're going to go with that story? So, wait a minute. Who saved who from famine? Did we not save them from famine?
But we're not going to do the comparison. Like, okay, so he's saying that it's not unique because the story. I mean, he's saying the similarities to the story, but you're not showing the dates on who started it first. So, because unique would be, they doing it first and then somebody's copying, but you're not showing none of that. You basically showing similarities when you can find similarities in a lot of stuff. But you know, they did say that Christ, you know, he came into Egypt, so it's a lot of practice been taught, but you can't sit there and say that it's not unique if you're not pointing out the dates of who did it first.
Horus died by goddamn scorpions. Osiris was cut up into many pieces. Where was Christ died by scorpions? And where the hell was our Christ daddy cut up into many goddamn pieces, Chris Harris? That's unique. That's different from Christ's story. Christ died on the cross. Christ's daddy was never cut up into pieces. And now you're bringing somebody else's story, talking about some goddamn nut. So is Nut now the father of Horus? You all over the goddamn place, bro. Is Nut the father of Horus now? What dynasty did you get this information from? He talking about Nut. First he was talking about Osiris. Then he done jumped all the way to goddamn Nut. It's like to say by Nut the brilliant, the great, this is my son, my friend. Who is they talking about, Chris? What son? Because you were talking about Horus. Let's go.
Of it in whom I have been satisfied. It's almost like it was taken word for word. That's not unique in Matthew chapter 3 and Luke chapter 3. It's not unique. It's already written some 2 millennia before this. It's taken right out of the pyramid text. So how is that unique when the God of the Bible is clearly paraphrasing pagan texts?
Right,
I mean, could the writers of the New Testament be any more?
Stop. Okay. Can you let me put the camera on. This is taken out of the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead, when you go to part of the introduction, Grim, can you put the keep it like it is. Yeah. I showed y'all this earlier, and I'm gonna show it to you. I told my goddamn book. Anyway, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. So you talking about pyramid texts? Your Egyptian Book of the Dead says this is where Christianity comes from. It didn't say that it came from Osiris. It didn't say that this story came from Horus. It didn't say that this story came from Isis. It didn't say that this story came from Nut or Neb or Geb or all these other characters. It says the chief features of the Egyptian religion. Yeah. Can you see it? It's right there. Screenshot. So you don't think JJ lying. You go to the page, everything. See it? The introduction. The chief features of the Egyptian religion remain unchanged from the 5th to the 6th dynasty. So what does it say? Down to the period when the Egyptians embraced Christianity after the preaching of Mark the apostle. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Have you ever heard of this? This is the same guy who went to Egypt and taught the story of Christ. Now, Chris, you will have to prove that Mark of Alexandria, who came to Alexandria, stole his information from these symbols that none of these people at the time could read. It took later for Jean Champollion and E. Wallace Budge and all these guys to figure this out. Chris, you have to prove that Mark, a person as you said, don't even exist, stole this information from, he had some kind of privileges from the priest. The Egyptian priesthood taught him these symbols, and he learned the ways of these stories about Horus. And even Horus, this Horus story has nothing to do with Christ. There's a few similarities. But then he want to go to some goddamn nut. It don't matter. Okay, so if he was in Alexandria, that don't mean that he got it from Egypt. That means he visited there, and he spread the word. Just like the other apostles went different places and spread the word. So before they spread the word of Christ, did they come into Egypt and get it from him too? Use some goddamn common sense. Use some common sense. In your Book of the Dead, it said that Christianity came into Egypt from Mark. It don't say in your Book of the Dead that Mark got this information about Christ from the Egyptians. It don't say that. I haven't found that. Produce it. And I smile. Produce it. All right, Krim, let's get back to the where we was at. Let's get back to that.
More original? Come on, son. No pun intended. Anyway, let's deal with Jesus turning water to wine. It's another miracle that's mentioned in the New Testament, but that's not solely exclusive to himself in the New Testament narrative. Jesus produces wine-making miracles. Now, in John 2, verse 6 through 9, there were 6 water pots of stone according to the manner of purification of the Jews, containing 20 or 30 gallons apiece. Jesus said to them,
back on the video. Him and Yara's debate, yeah.
My bad, I was on the other one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fill the water pots with water. And then he tells them what? He filled them to the brim and he said, draw out some now and take it to the master of the feast. They took it. When the master of the feast had tasted the water, it was made wine. That's what it says. And they did not know where it came from, but the servants had drawn the water knew. The master of the feast, called the bridegroom, created this wine miracle. But this miracle is no big deal. Before the Gospels existed, there was a story of a wine deity named Dionysus who produced the same miracles. Let's continue on. In his role as wine god, in myths, Dionysus was said to perform various miracles in connection with grapevines and wines. Importantly, they all have to do with God's coming and appearance and epiphany. Let's check out his miracle here. Now, at Elis in Western Peloponnesus, on the occasion of Dionysus' holidays called Theria, when Dionysus was present there, priests under the watch of witnesses placed 3 empty basins of water in a building under the seal. The next morning, when the seal door was broken and the people entered, the basins were full of wine. The same thing that happened in John and what we just read. Here's another one. On the Aegean island of Naxos, wine gushed from water, a miracle that first occurred when Dionysus married Adrian there. So these wine miracles are not exclusive to Jesus. They're not unique to just him. More importantly, most of these miracles were associated with the epiphany of Dionysus at the time of his festival, evidencing the presence of
Christine Harris. Did Dionysus die on the cross? Did Horus die on the cross? Did Mithra die on the cross? Any of them? Your goddamn horse was killed by goddamn scorpions. Christ tell you we can walk and tread on scorpions and snakes if you believe in the Most High God. So we have, if all we need to find is one unique thing, Chris, and the story makes it different. Do you even know the difference? You know the definition of unique? That means there's something that's stand out that's different from all the other combined stories. Each of these people that you mentioned, they all are unique. They all have something different about them, you idiot. And this is what you're trying to do, get in front of the camera and do this shit? So now I got to ask you, did Dionysus die on the goddamn cross? If he didn't, then that excludes Dionysus. So what, did Horus have a wine story? What about that? No, he didn't. Where's the story of Horus casting out demons and putting them into pigs? Did Dionysus do this too, Chris? Show us in the story. If he didn't, that makes Christ unique. That makes his story different. That makes his story not copied. because it's something different in the story. It's not the same. It's not identical. All right, Kermit, please and thank you.
Of his divinity. Likewise, at Cana, the Cana miracle was a sign of Jesus' divine identity also. So he wasn't the first to do it. Let's deal with the bread of life. In the Gospels, Jesus performs a miracle with 7 loaves of bread found in the narratives of Matthew 15, 34 through 36, Mark chapter 8, 5 through 6. Jesus feeds 4,000 in one instance, then he feeds 5,000 on another, right? But when we look at the bread, when we look closely, bread miracles are not just found in the biblical narrative either. When we look at the Book of the Dead or the Pert Em Heru, we clearly read that Horus makes 7 loaves of bread that are presented to Osiris in chapter 53, written millennia earlier than the gospel text. Also in the Book of the Dead, we see that it's Horus that makes these 7 loaves of bread. And it clearly says, quote, "Thou hast made me these 7 loaves to live by." Now, John chapter 6 clearly says that he is the bread of life. But in Pyramid Text 373, we understand that Osiris is the bread of life in the Book of the Dead, chapter 18. The deceased make a pledge for bread, which is Osiris.
Stop. No.
What? How you make the bread? He baked it in the oven.
Wait, he made some bread and he fed it to one person, Osiris. The story that's different is we fed 4,000 on one occasion, 5,000 on another, and we had fish. We had fish and bread. Where are your fish with your story? We didn't say we was the first person to eat bread or to feed another.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He making it seem like Jesus is claiming first titles and everything. Like, just because Jesus did it, he's not saying Jesus did it, the only one that did it and the first that did it, and he's unique because he did it. No, it's possible that it's been done before.
The way he did it is unique. Your guy only fed Osiris. That's unique to the Horus story. What's unique to the Christ story, he fed 4,000 and 9,000, and he had fish with his. Is there fish with Osiris story? Chris? This is you are not the father type of scholarship. You don't know. This is what you're displaying. I don't know if I'm the father type of scholarship, meaning you don't know. Chris Harris? All right, Creamer, please.
Oh my God. Okay.
Osiris, that he shall receive eternal life. Osiris is also the Lord of bread and wine mentioned in the pyramid text. Now, Jesus presents himself as the bread of life in the Passover meal ritual when he commands his followers to eat so they may live in his name. But in the Book of the Dead, chapter 30, it says, "Let there be given to him bread and beer," clearly wine, which is a substitute for wine or vice versa, which is issued in the presence of Osiris.
Stop. Bread and beer. Is that what he just said? Is that what he just said, Creamer? He said bread and beer.
Yeah, and I like how he skip up, how he just be fumbling with the information and just tying things together.
Bread and beer. We had bread and fish. And then when we did our wine, we was at a party. When he changed water to wine, he was at a marriage ceremony. Where's the marriage ceremony that whoever changed theirs to something? Yeah, right, Outside Cube. How is beer wine? Not everything's similar, y'all. You might want to say MD 2020, the same as beer. You know? Come on, Chris. You got to do better than this. This is what you going to bring to us? This is what you bringing? All right, Creamer. Please and thank you.
Seemed like they was copying, but they didn't have all the ingredients to copy, so they work with whatever they worked it with, I guess.
Oh, so we copied off them, but not we had.
No, they copied off of us.
I'm not even gonna say that. I just think we did our own thing. They did their own shit. That's what happened. That's what I think. Everybody in the world eat beer and drink wine and bread. But all of a sudden, because it's written in the Egyptian text and it's written in the Sumerian text, I guess the Sumerian got eating bread from the Kemetics. This is the dumbest logic I ever heard in my life. This is, like I say, you are not the father type of scholarship. You don't know. You thinking you know, you don't know until the results come out. And guess what? You are not the father. The milkman is. All right, Kramer. Please and thank you.
That he will be forever like the followers of Osiris. Also in the coffin text spell, those who rebel have no power, quote, those who rebel have no power over this flesh of mine, for my bread is in pay and my beer is in debt, and this power of mine belongs to me. My power is in the bread and beer. My power is in life, prosperity, and health. Pay and debt are ancient Egyptian towns which were given to Horu. Now, as we see here, Osiris, they make offerings to Osiris of bread and beer, which later became bread and wine. Moving on. Let's deal with the miracle of healing with spit. Mark 8:23 clearly says that Jesus healed a blind man when he spit on the ground and put his hands on him. And he asked him if he saw anything. But in coffin text, spell 1113, Horus says, I am the one who spits on the wounds which will heal. Quote, in pyramid text also, Horus is depicted as relieving intestinal pain as well as other assorted ailments, including disease and death. So we see that Horu.
Intestinal pains and going blind is two different things. Every culture has somebody healing somebody. But what makes Jesus unique, he healed some blind people. Where is your story of these other cats healing blind? I don't know what kind of judges were sitting in on this one. I mean, wow. All he had to do was point out one unique thing, and if the other people, you can't find other stories of him healing blind, then it's not the same. I who spits on wounds and I will heal. In the pyramid text, Horus is depicted revealing intestinal pains as well as assorted other ailments, including disease of death. In Mark 8:23. So he took the blind man by his hand and led him out to the town. Whole different story. And when he spit on the eyes and put his hands on him, he asked him if he saw anything. This is totally different stories. This nigga, this other guy need Pepto-Bismol, so he got him intestinal pains, diarrhea, what they call that? When you can't go to the bathroom. Intestinal pains, or he drinking too much beer and wine, eating too much pork. So once again, Chris, and then you notice this is some stuff he typed out. These are even not real sources, y'all. What Chris got up here. Okay, we got the pyramid text, and he got the scripture. So I'm gonna say that I'm gonna take that back. But those two are two different things. Mark 8:23 is not the same as pyramid text 2:19, 19:2b. Pyramid, how is that the same?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm sure was looking up that text right there. So yeah.
Yeah, it ain't the same. But let's keep going.
Is also a miracle worker of healing, and he did miracles with spit. So as we can see, the healing with the spit miracle is not exclusive to Jesus. Apparently, the healing with spit miracle shows the divinity of Horus as it did Jesus. Come on, man, it's not unique. Now, the first thing we must understand that the story of Jesus raising his friend Lazarus, because we're going to deal with this, is actually found in the pyramid and coffin text. Asar is the name for Osiris, Horus' father, who Horus raised from the dead. He was referred to as the Asar as a sign of respect. Translated into Hebrew, this is El Asar. The Romans added the prefix us to indicate a male name at the end of Asar. So Asar became Asar us to indicate a male name, producing a Lazarus. Over time, E was dropped and S became Z, producing Lazarus. Now, this so-called miracle is produced in Bethany when Lazarus' sisters, Martha and Mary, cries over him in John chapter 11, 1 through 45. Jesus tells Lazarus to come forth out of his grave, resurrecting him by calling him forth from his tomb. But this is not unique to Jesus. Let's examine it. Horus was esteemed for resurrecting the dead, especially his father Osiris, as I mentioned, is Asar, as also Lazarus, but also others, including Ray and the deceased in the mortuary literature, with the priest serving as Horus during the ritual. Now, in coffin text spell 29, this is what it says, quote, by a great word made by Horus that Osiris is resurrected. Quote, just like Jesus saying, Lazarus come forth, he did it by his word. Horus did it by his word.
Stop. By the great words of Horus, did he say Osiris is resurrected? The son resurrects the daddy, y'all. Wait. Did he say that, Karima? What did he say? The resurrection of Osiris by Horus. So the daddy is now resurrected. Hold up. Both of these niggas died. Both of them resurrected each other. Because when Horus was a kid, he was resurrected by all the gods. All the gods had to come together to resurrect Horus. So that means to tell me, in your story, Horus is actually more powerful than Osiris, because when Horus resurrected Osiris, he needed no help from no other gods. But when Horus was a baby and got killed, Osiris needed all the help, or was it might have been Tahudio, but one of the gods, they needed all the helps from the other gods. That's not in our story, Chris Harris. Our God never dies. Christ never has to bring back the Most High God back to life. And when the Most High God resurrected Christ, he didn't need all these other deities to help him do that. But this story seems confusing because now it seems like that Horus got more power than his daddy. Think about it. All right, Kermit, please think.
Now, the resurrection of Osiris by Horus occurs in many Egyptian texts, such as Pyramid Text 606. For example, Horus is vividly described as raising Asar from the dead and avenging him. Stand up, Father, stand up for me. Osiris, it is I, your son. I am Horus. I have come that I might clean.
Okay, now, how many times this nigga done died? Because there's other stories that Isis brings him back to life. Her and a Seth's wife, Nektad, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Seth's wife, Thoth or Tahuti, and Isis bring him back to life. Now we got another story that Horus, the son, is bringing him back to life. Unless he talking about Horus the elder. Somebody talking about Horus the elder. So how many goddamn Horuses is it? Where did he come from out the blue? But we have to be talking about the son in this one. So they talking about the son, Horus, bringing back the dead, the creator god, Osiris. Well, I don't know if he's the creator god, but he's Horus's daddy. And Horus didn't even need no help from all the other gods. He did it by himself. But when Osiris and the rest of these guys had to bring back Horus, why did he need help from all the other gods? Let's keep it moving. Please think.
You, cleanse you, revive you, assemble you for your bones, collect you for your swimming parts, and assemble you from your dismembered parts. For I am Horus who saves his father. So he's raising a man out of his tomb from the dead by his very word. Horus causes.
Stop. Our story is Christ is not saving his father, not bringing him back to life. And when our God Resurrect Christ. He don't need help from all these other deities as it was when you guys try to bring Horus back to life. I want everybody to remember that. You got to see the differences. There's so many differences. He can talk about all the little seminaries all he wants. You got to address the differences. That's what makes it unique. That's what makes it different. Hey, man, y'all go ahead, man. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. We've been on for 4 hours and 33 minutes. Man, Sister Kareem is a great moderator and host. Man, y'all hit her cash app up. Hit that cash app up. You know what I'm saying? Support the channel. We trying to do big things in 2023. You know. But anyway, back to the program. The resurrection of Osiris by Horus in many ancient Egyptian texts. For example, Horus is vividly described as raising Osiris from the dead and avenging him. Standing up for me, Father. Stand up for me. What type of God is this? That his son got to bring him back. How is that the same as ours, Chris Harris? Do you not know what identical and the same and unique mean? Or you just run your mouth and you don't even listen to what the hell you say? Take that goddamn hat off for a change. Squeeze that pea brain of yours. All right, Creamer, please and thank you.
Osiris the king to stand in Pyramid Text 364, Pyramid Text 369. Horus and Tahuti raised Osiris the king upon his side and caused him to stand among the two divine Enads, or goddesses. Horus bids Osiris the king to come forth from his tomb and awake in Pyramid Text 620. Horus comes to the king, parts his bandages, and casts off his bonds. Now, what does this sound similar to? The description of the Osiris mummy being summoned from the tomb amid his two siblings sounds very much like the episode or pericope in the New Testament of Jesus calling forth the mummy Lazarus from the tomb in front of his two sisters. When he had said this, he cried with a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out." The dead man came out, his hands and feet bound with bandages and his face wrapped with a cloth. Jesus said to him, "Unbind him and let him go." This is found in John chapter 11, 43 and 44. Now, like Jesus in Pyramid Text 268, Horus also purifies the dead man, and removes evil. Now, after the purification, it is said in the Pyramid Text that, quote, Horus has dispelled the evil which was on you for 4 days. Coincidentally, the time of Lazarus' period in the tomb was also, y'all, guess what? 4 days. Anyway, now when Jesus came, he found that Lazarus had already been in the tomb for 4 days. That's John chapter 11. As can be seen, there is a good reason to assert that the raising of Lazarus represents a rehash of the resurrection of Osiris, and the parallels continue. Now, adding to the obvious correlations between the raising of Osiris and that of Lazarus by Jesus, at the scene of the Egyptian god's resurrection appear his two sisters, deemed Myrta, in the Book of the Dead, precisely as Lazarus' sisters, Mary and Martha. Were present at his resurrection. Now, in the Book of the Dead, chapter 37, these two sister goddesses are expressed in the hieroglyphs for Isis and Nephthys, which would be Meri Isis and Meri Nephthys, with the word Myrta meaning two eyes as witnesses. So the two Marys were present at Osiris' resurrection Osiris' resurrection by the word of Horus. They were present there. Let's continue on. Now let's deal with the location of this miracle that happened with Osar and Lazarus. Now Hebrews added their prefix for house, which is Beth, to Anu to produce Beth Anu, or the house of Anu. Since U and Y were interchangeable in antiquity, Beth Anu became Bethany, the location mentioned in John 11, Lazarus of Bethany. Moreover, the raising of Lazarus with his sister Mary and Martha as two witnesses or two eyes take place in Bethany. Now, continuing on, which means the house of dates or house of misery, which appears to be the equivalent of the Egyptian house of Anu. The Book of the Dead discusses the house of the great god in Heliopolis, or Beth Anu, as that city was called in Egyptian. Anu is the celestial On, or Heliopolis, the city of the sun, as well as the capital of the mythological world. In the Book of the Dead 89, Anu is the land wherein thousands of reunions, referring to the souls of the afterlife, reuniting with their cause. In Book of the Dead chapter 57, Osiris says, "I rest in Beth Anu," which later became Beth Ani. The house of Osiris in Anu was called Hat Saru. the house of the prince. That is the abode of Horus when he came to raise Osiris from the tomb. It was the sanctuary of Osiris who attended by the two Myrtae or Marys, the pair of divine sisters better known by the names Isis and Nephthys. Hence, while Lazarus is raised at Bethany, Osiris is resurrected in the house of Beth Anu. Nothing unique in that story there.
I'm talking about pseudo as
Let's deal
hell.
with this crucifixion narrative here, because we see that Baal of Canaan was also crucified, who was the son of El. Now, as we see, Baal is taken prisoner. I'm going to draw these parallels real quick. Jesus is taken prisoner. If you got a problem with it, deal with the Assyriologists. Don't deal with me. Baal is tried in the Great Hall. Jesus is tried in the Great Hall, the Hall of Justice.
Time.
Ooh,
All right.
start real quick,
Chris
Kramer,
Harris is gonna get
please.
into
Thank you. Yeah.
The rebuttal round.
Real
They
quick.
agree.
All right. Outside the Q said that was pseudo as hell. Jay the Snake, he agrees with me. The morning star is Venus, not the sun. See what I'm saying? You doing all these, trying to do all these comparisons and mix and match and match and Mitch. You know, come on, bro. You way off. You reach it. And this is exactly what he's going to be trying to do in this debate. Only a fool will listen to this nonsense and agree with him. All right, Kramer, please and thank you. Oh, one more, Kramer. One more. I got to read one more. I'm sorry. One more. I seen one more, please, real quick. It was able-bodied enlightenment. Christ is called morning star. In the Bible, the morning star is the sun. We just proved it when we looked at the definition of morning star. No, the morning star is Venus. You see? All right. And this, it takes 3 days for the sun to rise. When does it take 3 days for the sun to rise? When? It goes up and down every day. But, you know, all right, Kramer.
Read on 10 minutes for the rebuttal. So I'm going to go ahead and set the timer for 10 minutes and pass it over to Yara Ben Nazareth. Brother, it is on you. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your rebuttal.
Share my screen. All right. Let's get into this. Now, I told you people from the very beginning, he's just going to run down you the whole Zeitgeist movie. So if you see that movie, you've heard his argument before, right? And it's already been debunked all over the universe. So let's just go through the motions, right? With this here. So again, let's read this, right? We're talking about the uniqueness. Is the story of Jesus unique? Now, he wants to do parallels and similarities, but we're going to talk about what that actually looks like. So let's deal with some actual unique things, right? The meaning of the term hypostatic union as applied to Christ. The English word hypostasis is derived from a Greek word meaning essence, actual being, reality. W.F. Arden and William Gingrich, a Greek-English lexicon of the New Testament. Thus, it refers to the real essence of a person. The real essence of a person. Not a vegetative solar deity that's not real. Right? He's only talking about what nature would have looked like or how they would have experienced nature or their environment. He's not talking about a real person. So you're equating fictional characters to the historicity of Jesus. That's what you're doing. Don't debate it if you want to. That's on you. So again, the meaning of the term hypostatic union. As applied to Christ, it is related to the issue of the real essence of the incarnated Jesus Christ. He is both deity and humanity in essence. The incarnate Jesus Christ has a complete divine nature and a complete divine human nature inseparably united in one person. Thus, he is a theanthropic person, a God man. The word theanthropic is derived from the combination of the two Greek words theos, God, and anthropos, man. This union of two complete natures in Jesus Christ has been called the hypostatic union by theologians because it is the real essence of the incarnated Christ. Let's go on. He mentioned the only begotten Son. Let's deal with that, right? You are who I thought you were. Let's deal with it. The phrase only begotten Son has been ammunition for false teachers since at least the 4th century at the Council of Nicaea. This expression appears in one of the most memorized verses in the Bible. Jesus says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in him should not perish, but should have everlasting life." John 3:16, right? But let's look at what that word actually breaks down to, people. Just let me get into it, right? That word begotten, right? Or that term only begotten means monogenesis. Monogenesis. What does monogenesis mean? It's right there in the book in John 3:16. Monogenesis, right? 34:39. It says one and only. Genus, offspring, stock, properly, one and only, one of a kind, literally monos of a class, genus, the only of his kind. Is that not unique? The book itself tells you that he is unique. He's only one of a kind. Damn your similarities. That's all they are. We've already proven and shown you cannot connect solar deity to the Christ, the story, the narrative of Christ. He teaches against the sun. He teaches against this worship of celestial beings, of celestial entities. But the scripture clearly tells you, John 3:16, the only begotten, what? The only one of his kind. That's the debate. Let's move forward. Monogenesis. Right here, right. It says, doesn't mean only begotten in some sort of birthing sense. The confusion extends from an all misunderstanding of the root of the Greek root. For years, monogenesis was thought to have been derived from two Greek terms, mono, only, and geno, to beget, a bear. But Greek scholars later discovered that the second part of the word monogenesis does not come from the Greek verb geneo, but rather from the noun genos, class or kind. So it means, again, the only one of its kind. The term literally means one of a kind or unique without connotation of created origin. That means there's nothing else like it in the universe. It's in the book. It's in the book. Here's the source. Heiser, The Unseen Realm, Rediscovering the Supernatural Worldwide View of the Bible. Billingham, Lexingham Press, 2015. Let's go a little further. In every translation, there's several translations you can see. It's going to give you the same word here in Greek, monogenesis. It means one of a kind, unique, nothing else like it in existence ever. Let's deal with some of this stuff here, man. Similar is not the same, no parallel. Let me do something else since I only got a few minutes. Let me do something fun, right? Let me show you what we got here. Let me show you what we got here. Because I can deal with some of this other stuff. Let's just deal with it for a second. Let's talk about unique because he's on this thing, parallels and similarities. Here's our definition of unique. Being the only one existing of its type. I just showed you the very definition, monogenesis, in the scripture. Attributed to Christ, John 3:16. One of his kind, unique. But let's get into it. Right? Scientists keep finding more similarities. Watch this, people. This is from Live Science. Scientists keep finding more similarities between humans and chimps. They share most of our genes. They seem to be able to handle tools, and they grasp some English pretty well, too. Now, researchers have found that we share a similar brain pattern when communicating. What Chris Harris wants us to believe is that because there are similarities between humans and chimps, that they're the same. That human beings are not unique from chimps or apes. That's what he's going to want to tell us. And I know some people say, oh, we are considered apes. They'll say that. But go tell your mother that. Go tell your sister that. They're ape. This is what they want to do. And what's the similarities? What's the difference? Let's see what the difference is that shows how similar doesn't equate to being unique. And let me show you. Their brains are about 1/3 the size of humans, but the major differences come down to ones of degrees, not of kind. Y'all understand that? Let's go even further. Let's talk about things that are similar, but it doesn't overtake uniqueness. Your fingerprints. Do identical twins have identical fingerprints? They come from the same egg, the same mother, and have some of the same genetic makeup. But because they are formed from a single zygote, however, fingerprints are not an entirely genetic characteristic. They are determined by the interactions of genes in the development and the environment of the womb. So basically what you have is you have twins come from the same egg, same womb, same mother, all those similarities, but they yet have uniqueness. Their fingerprints are not the same. They're identified differently. They may even look the same. They may even have the same phenotypes as identical twins, but they're not the same. They're not the same. So similarities does not overcome uniqueness. It's as simple as that. Let's go a little further. Right? Two UK twins were born with different skin tones and different features, and it's left many with lots of question about their race. So you got two sisters. Came from the same egg, same mother, but one is Jacob and one is Esau. Look at it. Just because they have similarities, that makes them the same? Clearly, no. Let's go even a little further than that. We all know who Rachel Dolezal is. She's a female. She's a woman. Similarities. But she claims to be a black woman. Is Chris Harris telling us that this is okay? That makes them the same? That makes her a black woman? Is that what you want to teach? Is that the basis of your argument here? That because they have similarities, they equal the same? We're talking about uniqueness here. You have to understand the basis of this argument.
Hey, JJ,
and this
can I say something real quick?
Here.
And I got to go back to work.
I don't care how.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at that record that he had from Dionysus about the water and the wine. Now, any fool that actually read that, it never said that the water was turned into wine. It said that they placed water in 3 basins, left it there overnight, and later the people came in there and it was wine. Now, a logical reason would be, don't you think they probably poured the water out and poured wine in there in a period of 8 hours overnight? Because when Jesus turned water into wine, he told the disciples to bring the basins, and by the time they went and brought the basins, the water was turned into wine. But he talking about a text that showed that the water took a whole nighttime to so-called turn into wine, as if nobody could have replaced the water with the wine.
Right. The Dionysus punk ass. Hey, he couldn't even turn it to wine the same day, y'all. The hell's going on? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to point out.
Okay, family. Hey, hit that like, share, and subscribe. Shout out to the People's Champ, Corey TKO Dawson. All right, Kirby, please and thank you.
How many similarities he brings out? I can go through a litany of them. But the debate is Jesus unique. John 3:16 says he is monogenesis, the only begotten. There's none like him in the universe. The purest definition of unique that exists in any rhetorical sense. You're going to tell us because Rachel Dolezal has similarities with a black woman? Because she darkened her skin or she got curly hair? That now she can call herself a black woman? She has the right to call herself a black woman? Just because Osar and Haru and Mithra and all these other fake solar deities, which we already show has nothing to do with the biblical narrative of Christ.
Time.
Historical narrative, they get to call themselves Christ? No, we're talking about the uniqueness of Yeshua.
Time. All right. Shout out to Yara Ben Nazareth. It's Chris Harris' turn to rebut. It is on you, Chris Harris, whenever you're ready.
Hold on, let me
Do you want to share screen?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. Let's start it up. Let's start it up here. Let me wait till my screen comes up. Okay, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hit star solar. I mean, yes, hit star solar. Ironically, solar. Let's get it, man. Let's make this happen real quick. This is easy. Tell me when I can go.
You can go now, brother.
All right, so I want to take everybody back to Yara's premise here, and I want to remind everybody that this is not about the historical relevance of Jesus. This is about, are the stories or is the Jesus story unique?
Can you stop real quick?
Yara clearly says there were similarities.
Yara clearly says that there were similarities. I want to take everybody back and remind everybody. Man, who talks like that? And you want me and Black Jesus out the way to talk like that? You sound fruity. You sound emasculated. You sound like your balls got decapitated. You understand? Y'all hear him? Hey, you guys, man, what? Listen to him.
Go ahead, Chris. Please thank you.
Between Jesus and mythological precursors. He clearly says it right here in his premise, but he states they fail to invalidate the historicity of Jesus. That is not the debate. That is nothing but a red herring. That has nothing to do with the debate, because in order for me to debate that, we would have to debate on his existence. So if you're arguing the historicity of Jesus, that's on you. I came in here to show you that they were not unique. You're trying to say unique means exactness. It does not mean exactness, not at all.
Okay,
unique, I want to go back to the definition, and it means this.
Please stop. If any of these guys that you compare Christ to, if they're not listed as historical figures, that's unique.
No, he just broke it down. How you get that out of there when he just said he's trying to prove that they're the same? Like, he gave the definition, and he's saying that he's saying this.
Chris is good for reversing some shit on you and making you say some shit that you didn't say, and then just slip it in, and hope the audience don't catch it. That's what Chris do all the time. That's another thing I want y'all to watch out for this guy, man. He's a professional liar. And then all that little guys and all that little talk like that. See through that, man. He's not sincere. Sincere. That's fake. All right, Kermit, please and thank you.
Being the only one of its kind, unlike anything else. Synonyms for it were unparalleled. There are stories that parallel this Jesus story perfectly. Unequaled, matchless, unrivaled only, non-parallel. It means having no match or equal. That's what the word non-parallel means. Now, in this narrative, you got a lot of problems, because you got clearly in the coffin text, you have a similarity with
the whole time he was proving that they're the same. Look, see, in Mark, and this, and that, and this, and that, but he was proving that they, wow.
He's trying to say they're the same, but even when he match up some of the stuff, it's not the same. That's why I read earlier when he was talking about the I forgot what it was, but yeah, it's not the same. Chris,
yeah, he's trying to say Yara trying to do that though, but he been doing it the whole time.
Well, that's his goal, to try to say everything's the same and it's not unique. There's other things to it. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of differences. And then he went from Osiris to Horus to Mithra to the other one. I forget the other name. But all you got to do to make something unique, you find one difference. I need to see any of these solar deities crucified on the cross. Chris, if not, that story of Christ is unique. That's all he had to do, one thing. I don't know how the judges missed it. All right, Kareem. Please and thank you.
The star of Bethlehem that shone, that was the significator of his birth, because you have Asar, who was mentioned by a star in Sapadet that shone in the east. You also have Jesus saying that he's the morning star, but in the pyramid text, Osiris says he's the morning star, which is the sun. So you never addressed any of those two things. You just threw out a bunch of red herrings. And I want to let everybody and the audience know again, he's mentioning hypostatic union and all this stuff. That ain't got nothing to do with this debate. That has no bearing on this debate whatsoever. The name of the debate is, are the stories in this narrative unique? And they are not. They parallel other stories almost perfectly, like I showed with the, let me go here. I want to go here right quick. Right here, it parallels it almost perfectly in the utterances to the deceased king. Well, Nut is the sky deity, and she says, this is my son, my firstborn, the opener of my womb. This is my beloved in whom I am well satisfied. Took it right on. It seems like it was just, it parallels perfectly with the text in your biblical narrative that says, this is my beloved son in whom I am well pleased. That's what it says. That's what I'm here to argue, bro. I'm not talking about no twins and fingerprints. I haven't even mentioned astrotheology. I haven't even mentioned zeitgeist. None of the pyramid or coffin texts were brought up in the movie Zeitgeist, and they got a ton of stuff wrong. I came here to show you that the miracles of Jesus, that the birth of Jesus, that his mother, that even a lot of the things that he did were not, in fact, unique just to him. There were other stories that predate your story that did it. I want to talk about something here. You keep on mentioning unique to the Gospels. Well, the stories are found in the Gospels that are not unique. It's just that simple. And the Gospels are not the litmus test for uniqueness. Once again, you even try to mention the word unique and exactness in the same sentence. No, they're polar opposites. If you've already admitted and ceded your stance, and we spoke about this, you said that there are similarities in the story in your premise. That's what you said. Also want to say you're arguing the exactness of text, where here's an exactness in the text right here. And I don't even agree with that. But there it is right there with the utterances to the deceased king. So that means the deity speaking in your book ain't even unique, because he's taking it right out of the goddess Nut, who bore forth the son to Geb, and she spoke to Geb saying, this is my beloved son. Speaking again. That's all this was about, man. So, man, a lot of your arguments are just red herrings. You're making an appeal to ignorance, trying to fool the judges with your historical argument here. But you never proved Jesus existed. You never proved it. You just hooped and hollered and said ours is historical. It's not historical. I'm not here to argue that. I'm only here to argue the uniqueness of your text. I even showed in one of the miracles here is healing with spit. Haru heals with spit. And you're trying to say, I'm looking for exactness. No, it parallels it. It matches it. If it was unique, it would be unmatched, Yara. I don't care about the historical value of Jesus. I don't care. I'm not here to argue that. We would have to do a 3-hour, 2-hour debate on that, bro. Here it is right here. Horus is healing people with spit. Horus, who happens to be the son of God. Your text didn't even exist yet, and these were already written down. Let's deal with this real quick. The story of Jesus calling forth Lazarus. I showed you that it was Asar. Horus bringing forth Asar from the dead. With all of a sudden, Lazarus got two sisters named Mary, but Osiris got two goddesses named Mary there. And all you can say is, ours is real. Ours is real. No, these stories parallel, bro. He got two sisters there crying over his death, just like Asar did. Come on, man. Get out of here, man. It's almost like it was taken right out of that. And I'm not here to disrespect anybody's deity. I'm here to show you parallel text. And that's what I'm doing for this audience today. Not preaching, not presenting red herrings to anybody. That's not fair. That's not fair in a scholastic debate, bro. It's almost like it was just ripped right on out of here. And let's sprinkle a little sugar where salt used to be at here. Let's put Jesus here in this story. And let's put the two Marys here. And let's take Asar, Mary, and Mary out of it and just put that two in there. They even have a festival where in Beth Anu in Heliopolis, where they celebrate the resurrection of Asar at, which would be Beth Anu. And Lazarus just happened to be from Beth Ani. You didn't even address anything. You just made an appeal to emotion to everybody and said, Chris is talking zeitgeist. I never mentioned any of zeitgeist information. I said that. I wasn't dealing with zeitgeist information. I said it to you just as clear. Let's move forward. Also, Lazarus was dead for 4 days. But it's so ironic that I'm going to say it again. Asar was dead for 4 days. That's not a coincidence. That's a direct parallel. Your story is matched. Your story has parallels with texts that predated, bro. And you trying to argue about Jesus being historical, mentioning twins and fingerprints. I don't know what it is you're talking about. And I don't care. That's not my argument tonight. My argument is there are stories that parallel your story, showing your story is not unique. Hercules was born from a god with a mortal mother. So that makes him a demigod. And then you sit here and said that, and they say that he was full human. Buddha, they believe Buddha was full human. They believe Happy Krishna gonna come back and fight for them. What's it called? So, and they believe they're demigods. You're talking about Jesus is full human and he flew up into the sky? Come on, man. Nah. If he's sitting on the right hand of the creator, then he's not human. He's God. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. He's God if he sits next to God, or a God one. So we have it right here in the pyramid text that Haru or Horus sits on the right to Asar. Listen, let me go back here, man, because this is simple, man. Here it is right here. You see Horus sitting on his throne with his 12 helpers. It's right there. There's your visual proof in the book of the Amduat. There it is. This is where they get their ideas from, probably, but we're not talking about that. I'm just showing you where they get this stuff from. I'm just showing you the parallels. It's nothing new that the Son of God got 12 helpers. See the crowns on their heads? Didn't Jesus say that in the book of Revelations, that he would crown them because they were obedient? Here it is, Horus and Asar, he sends them forth to teach Ma'at. You have practiced Ma'at when they were still on earth. Osiris says to them, Ma'at belongs to you who are truthful. You are satisfied with what you have done, as those who have become my retune, my followers. It's right there, 12. That 12 motif is nothing new or unique to the biblical narrative. The 12 titans, the 12 Olympians, the 12 laborers of Hercules, who had a god for a daddy and a mortal mother. You see this 12 everywhere, the 12 zodiacs, the 12 stones. Hell, the Jesus narrative ain't even unique to itself in the Bible, because Elijah raised the dead woman from the grave. Elijah flew up into heaven. Those things aren't even unique to him in his own text, because this is what the Old Testament Israelites be arguing with y'all about. There's nothing unique about it. I could have just did a lesson and stayed in your book and showed you, hey, I could have just compared Old Testament scripture to New Testament scripture, the Greek book to the Hebrew book. And that would have been easy. You talking about I use zeitgeist. I didn't use zeitgeist. Once again.
All right. Shout out to both debaters. They laid it down. Now it's time to get down to the nitty gritty, family. It is time for that rapid interrogation round. So without further ado.
Solar Vision presents Rapid Interrogation.
right. So, yeah, it's time to get it, family. We're gonna start this thing out with Chris Harris. You have 10 minutes to interrogate Yahweh Ben Nazareth whenever you're ready. Christopher, it's on you, bro. Wait a minute. All right, it looks like they both. Oh, Christopher fell out. Let me see. She came back in. Oh, Christopher.
Well, I could tell you a little uniqueness about Horus that is, different from Christ. Horus got, two different eyes. One is the sun and one is the moon. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I said that earlier. Yep.
Yeah, so that's unique. You got two different eyes. That's a moon and a sun. Yeah.
Hey, Horus also gave his eye.
We'll give him a second to hop back in. Yeah, family. So what y'all think thus far, man? It's been a very interesting debate. We're gonna see, I think we're going into the championship rounds right here. Who's gonna be able to battle it out in this rapid interrogation, family? So, guess we'll see. Hit the like button when you come in the building too, man. What's going on? 73 people, 35. They ain't even adding up right, man. What's going on, man? Sheesh. Hit the like button when you come in the building, family. It'll be much appreciated. Yeah, so let me give Chris a text real quick, see if he knows that he's not in the building. Before we go ahead and rock out, family. All right, so we'll go, we'll give it a little break and we'll come right back, family. You already know what y'all about to get.
Yeah. Vainglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want, what you want, what you want.
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square, solid, and your circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build it.
Right?
No, there was no conception.
Okay, so she just magically had a baby?
No, it did not say it magically had a baby. According to the biblical narrative, you have to stick to the narrative. It said the Holy Spirit overshadowed her.
Did he have a
understand that?
No, hold on a second.
I mean, you keep asking a question without understanding.
No. I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is, was God his real daddy?
There was no sexual. Yes, God is all our daddy.
Okay, so
God, your father.
Okay, so Jesus. You
didn't answer my question. It's not God.
It's not my turn to answer questions.
I'll ask you again. Who's Adam's dad?
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Ask me the same question.
Is Jesus a demigod?
No, he's not a demigod.
Does he sit on the right hand of the Father?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so that would make him a demigod, sir.
No, that would not make him a demigod.
Moving on.
To be a demigod, you would have to have actual sex. A god, according to the Greek mythology,
Moving on.
Physical sex.
Moving on.
Hold on, no, you made it in this statement. I'm going to correct you. You would have to have physical sex with a human being in order to be a demigod, like Hercules.
Allow the brother to move on.
You don't
brother.
see that,
He's
but
moving.
you gotta allow me to respond.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Jesus calls himself.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, like, don't he be supposed to respond? Like, you shutting him up and he not even being able to answer the question. It's like you want a yes or no answer, but you're not even letting him, give you the reason or whatever. But it's understandable. But I guess he do supposed to answer it.
The morning star. What does that mean?
Jesus, that is incorrect. That is false.
He says in Revelations chapter 22, verse 16, that he is the bright and morning star. That's
Correct.
what it says.
The bright and morning star.
Okay.
That's one idiom.
Okay, so he's calling himself the S-U-N here.
Actually, he's not calling himself the sun. In that context, what he's doing is he's comparing and contrasting the bright and morning star to the morning star, which was Venus. See, according in the ancient text, if you actually study, Venus was the morning star.
Okay, it doesn't say that. He says that I am the bright and shining morning star, and Venus is not mentioned there. So he's telling you he's the sun.
No, he's not telling you he's the sun. What it's doing is he's comparing and contrasting. We're talking about contextual analysis here.
Yara. It makes no mention of that. It makes no mention.
Yeah, this dude's slow. The bright morning star is Venus. But he's not trying to compare it to the sun. He didn't say nothing about no sun. The bright morning star, when you look it up, it's Venus, Chris. All right, Chris, go ahead.
That he's telling you he's the sun.
To read the verse, he's not.
It says, let me read it to you. He says, he says, I am the root of David.
Right, he's saying
the root of David, the bright morning star.
He's the root of David.
The sun.
What does that mean?
The bright morning star.
The root of David means what? That's from his lineage.
So David is considered the son.
How can he say?
Yara, I'm not going to do that.
Brother. How is he telling you right before that he's from the physical?
I'm going to do you just like I'm going to do you like you're doing me.
He's the physical lineage of David. So
okay.
How again is he telling you?
How can he be the son?
Is David the son?
Yara, moving on.
Bro, you have to use your brain.
Yara, moving on.
Move on. But come on, you can't run up like that.
Okay, thank you. It says that I am the bright morning star. That's all it says.
He's the root of David, as you read.
So are you saying that Jesus is not Joseph is his daddy?
It's an alliteration.
It's an alliteration. This is the games we're gonna play now.
People. No, it's not the game.
Okay, is Jesus' mother name?
Morning star mean.
Moving on, Yara. Moving on.
It's not saying that
is Jesus' mother named Mary?
The root of David.
Yara. Is Jesus' mother named Mary?
Jesus' mother's name was Mary. Yes.
Okay. Was Haru's mother named Mary?
No, it was not.
What was her name?
Maria or something like that, but you don't have any evidence to translate that to the land. I would like for you to show us that. I would like for you to show me
okay, because the land.
Show me the
her name was Mary. I don't have to show you. I don't have to show you.
Show me the element.
Y'all see the definition? Morning star, a bright planet, Chris. The sun is not a planet, Chris. Especially Venus when visible in the east before sunrise. Now, to give you the clear definition of what a sunrise is, it's brighter, it's right there visible east before the sun comes up, Chris. You don't say that the morning star is the sun, and then you can see it before its rise. It don't say that the morning star is the sun and it's visible to the east before sunrise. That makes no sense, Chris Harris. And you run around into my intelligentsia or whatever, however you put it, bro. You don't even use common sense. Right there on the screen, morning star, a bright planet, and Chris trying to say it's the sun, y'all. But it says a bright planet, especially Venus, when visible in the east before sunrise. All right, Kramer, please and thank you.
From the hieroglyphic
moving
text,
on,
it says that that name equals the name Mary.
Sir.
You can't do that.
Sir, you can't
do it.
read Greek or Hebrew either, and we're not going to argue about that.
can't-
Moving on.
You're making false
Sir,
statements.
moving on. I'm gonna do, Yara. I'm gonna do you like
Allow the
you
brother to
doing me.
move it
That's
on, bro.
fine with me,
Allow the
but
brother to
you
move on.
Do not present these false.
Allow the brother to
See what
move
he
on,
doing?
Yara. Allow him to move on. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Was the land of Egypt called Ta Meri?
Parts of Egypt, yes.
Okay. What does Ta Meri mean?
It means the land of Marie, or the mother of, and which is actually
No, it does. Okay.
The motherland, right?
Okay. Thank you, guys. It means the beloved land.
Yeah, I said the motherland, the beloved.
It
land.
means the beloved. You didn't say beloved. So therefore,
the motherland.
Mary. Okay, so therefore, Mary, like Mary Amen, which means the beloved Amen, or the beloved Osset, or the beloved.
You're not
Osset
asking me a question. You're not asking questions.
You asked for etymology.
No,
And
I
I'm
asked
giving
you for
one.
etymology of her
I
name.
gave you one.
Mary in Hebrew.
I just gave you one. So now
No,
you're
you
being
did not.
dishonest.
That's what I asked
now
you.
you're being
Give
dishonest.
me one. No, you just gave me
Okay,
what the land
so
of the
I'm gonna
name.
let me
You
ask
didn't
you a
give me
question,
how
Yara.
that-
Moving on. Moving on, Yara. Let me ask you.
That's not what you did. You didn't give me
Yara.
that.
Yara.
Like,
Moving
come on,
on.
bro.
Yara.
Like, you gotta
Moving
see that,
on.
bro.
Okay, Yara. Can a human walk on water?
A human alone can't walk on water, but Jesus as human and God was able to. Yes.
Now I'm confused because you said that Jesus was fully human.
I said he was fully human and God. That's why I told you about the hypostatic union. So he.
So you agree with the Nicene Creed?
No, I said the hypostatic union.
Okay, that's the Nicene Creed.
That's it.
Okay, so Mary had God.
Mary was birthed. Galatians 4:4 tells us that God sent Christ through the womb of a woman under the law.
Okay, so Jesus was God,
and it's in his essence, yes.
Okay, so was he a son deity?
No, he was not a son deity.
He wasn't?
No, he clearly teaches against the son deities.
Okay, just because but he says I'm the bright and shining morning star. The morning star.
Well, he didn't say he was bright and shining. I just told you that's an alliteration. He's not saying that he is the sun. He's saying that he's like the sun. There's a difference in that.
Okay, so let's keep moving forward here. I want to move forward here. In the story of Osset, in the story of Jesus, was he told to hide her? Did God tell God to hide her himself?
Did what?
In the story, in the biblical text, did God tell Mary to hide Jesus in Egypt?
Did God tell Mary to hide Jesus in Egypt? They were fleeing from the persecution.
Right, so he told him to hide, right?
Persecution, but if I'm correct, the story of Asar has nothing to do with him being.
I haven't mentioned Asar.
Or Cyrus, whoever you mentioned.
I haven't mentioned anyone yet. Let me just finish up here, please.
Is that what you're referring to?
Okay, so when Haru was born, he was told by Tahuti to hide. He told Mary Osset to hide him in the brushes. So we see two styles of writings here, two sons of God being born here, and both of them told to heal. How is your
actually you might have a point.
Let me finish talking. Let me finish answering the question.
Answer the question.
Let me finish answering the question.
No, you're answering your own
question.
No,
I'm not. I'm saying, how is your story unique?
Because Christ wasn't hid in the brushes. Moses, now, if you were equating that to Moses, you might have a point. But that's
not unique. Unique is unique does not mean same. It means the parallel.
Similarities don't overcome.
The similarities were that God told both of these sons of gods to hide.
God told Haru to hide?
Asar and Tahuti told Osset to hide Tahuti. from because Seth was trying to kill him. The same thing with Jesus being persecuted or being hunted by Herod to be killed, right?
That version of the story is written after Christ.
No, it's not. It was written 1500 BCE.
That particular version of the story?
Yes, it was.
Please read it for me.
I don't have to present that.
I would like you to cite it. I know that
moving forward.
The Christ story. I would like for you to read me.
Okay, you can ask me that. You can ask me that too during your Q&A, but this is not Q&A. Okay, moving on. We're doing a lot of tap dancing. Moving on.
I'm just answering your question.
Moving on. And the story in the pyramid text in the utterance of Newt, it clearly says that this is my beloved son who I am well satisfied. But Mark chapter 3 clearly says that it says that God spoke from the heavens, said, this is my beloved son in who I am well pleased. How's your story more unique than what was written 3 millennia before that?
Well, actually, you're only talking about an idiom. And let me explain that to you. It's very simple to explain that, right? The Gospel of Mark is what you're actually pulling that from. We know Mark was born in Alexandria in Egypt. So he would have known or understood that reference. So as he applied that idiom, that term to the Savior Christ, that's not borrowing, that's commonality. That's not borrowing.
Thank you. Hold on, Solar. So if it's commonality, it's not unique. Thank you.
All right, so time's up.
Commonality is not unique. Thank you.
Time's up.
Thank you. Game over.
Time's up. All right. All right, so Yara is on you, brother. You got 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
Right. What proof do you have that Haru was born on the same day as Jesus on December 25th? Do you have proof of that?
I never mentioned that in my presentation.
Okay.
Right,
what proof do you have that Jesus was a solar deity?
I never.
You see, but a lot of stuff that you brought up, he never mentioned in his presentation, Chris. So I hope you don't come to this next debate with this same type of strategy. All right, Krim, please and thank you.
Never mentioned that in my presentation.
So Jesus wasn't a solar deity?
I never mentioned that in my presentation.
I'm asking,
no answer.
Do you have any evidence? Okay, let me reframe the question. Did you bring any evidence tonight that says Jesus was a solar deity?
I never presented that in my presentation.
So your answer would be no.
I never presented it.
So your answer
I never said that he was.
So
I never mentioned it.
Right, I know you didn't mention it because you can't prove it.
Again, this debate is not about what he mentioned and what he didn't mention. This debate is about the uniqueness.
Right.
That's non sequitur. I never spoke about it.
Because you can't prove it. So
I never spoke about it. I only showed the parallels within your text to hold on, let me finish answering the question. I have to finish answering. Solar, I have a right to answer the questions, right? So
does the New Testament Christ, does he speak against Baal?
I don't care if he did or didn't. That's not part of the debate.
He spoke against Baal when he said God and Mammon. We know Mammon is a form of Baal Mammon. I can show you the evidence if you'd like to see it.
That's not
Christ. We have Christ speaking against deities, solar deities. We have Christ. We have the biblical narrative speaking against deities. We also have him speaking against Baal. We can go through the scriptures and see all the scriptures that line up.
He's doing a lot of red herring and filthy emotion.
How are you connecting all of these deities to Yeshua when it don't fit?
Okay. First of all, I didn't. Okay, first of all, I show parallels within the pyramid text and the coffin text to the stories found within the.
Making them fit. Parallels are perpendicular.
Okay, what you're doing is presenting What you're doing is just presenting What you're doing is just presenting.
Where's the intersectionality? Now
you're begging the question.
No, you're not answering the question. I'm begging.
I just answered it.
Parallel does not mean the same. Parallel does not mean alike.
Okay, all you're doing is yelling and
No,
yelling
I'm
over me when I give you an answer. And the question that I'm giving you is, you're asking me about paralleling deities.
I said, how do you make them fit?
Sir, would you would you let me talk, please?
When I ask you, how do you make them fit?
Okay, well, if I can't talk, I'm not going to answer you.
But how can you make them fit?
Okay, I'm not trying to say that Jesus was Horus. I never said that in any of my presentation. No, I did not. I never said that.
Is he
mythical? You're presenting no. I never said that he was. I didn't even present
Is he
Krishna. I never presented Krishna in any of my debate in this presentation.
If I take the gospel,
these are red herrings, Yara, and I don't care.
If I take the gospel and I remove Jesus out of them, and I replace all of those deities you mentioned tonight in their text, in the gospels, will they be the same as we read them today? Yes or no?
You would not have a story.
We would not have a story. Why not?
You just wouldn't have a story.
Why not?
I don't get your question.
If I remove Jesus from the gospel narrative and replace them with Aset,
he get the question.
Hey, he just answer it. He just answered it. He just said you won't have a story, so that makes him unique.
Right.
or Osiris, or Heru, or Mithra, or Krishna, or any deity, would the stories of the Gospels be the same?
I didn't present any of that in my debate tonight. And what you're trying to do is no. I'm not answering you yes or no because you're presenting a red herring that I did not present tonight.
Will they be the same? If you're saying that parallels mean the same or the stories are not unique, then
I showed you the parallels and so
one of those stories
once again, you're trying to argue exactness. Unique does not mean exactness.
Not take the story.
And what you're trying to do is compare exactness, and I'm not going with that.
You were just arguing the same thing. Water to wine, beer, all exactness. Yeah, you was just doing the same thing.
I'm asking you a question.
I did not use the word exactly.
Allow me to ask a question, Chris.
Can I take any story of a Tsar and place them in the Gospels? Will the story or the narrative change?
That's not. I didn't present any of that. You're trying to argue. No, what you're presenting. No, I have. See, I can't even answer the question, bro.
Is it a vegetation?
Sir,
question.
Sir.
Is he a vegetation deity? Is it about?
Yes, he presents himself as a resurrective deity through vegetation. Yes, he does. That's one of his many forms.
So if I take the vegetative narrative of Tsar and place it in the Gospels, would it be the same?
No, it wouldn't.
Why not?
Because it's not the same.
Because it's unique.
No, it's not. You're trying to argue. I know that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to argue.
You see? Chris ain't answering no. Yeah, he sound fruity. Garden base, Garden State bass. Yeah, fruitier than Tootie. You hear me? And then he's not answering the questions, and that's a good question the way that Yarok presented it.
That's all he keeps saying is thinking hard for that answer, huh?
Right. Somebody said, I'm surprised Chris Harris didn't run this time. This has been a great time to run. Right. So, Domo, I don't know how you judge this debate, Domo. I really don't. Let's go. Please and thank you.
Argue exactness. You can't. Hold on. Hold on. Let me answer this question. I never said, first of all, I never said that a Tsar was Jesus. I just showed the parallels between the text. What you did was create a red herring in order to make me to answer a question your way. No, that's a red herring. That's not going to work.
You said Christ. You said Horus had or Tsar had 12 disciples or 12 helpers, right?
Yep. I showed the picture of it.
So in Acts chapter 17, how many disciples does it say that Christ had? Can you tell me?
Well, I can show you here. Let's go here. It says
In
he started
Acts
off.
17, I asked you about chapter 17 in in the book of Acts. How
Okay.
many disciples does it say Christ had?
But it says in the Bible that he chose
Oh, I
12.
asked you a specific question.
I'm doing you. It says right here. Well, no, because you're being.
It says he has 120.
It says he has
12. Answer the question.
Yeah, that is, yeah. But no. Yeah, answer the questions. You trying to find shit to fit your narrative. You ain't studied up on other things. You should have studied up on things that was against it too, so you can know how to challenge that information. No, you too busy finding things that fit your narrative.
Well, disciples.
So let me ask you this.
It says right here.
Or any deals, were they born from the breath of God?
Excuse me? Yes.
Who?
Yes. Jesus wasn't born from the breath of God.
Tell me, prove it, show it to me.
It says that the Holy Spirit was conceived in Mary.
What is the Holy
Spirit?
What is the Holy Spirit?
You tell me. You said he was human.
Is that not we understand in Hebrew as the Ruach HaKodesh or the breath of God? Or the Zoe, or the Spirit, or the breath of God?
I never said that Horus was Jesus. I don't know why you're doing that.
Exactly what it means when you
these are false arguments that you're presenting.
False argument.
I never presented Jesus as Horus. Jesus
is
Horus
word of God. Is
I never said that.
Harut the pre-incarnate word of God?
Yes.
He's the pre-incarnate word of God.
Yes, because Horus brought forth Asar with his very word.
He brought forth Asar with his very word or word?
Yep. With his word.
What were those words? Please explain.
Asar come forth out of the tomb in Beth Anu.
Whoa. I told you two different stories. He said that Horus brought Osar back to life. Why is the son bringing back the God, his father, back to life? That's not our story. Your Osiris was chopped up into many pieces. Our creator wasn't chopped up in many pieces, Chris. That's unique. That's different. Game over. All you got to do is find one. His butt was copullated between the cheeks by his uncle. When did this happen to Christ? Come on, man. This is gonna be easy for Tazariak, because Chris is gonna be bringing the same talking points that he's bringing in this debate, Tazariak. If you watch it, the title of the debate may be a little different, but Chris is coming from this same angle. This is why I played this for y'all. Yes, Viper Fangs. It said, "I'm curious, is the Lions Den still hosting and judging debates?" Yes, we are. We're getting ready to have a big tournament coming up in the next couple of weeks. 32-person tournament. Well, go ahead, Sister Corinne. Please and thank you.
Death. I said pre-incarnate.
Man, get out of here. That ain't got nothing to do with this debate. Again,
bro,
has nothing to do with this debate. I don't care. Yara.
That means he already had to live and had died.
All you're doing
so again, you're wrong on that. Okay. So what about? Let's talk about another one, right? Mm-hmm. Did any angels announce the birth with a song?
Yes.
Who?
Let's go to it.
Show me the angels. You're gonna show me angels announcing the birth of Heru.
No, I'm gonna show you angels announcing the birth of Asar.
That's not what I asked you.
Okay, and I didn't present
because
that.
you equated Heru. You equated Heru with Christ.
Right.
No, I never did that in anywhere in my debate.
In order for you to say that these stories are similar and the same, you have to be equating Horus to Christ. All right, Kramer, please and thank you.
Parallels. I just showed you parallels.
Show me that angels announced his birth.
I don't have to show you angels, but I'll show you.
Okay. Show me what angels prophesied his birth to his parents.
What is the broad argument? I'm only showing you parallels. What is the meaning of you saying there's parallels? Because you believe that the story was taken from somewhere or used from somewhere or something. You're not just showing them that because your argument was just there. No, your argument is Jesus' story didn't exist in the Horus story. It came out of Kemet or something like that. That's basically what you said.
Right.
Can't find that. That doesn't make it unique.
Okay, you said that there were three
because
kings.
it says right here. Hold on, you gotta let me answer the question. I gotta answer the question. I'm gonna show it right here.
You said it, so I'm moving on. You said there were three kings that bought things to Asar. Show me where three kings bought.
I never. Hold on. Wait a minute. Three kings brought things to Christ.
That's what you said.
No, let me read to you what I said because you're being dishonest. You're being dishonest, Solar, can I answer one question?
About three kings.
Solar, can I answer one question, please?
If he's satisfied with your answer, then I mean.
Yeah, I'm moving on.
Cool. So what I'm trying to say,
show me where Christ was adored by three kings.
What do you mean where Christ was adored by three kings? It says they brought him frankincense, myrrh, and gold.
Yeah, those three kings.
Wise men.
Those were in tradition. In tradition, they became three kings. And
show me
says three what?
Where it says that those were three kings, brother.
In the song, These Three Kings, which is a Christmas carol, which is sung during Christmas.
Talk about a Christmas carol. About the biblical narrative. Show me.
The biblical narrative does not mention.
You can't do it.
So hold on, but it does mention three gifts were presented to this.
Oh, those three gifts are not three kings.
But it says three gifts were presented to it.
And those parallels again, bro. You are.
Well, that means your story is not unique.
Yeah, this is bad.
You wanted to say something?
No, I'm just saying this is bad. Yeah, this is really bad.
The parallel is there. You're admitting it.
It's unique.
One more time. If it's parallel, it's not unique. That's
Three kings.
You just admitted it again. If it's parallel, that means it's not unique.
Man.
If it's parallel, it means it's not unique.
You mentioned Mithra.
No, I never mentioned Mithra.
You mentioned Asar.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how did Isis become pregnant with Heru?
Oh, Asar placed his spirit in her. In the story of from Heliopolis, he placed his spirit in her. After he was killed, she cried out to him, and he placed his spirit in her.
So there's no narrative about Asar.
There is one there. Hold on. There is one narrative.
The penis or the phallus of Heru and impregnating herself.
No, she flapped her wings over the phallus. She did not land in
the phallus. It represents what?
Guess what? It did not represent sex.
It has something to. It didn't represent sex.
You can't prove it.
You mean to tell me that a phallus doesn't represent a sexual organ?
No, a phallus represents life.
What the hell is wrong with you?
It represents life.
Oh, how is it? How does it represent life?
Because you need a phallus in order to bring forth life
comes
for
out
a
of the
woman.
phallus that represents life, brother?
Well, first of all, these were gods and goddesses, and the story is not real.
How are you trying to tell me that they weren't real?
No, I never said that they were.
Okay, so now you're trying to equate real things with a historical being. So when
you never proved Jesus was real. You never proved Jesus was real.
Time.
Historians don't disagree.
All right. So we're gonna go ahead and close this thing out. We're gonna start out with Yara Ben Nazareth. So we're gonna go ahead and set the timer for 5 minutes. Yara, it is on.
Man, Chris got destroyed.
Yeah, can you see my screen, Solar?
What was you saying?
I said Chris got destroyed in this debate. I'm not being biased. I mean, it was horrible.
Well, y'all want to jump on? I'm gonna put the link in so y'all can jump on.
I'm gonna start back. It's still going. Okay.
Let's go ahead and share this brother's screen. All right, brother, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so again, here we are. Let's deal with it. The evidence of Jesus and his historical narrative. Again, he's already told you these old make-believe things. He's still trying to equate them to the historicity of Christ, right? So again, the first century historian Flavius Josephus, 37 to 100 CE, confirms the biblical account of Jesus' resurrection as a real account, as a real person. Now, there was about this time Jesus a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, for he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as received the truth. With pleasure he drew over him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. Josephus Flavius, the works of Josephus. Again, he was the Christ, and when Pilate, at the suggestion of the principal men among us, had condemned him to the cross, those that loved him at first did not forsake him, for he appeared to them alive again the third day, as the divine prophets had foretold, unique. These and then 10,000 other wonderful things concerning him and the tribe of Christians so named for him are not extinct at this day. All right, so again, let's continue with the historicity of Jesus. Gaius Suetonius Tranquillus, commonly referred to as Suetonius, 69 CE, wrote biographies of Roman rulers. In his work concerning Claudius, who reigned 41 to 51 CE, Suetonius writes, the emperor expelled the Jews from Rome because they constantly made disturbances at the instigation of Christ. Right? Let's continue. This same form, Christus, was also used by Tacitus in his description of the Christian persecution under Claudius' nephew, Caesar Nero. The biographer writes, but not all the relief that could come from man, not all the bounties, not the prince could bestow, nor all the atonements which could be presented to the gods, availed to relieve Nero from the infamy of being believed to have ordered the conflation, the fire of Rome, hence of the suppression of the Roman. He falsely charged with the guilt and punished Christians who were hated for their enormity. So again, we still see that there are historical references to these Christians who they clearly attribute to the followers of Christ, who they clearly attribute to the historicity of Christ, of Jesus, right? So let's go a little bit further, right? Christus, the founder of the name, was put to death by Pontius Pilate, according to the biblical narrative, disagrees, of Judea in the reign of Tiberius. But the pernicious superstitions, repressed for a time, broke out again, not only through Judea, but they were mischief originated, but through the city of Rome also. So again, he was referring to the biblical narrative of Christ, to the historical narrative of Christ, that this was a real person, not your felonious vegetation stories about growing semen lettuce or whatever it was they was eating. Right. The Greek satirist Lucian of Samosata wrote the following concerning Jesus and those who follow him. He was second only to that one whom they still worship today, the man in Palestine who was crucified because he brought this new form of initiation into the world, having convinced themselves that they are immortal and will live forever. The poor wretches despise death and most willingly give themselves to it. Moreover, that first lawgiver of theirs persuaded them that they are all brothers the moment they transgress and deny Greek gods and begin worshiping that crucified sophist and living by his laws, referring to Christ himself. Again, more historical context of the historicity of Christ. Extra biblical sources of the life of Jesus. The second century Greek philosopher and staunch opponent of Christianity. Now, he's against Christianity. Celsus posed one of the first literary attacks against the early faith in true discourse. He opposed Christianity because he thought it was an encourageous and congruous doctrine. He considered Christianity a threat to Rome. But what he did not do was argue that Christianity should not be tolerated because Christ never existed. For such as an argument would have been and continues to be illogical. So in other words, he hated Christianity, but not once did he say Christ didn't exist. Why is that? Wouldn't you find that strange, Chris Harris? I would. It goes to the historicity of Christ. And not once did he say this was a solar deity. Let's continue. Secundus, Gaius Apollonius Secundus, also known as Pliny the Younger, who in the correspondence and traces details the persecution of those called Christians in the epistles, he writes, these who denied that they were of ever had been Christians, when they swore before me, called on the gods and offered incense, wine to your image, which I had ordered bought for you and for his purpose, along with images of the gods, and also cursed Christ, which it said is, it is impossible to force those who are real Christians to do, I thought worthy to be acquitted. In other words, they couldn't force the followers of Christ to go against them and to engage in these pagan rituals. But not once did he address him as a solar deity. Not once did he address him as not being a historical figure. It's just, it's clear, bro. Let's go a little bit further. Sextus Julius Africanus, a historian of the late 2nd century and early 3rd century, quotes what Thales stated concerning an unusual event during the crucifixion. I'm sorry, I think I have a typo there. Please excuse that. I'm correcting that right now. I hate typos. Africans write, an eclipse of the sun, listen to this, an eclipse of the suns unreasonably, as it seems to me unreasonably, of course, because a solar eclipse could not take place at the time of the full moon, and it was at that season of the Paschal full moon that Christ died. So again, you still see a derogatory reference to the sun itself being blotted out during the time of Christ's resurrection. I mean, it's crucifixion.
Right.
But not once did he say this was a solar deity or
Shout out
a real
to
person.
Yahweh Ben Nazareth. It is on you, Chris Harris, to close this thing out. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready, brother.
All right, man. So I want to close this thing out with, first of all, he goes to Josephus to try to prove that Jesus lived. I don't live. The name of the debate is the story of Jesus unique? It's not. It's clearly found in older texts. And what he tried to do the entire debate was throw out red herrings, appeals to emotion, and even restance his premise talking about solar deities, vegetation deities, Mithra, and Krishna, who I never brought up. He even said, if you take Jesus out of the Gospels and you put Asar there, do you still have the Gospels? Which is stupid, because if you take Jesus out, it's just this simple. You don't have a narrative. So you're trying trickery in order to get your stance across to say that, oh, Jesus is historical when you never proved it. None of this stuff that you're going to the church fathers, none of this stuff proves he existed. These are just church fathers. As a matter of fact, none of them existed during the advent of his life. All of them that you're talking about all lived around 100 AD. Josephus himself lived around 37 to 100 CE. He was not even alive during the time of Christ. And this is what it is, because that's a forgery. And I want to read this to you all, right? This is what it says. It does say, now there was this time, Jesus, a wise man, it be lawful to call him a man. He was a doer of wonderful works. We know that stuff, right? Now, it's a bit simplistic because in Testimonium Flavium, it's been demonstrated continually over centuries to be a forgery, likely interpolated by Catholic Church historian Eusebius in the 4th century. It was a forgery, and he's presenting this to you all as if to say, see, this is proof that he lived. This is proof that he lived. If it be rightful, they're saying that he wasn't a man. But then Yahweh contradicts himself again by saying, oh, Jesus was fully human. Then he says he's fully God. Then he says you're arguing parallelisms. Well, guess what? That's what the word unique means. Your story has parallels in it. And if your story was unique, it would have no parallels with nobody else's. That was the name of the debate. Let me go over this again. Okay, I showed the parallels with the pyramid text concerning the spit miracles, concerning the wine miracles. I showed the parallels and the miracles with the resurrection of Baal. Right? I showed that he was born of a virgin. He even sat here and tried to lie and say that Isis wasn't a virgin. But there are certain stories in Heliopolis that say she was. Then he tried to force feed us to say she wasn't, when he was proven wrong on that. This is what he doing. He presenting y'all a bunch of red herrings and appealing to emotionalism, but he never once debunked anything that I brought forth. I showed y'all the pyramid text where it says that, behold, this is my beloved son. Once I show you one, it's technically over with. That's a parallel. That's showing that your story is not unique, that your story is rivaled with other sun deities. I don't care if Jesus existed or not. If he was a historical character, then they clearly wrote things concerning this man that were already told about other people's gods. You arguing if he existed or not, I don't care. You're talking about eyewitness accounts. That don't make no difference to me. Extra biblical content. The book of Thomas say he didn't die, but your narrative say he did. The book of Matthew say Mary Magdalene was at the tomb. The book of Mark say she was by herself. The book of Luke say that it was an unnamed man. The book of John say Mary Magdalene was at the tomb. So you got all them different eyewitness accounts, but you're saying it's historically accurate. When one book say he was born before born before the census, and one would say he was born after. So those things don't make it historical. Those things make the historicity of your text, guess what, illegitimate. Luke didn't even walk with this man. And then y'all even hear him lie when I showed the 12 disciples or the 12 helpers of Horus. He went to the book of Acts to sit up there and say, how many does it say here in the book of Acts? But the gospel say he chose 12. He sat right there and lied to y'all. He'll do anything to win instead of telling y'all the truth. We have original texts. We have the pyramids. We have the coffin text. We have the pyramid text. We got it on the walls over there. And we told many different stories concerning spirituality. Yara, you just made all your stuff up if you take Jesus out the Gospels and put Asar there, what you got. Oh, well, that wouldn't make it unique. No, that would mean Asar is the leader of those stories. That's all that would mean. That was a silly way to try and sit up there and debunk anything that I presented. I never presented any information concerning zeitgeist. I stayed in the pyramid and coffin texts. I even stayed in the Book of the Dead, not once going to that zeitgeist nonsense. I don't have to do that. I'm a scholar. It's easy for me to do this stuff. I could have spent hours debunking this book.
All right, shout out to both debaters, but unfortunately for both of these debaters, their time is officially up. Family. At this time, I request that the judges submit their votes. Submit their votes now. It's time for the judges to submit their votes. So, with that being said, let's get into the Shucklebuck round, family.
Hey, Kareem, can you start real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Y'all go ahead and put a 1 in the chat for Yara and a 2 in the chat for Chris. I just want to do a chat vote real quick. What y'all think? 1 in the chat for Yara, 2 in the chat for Chris. All right, go ahead, Kareem.
The Shucklebuck round is now in session, family. Yeah. So, who would you like Solomon to Shucklebuck first? Press 1 for Chris Harris. Press 2 for Yara Ben Nazareth. This is the Solar Vision Debate League Finals. The Shucklebuck round is now in session, family. 1 for Chris. 2 for Yara. Who do you want me to Shucklebuck first? All right, here you go. Here we go. Wow, damn, they're gonna make it hard. Usually y'all just let me see. Let's count these motherfuckers. 1, 2, 3. See them popping back up in there real quick. 1, 2.
All right, so
yeah, so you don't believe that this story is unique? Can you repeat that, family? Let me see. See him popping back up in there real quick. So let's bring him back in. Chris, are you there? All right.
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
All right, brother. So is the story of Jesus unique, brother?
No,
Why so?
because there are other stories in which I present it that sound just like it, that parallel it and closely rival it. That would make them not unique.
So do you believe that hold on one second. Yeah, so you don't believe that this story is unique? Can you repeat that, family? Why so?
Because there are other stories that resemble and parallel it very closely. And according to the definition, that would make it not unique.
So is there anything in the Bible that you can show me where it makes reference to well, let's do it this way. Does the stories that you mentioned throughout this debate, does it make reference to sun worship?
No.
So
I didn't mention anything about sun worship. No.
The stories that you used. What
no.
So you
I just spoke about the deities and what they were doing in these mythologies. That's it.
Okay, so none of the stories that you mentioned was making any reference to a form of sun worship.
No, Yahra was making mention toward sun worship, with making a bunch of red herring arguments that I never presented to the audience.
Okay.
The name that wasn't the name of this debate either.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm just presenting something that I just found to be interesting pertaining to you making comparisons with Revelations, I believe, with a statement that was made by, I believe it was Asar.
Yeah, Asar, yeah.
So what was that talking about?
Well, that was just saying that Asar, he says in the pyramid text that he is the sun, right? Okay. And then Jesus says right there in Revelations 22:16 that he is the bright and shining star. And we know that the sun is a star. So he's saying that he is the sun.
So what is a representation of the sun according to ancient Egyptian mythology?
The representation of sun would be Ra. He would be the god. He would be their god. He would be the.
Wouldn't that be make a reference to a form of sun worship?
No, that would be making reference to solar. Yeah, I guess you could say that, but it would be more so solar deification because he was also personified in the deity Asar. So they didn't necessarily
Bible, brother, any form of solar worship.
I didn't present any of that. And can I present to you any solar worship? No, because I didn't present that in my presentation.
Okay, I'm just asking you a question. Can you present any form of solar worship in the Bible?
Yes, I can. You mean something that makes solar some type of a solar deification?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Revelations 22:16.
Okay, what does it say?
I am the bright morning star.
So that's worshiping the sun?
I never mentioned anything about worship in the sun.
I asked you to show me any reference suggesting that there was a form of solar worship, and you went to that verse.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you now, are you suggesting that statement is showing some form of sun worship?
No, what I'm sitting up there saying is, like, he just says he makes a reference to himself as the sun. So if you want to say that he's deifying himself as the sun, the S-U-N, that'd be fine with me. All I'm saying is he's making reference to himself as the sun here. Also in Revelations,
are you saying that is a form of sun worship? Is that what you're saying?
You could say that, yeah.
Okay, so how would you be able to prove that?
People pray to Jesus. They pray through Jesus, right? They say in Jesus' name. Jesus refers to himself as the Son. So they pray through the Son in order to get to the Father.
Where in a Christian doctrine or the biblical doctrine can you make reference to that?
Jesus says, ask of anything in my name and I will give it to you.
Well, I mean, you're taking apples and oranges and trying to make tutti frutti right now.
No, he says that clearly.
No,
ask
I mean the
anything
statement,
of me and I will give it to you.
Well, the
You're
statement
saying that.
you're taking the statement as if he was literally saying that. That's where the mistake is being made.
Well, literally in the literature, it says, ask anything in my name and I will give it to you.
Well, yeah, it literally says that, but I'm talking about in reference to him saying that he is the Son. I think that's where the problem is. Interpreting it as
I only compared that to that in the pyramid text where Osiris says he is the bright and shining morning star. I showed that the bright and the shining star was the sun, and Jesus refers to himself as the sun. That's all I did.
So you're saying that he literally is saying that about himself?
We're not going to keep answering the same question. He literally said right here in Revelations 22 in verse 16, I am the offspring of David. I am the bright morning star. That's what he says.
Okay, so
he even says in hold on one second. Hold on, wait. He even says in Revelation.
So what I'm asking now is okay, if that's the case, then why does it say throughout the Bible, why is it adamantly against sun worship?
Well, because the biblical narrative, which I proved all year long, contradicts itself 24/7. If they're against sun worship, I could care less. That's not what I was presenting in this debate. What I was presenting in this debate is that these stories are not unique to the biblical narrative. No, let me finish answering it. That was the name of this debate. That's what I was presenting, bro.
This is what I'm saying to you. The issue is that you're taking this statement and then trying to equate it with sun worship. He never said anything.
I keep telling you one more time.
You don't have to keep telling. I heard you already, bro.
I'm not arguing about sun worship.
You don't have to keep telling me anything.
No, hold on, Solo. We're not going to do this.
No, we are going to do this.
I'm not arguing. No, we're not.
Tell me anything, brother.
I'm not talking about
what you're saying, bro.
I'm not talking about sun worship. I just showed you where Jesus said he is the bright and shining morning star.
I heard what you said, bro. Why are you repeating yourself? I heard
because you're repeating yourself.
No, I heard what you said, bro.
Okay.
I'm just
why you keep on talking about sun worship.
The problem with that is a problem with that. What you said.
It's not what I said. It's what's written.
Yeah,
that's written.
That's what I'm saying. Like in context, you ran off and said, "Well, it's a contradiction." Maybe
no, that's not. No, Solar. We're not gonna do that.
Say that, bro.
You just did that. No, Solar. I was telling you. You asked me, can you show me any more parts where the Bible mentions sun worship, and I keep telling you that's not what my presentation was about.
Statement that was made by Christ in the book of Revelation.
He says, "I am the bright and shining morning star." What does that have to do with worship?
Out of context, in light of what it says in the whole rest of the Bible. That's all I'm saying, bro.
No. Christ says right here, he is the bright and shining morning star. I don't care what it says in the rest of the Bible.
It matters, bro.
So is he lying here? Hold on, Solar. Is he lying here when he said that?
It may not be literal, bro.
No, hold on. Is he lying here when he said that?
Brother, I'm telling you the answer. It may not be literal.
Okay, so he made an I am statement, and he's saying, being very literal, I am the offspring of David.
Say in the rest of the Bible.
I don't care about the rest of the Bible. I was not debating the rest of the Bible.
Because
no, it doesn't, Solar.
There was no.
No, it doesn't,
there
Solar.
was no. You cannot show me any form of sun worship in the Bible, brother.
That's not what my presentation was about.
Obviously, it wasn't because you can't show it.
Well, I did not make a debate about solar worship.
Well, I mean,
that's a red herring within itself.
Well,
the name of the debate is
the story.
Hold on. The name of the debate is the story of Jesus unique? And I showed that it's not.
Question.
I don't care about solar worship. That's not what this was about.
Well, he just was showing how it does.
Because he produced a red herring, and that's all he had to fight
solar
back.
Worship, which he tried to deny at first. There was solar worship amongst the Egyptians. It was solar worship, and it's not in the Bible.
One more time. That's not what the name of this debate was. That's not what I presented in my debate. That's not what I presented in my debate. Jesus clearly says that he's the bright and shining star, morning star. That's the sun.
Worship within that story, and you are sitting here trying to say that it was.
Solar, I'm gonna continuously say this, and we could do this for the next 2 hours. But once again, the name of the debate is simply, is the stories of Jesus unique? And I clearly said, and I clearly showed that it wasn't. This is not about sun worship. That's a red herring placed by Yahweh for me to chase. And I refuse to chase it because that's not the name of this debate. I showed parallels. I showed comparisons. I showed the same miracles being produced. I even showed the same words being used, almost if they were taken right out of the pyramid text themselves.
Since you're not going to answer that question, we can move on.
It's not a question. It says, I am. That has nothing to do with sun worship.
Was there an only begotten son?
Is there? Yahweh said that everybody's daddy is God.
I'm asking you, brother.
Is there an only begotten son in the Bible?
Is there an only begotten son in Egyptian text, brother?
Uh-huh.
Okay, who was that only begotten son?
Horus.
Okay. Was he prophesied?
Yes. Asar was prophesied.
His birth was prophesied. Can you show me?
Yes. I'm gonna go right here in the story. And it says right here. Come on, let me get right here. Oh, yes. They were the story of him coming was announced by the 3 stars, Mintaka, Analam, and Alantak.
And that's making reference to Asar.
That Asar and Haru is one and the same. Just like Jesus and his father are one and the same.
So who is Heru?
Heru is the son of God.
In the context of the Bible.
And in the context of the Bible, Haru is never mentioned in there.
I mean, I'm talking about the parallel that you supposed to be proving.
I never paralleled Jesus. I'm sorry. I never set up there and said that specifically that Heru is Jesus. I paralleled. Listen what I'm saying. No, hold on, Solar. Listen what I'm saying.
No, I got what you're saying, brother. You ain't got to tell me to hold on. You hold on.
Okay.
I'm asking you what is the uniqueness of the story of Heru and that of Jesus.
Okay, so you're asking me the uniqueness of it. Jesus' story is not unique. Heru was born of a virgin.
Okay, so
Jesus was born of a virgin. Heru's mother name was Mary. Jesus' mother name was Mary.
Okay, so you're making a comparison with Heru and Jesus.
Right, similarities.
Okay, so where was it prophesied that Heru was going to be born?
Well, first you would have to show me where it's prophesied where Jesus was going to be born.
Well, it was prophesied in the Old Testament.
No, it wasn't. That's another debate within itself.
Well, that's what they believe, brother.
Well, I'm not arguing belief. I'm arguing uniqueness and parallels and similarities.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, in the context of the Bible, he's showing that it was a prophecy talking about the birth or the coming of Jesus. And it makes reference to that. And it makes reference to that in the New Testament.
No, I just showed you.
Yes, it does.
Okay, I just showed you that many times.
It makes reference to the verse that was in the Old Testament, suggesting that this was prophesied. So my question to you is, where in the Egyptian text that Heru, it was a prophecy saying that the coming of Heru. Go.
Okay, we also have in Pyramid Text 263, Hathor prophesies that he's coming, and Hathor tells Aset that she's going to bear a child. That is in Pyramid Text 263. We also see that Sothis, or the star in the east, is sometimes Haru. Their ontology is very, very how can I sit up there and say it? Very meticulous. because it moves back and forth. And that's another debate within itself. Now, if you're saying that it's prophesied in the New Testament, there's no prophecy. It only says that the angels mention him, just like the three stars mention him, Asar's and Haru's birth in the Egyptian text. So it does not say a prophecy occurred. What the New Testament believers tell you is that the prophecies were in the Old Testament, but his name is never mentioned. So that's another debate within itself.
Well, it
but in the New Testament, it just says that an angel came. That's not a prophecy.
It makes reference
That's
to
just
the
a message.
prophecy in the Old Testament.
There's no prophecy in the Old Testament, nor is that the name of this debate.
I'm just telling you what the Bible said. It made
one more time.
But how are you going to quote the Bible and then take out what you want to take out, bro? According to the New Testament, it made reference to the Old Testament, saying that prophecy was fulfilled, bro. You can't get around that.
That's not true. It says in Matthew chapter 1, an angel told Mary that she was going to bear the Son of God. It's just that simple. Luke chapter 1 and 2 tells you that the angels told them.
Bro, so you're saying that there's nothing in the New Testament that made reference to the Old Testament in context of Jesus.
No, that's not my argument. The name of
that's my argument. That's what I'm asking you.
Well, unfortunately, if you want to debate, we can debate that. But
that's
the name
what I'm
of this
asking
debate
you, bro.
is, are the stories unique? There are Old Testament sites.
He said it was not a prophecy. That's what he's saying,
sir. One more time.
Bro,
there are Old Testament citations.
Bro. Get out of here, you're done, bro.
No. There are citations in the New Testament that say that. No, I'm not. No, Solo, we're not gonna do that. You're gonna let me answer that.
You're dead.
There are
I'm done,
citations.
bro. I'm done. What the hell? I'm done, bro.
I got you.
Damn. What's going on, y'all? Niggas lying and shit, man.
Peace, Solo.
Let me see. Niggas lying and shit, man. Damn. Is the story of Jesus unique?
Absolutely. Unequivocally.
How so?
Again, as I presented, John 3:16 clearly says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son." And I clearly showed that word, that idiom, only begotten, in the Greek there means monogenesis, which means exactly what the topic and the title of this debate says: unique, that there is none like him in all of its kind, in all of his kind, in all of the universe, anywhere, ever. It clearly states it in the book. So based on that scripture alone, it clearly says that Jesus, the story of Jesus and his narrative, is unique.
So were there any similarities within the story of, let's say, the Egyptian story concerning Asar, Heru, and that of Jesus? Was there any similarities in that?
One could suggest that there's similarities, but then we would have to go into the actual text. So when he talks about the virgin birth, right? Clearly, we have many different variations of that Asar and Aset and Heru text. One veneration says she impregnated herself by flying over a penis, over a phallus, as a bird. She took a penis, or he was chopped up in 14 penises, and his penis was swallowed by a catfish, and she had to go down and find this penis and then impregnate herself. Well, we don't find in Jesus' story, in the virgin birth, any mention of a sexual organ or any type of sexual connection being had. So that itself clears him of being a demigod. That itself clears us of a man having sex or somebody having sex. I mean, it just doesn't fit. So I mean, we can have similarities because language.
Says that Chris Harris made a reference to they were both born from an individual or a woman named Mary.
Yes.
So what do you have to say about that, brother?
I asked him during the debate, what was his etymology based on that? Pretty much present the hieroglyphic text that he's reading from and show us what that translates to Miriam or Mary, or what we see in the Greek. It does not exist. There is no evidence of it. That's his conflation. It's his make believe. It's his statement. It does not exist. He can't connect the two.
So what about the 12 followers of Jesus and the 12 followers of Hebrew? You know,
Again, another fallacy, right? When you talk about the 12 followers of Hebrew, well, that's why I asked him specifically, and clearly it states in Acts chapter 17 that it says Jesus had well over 120, or at least 120 disciples,
well,
both men and women.
The 12 that he was actually commanding and those his adamant followers that it makes reference to in the Bible. That it was 12 disciples, and they named them those 12 disciples.
Yeah. So actually, he had more than 12 disciples. If you go in the book, right? So, but again,
in the context of the story, they was highlighting those 12 disciples.
Yeah, they were highlighting 12 apostles.
Okay, so in the context of the story, would you say that that's a parallel to Asar? Heru having 12 followers. Would you say that that's a parallel or similarity?
Only based on the number. But if you talk about what those 12 represented in regards to Asar versus what the 12 represented in regards to Christ, absolutely not. There's no comparison there. But if you're just talking about numerical numbers, yes, you can say that there's 12. If it's 12 stated there, it's 12 stated here. But we know that there were more than 12 disciples.
Okay. They also made mention that it says, "This is my son, whom I am well pleased." And a similar statement was made in the ancient Egyptian text. What do you have to say about that, brother?
I brought that up and I cleared that during the course of the debate as well. Where I actually explained to him that was a common saying between mothers and their sons. He knows this, and so when it says, "This is my son in whom I am well pleased," his version actually says "satisfied." It doesn't say "pleased." And then you have to ask him again, which he never wanted to do this entire debate. There were many different variations of those stories. What variation and from what time frame are you referring to? Because I know for a fact that many of those variations were written after the time of Christ. But again, let's go back to that statement. Mark.
Go ahead.
Mark says, Mark writes that he hears that they hear, "This is my son in whom I am well pleased," right? Mark hears this statement. So I explained to him, we all know that Mark in history, right, according to the biblical narrative and extra biblical sources, was from Alexandria, Egypt. He grew up in that area. So he would have known some type of commonality in the language. So when he would refer to certain things, it's possible he clearly could have said, in referring to Christ as his deity, right? "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased." He's not in any way, shape, or form connecting that to any Egyptian story.
Oh, but would it make it unique understanding that?
Well, the unique understanding of that is that no man in Jewish texts, in any Israelite text, would have made that reference to any other man but him. That's what makes Christ unique, because no one is ever given that position in the New Testament but him. That places him in a unique stance, in a unique pedestal. And see, uniqueness has to be formulated according to its culture, its context, its understanding, the politics. It's simply not the same. It's just if someone takes. Go ahead.
If did Jesus say that he is the morning star?
Jesus said in Revelations, he says, "I am the root of David." It's actually one saying. He's not. What Chris did is try to separate it. He says, "I am the root of David, the bright and morning star." Right. That is a contrast that he's making.
So did Osiris say that he was the morning star as well?
Well, he said he's the morning star, and this is why I tried to explain to Chris that that's two different statements there. The bright and morning star is different from the morning star.
What did Jesus mean when he said he was the morning star?
He never said he was the morning star, and that's why we have to be very careful. He never said he was the morning star.
Yeah, I guess they ain't hearing what he said. He basically said he is pretty much related to it, but the other one is saying that he is this. So yeah, he tried to separate it. I see what he's saying.
He says, "I'm the bright and morning star." And the reason why that's very important is because we understand that the morning star in history represented what they thought was a star, but it was a planet. It represented Venus, because that's the brightest celestial body that you can see during the time of night and going into dawn.
So
it's the planet Venus.
What did Osiris mean when he said morning star?
He was referring to himself as the rising light of the sun. Okay. That's what he referred to him. That's what he was referring to himself as.
You're saying?
Pardon me?
Jesus was not doing that.
No, he was not doing that.
So what was Jesus doing?
He was comparing and contrasting himself as, this is why he said, "I am the root of David, the bright and morning star," because he's showing his superiority over the morning star, which we understand for biblical scholars, we understand that that morning star was referring to Satan or the adversary. So he was.
Or they could be referring to David as the morning star. Hey, I don't know.
Showing his superiority by saying, "I'm the bright and morning star," versus just being the morning star. He was showing his superiority over the adversary, which was Satan or Lucifer. Because again, and you have to go back and you have to study Jerome, who was a church father that actually makes this correlation. So this is what we try. This is what we understand it to be. When John is writing, we understand that that's what he was talking about. He's making a contrast. He's not saying that he is the son. He's saying, that my knowledge, my light is greater than the lesser light.
Oh, so that's what you're getting out of that.
That's exactly what it's meaning.
Okay. So did Jesus heal?
Yes, Jesus did heal.
Was it said in the ancient stories that Chris Harris showed, was Heru healing people?
He admitted to us that Heru was a vegetative solar deity. So they weren't real at all. We're talking about a real human being. This is why the historicity of Jesus is important to the uniqueness of this debate. We're talking about a real, they understood that a real human being was actually healing people, not some flight.
Water turned into wine in the story, brother.
Again, you said that Jesus turned water into wine?
Yes.
Yes, Jesus did turn water into wine.
So was water turned into wine or any form of alcohol beverage in other stories?
No. The story of Dionysus clearly says this, that miraculously empty jugs were filled with wine. You see the difference there?
Yeah.
Empty jugs were filled as wine. Not that he turned water into wine. That's only unique to the narrative of Christ. Simple as that. So when they're making these comparisons, this is why I started off. This is why I started off talking about similarities versus uniqueness. Why you can have things that are similar, but your fingerprints differentiate you from the next person that has hair and skin and toenails and eyelashes and wigs and different things like that. It doesn't conquer uniqueness. Just because you can show a parallel or similarity, it does not negate uniqueness.
So, okay. So we're going to run this down.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that the morning star that was made reference to Jesus ain't really talking about the morning star. There's not nothing similar between the morning star in the Christ story and the morning star in the Hebrew story. He's saying that there's no comparison. They both mention morning star though.
No,
Okay.
Jesus never called himself the morning star.
Okay, cool, cool, brother.
He calls himself the bright and morning
star. I got it, brother.
Yeah.
So it made reference into turning water into wine. He said, well, no, he didn't turn water into wine, but it wasn't no water, but he did turn nothing into wine. Okay, cool. The context of the 12 disciples. Well, he said now Jesus had more than 12 disciples. That's what he's saying. Okay, cool. Healing. So you're saying that it was actually healing on a part of Hebrew and Jesus, right? You admit
No, actually, no, there wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't.
See,
Okay.
what I'm saying, we have these things where he says Heru heal, but who did he heal? He's not real. He keeps telling you these are vegetative ideas.
All right, thanks a lot, brother. Thank you, brother. All right. Shout out to the family. The votes are in. So it all comes down to this family. Drums, please. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so let's read them off. Sam, vote goes to Yara. Sam says, I think he proved his point. Sam vote goes to Yara. Kansu vote goes to Chris Harris. And Domo vote goes to Chris Harris. Shucklebuck round goes to Yara. My vote also goes to Chris Harris. Congratulations, Chris Harris. You won the debate, and you are the Solar Vision Debate League champion.
Congratulations, Chris. It was a good debate, bro.
All right. So, with that being said, let's talk about it.
Yeah, come on, man. That was bullshit.
Completely. It was.
Then they don't even tell you why they voted. You know, that shit crazy. But I mean, we've been on here for a while, but as you can see, y'all see, this is the same what Chris is going to try to bring to this debate. Same type of information. Watch what I see. But I want to say congratulations, Yara. You won our chat vote. We actually think you won this debate. Hands down, brother. You know, you were robbed. What do you think, Kareem?
He for sure won. We know that for a fact he won. But hey, you know, it ain't our platform. It ain't our decision. So, yeah, congratulations for the fake win, Chris. But, yeah, I think Yara should have got it.
That's a fact. And that being said, y'all, I just want y'all to show you the tactics. And you see how he didn't want to answer questions. He's going to be trying to do this in this debate with Cesario. He kept trying to say he wasn't trying to compare him to Heru, but at the end, yes, you were trying to compare things to Heru and Horus. Heru and Horus, the same thing. So, that being said, I seen at the beginning how I pointed out the historicity of Christ.
Hey, you can cash out at 30 right now if you want.
All right, but Kareem, let's go ahead and end on You Are Not the Father. Let's see what we got with the Mari thing, and then we can get with the song, and we out of here. Peace and blessings. We love y'all. Shalom, barakatah.
How the fuck is you light skinned and your girl light skinned, but she had a black baby? You are not the father. Somebody call Maury that is not your baby.
Mr. G, you are not the father.
Told you so.
I'll praise you, Most High. Yeah, that sound good, y'all. Hello. What we doing?
Hey, cook that up, Kali.
We still getting to the money, got these haters in they feel. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they feel. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. They said you got the call, they trying to blackball you. Play what they own, bro. You can't blackball a boss. The whole world, they hate Israel. The way you hate your neighbor, might as well pull the trigger on yourself. You know we get excited by the smoke. Every day we casting flesh. Save my treasure stored in heaven, we gon' blow the rest. They disrespected and we check the bank that causing kept it still. They asking others about my business, but I ain't got no instant miss. See, I still deal with ox direct. Cause your person don't mean you respect. Your outlet don't get no credit if the ox ain't in it. Money answer all things and you got all these questions. Playing Vic. Look, I employ slavery. I'll if you broke your head. Yeah, them crews in the hood, Jews in the hood. I caught them clues, now I'm good. I broke it down, he understraight my all to you. Filtered through, you found a few, I'm good. We what we sold, this here exclusive. They like, hey, folk, look what you doing. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they feel. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they feel. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. Most I told me, be still, give her room to work. Know my move, we work. Your faith ain't good, don't put the work in. In the spirit flexing, that my day job. Getting the mode out my own, I don't know what they are. Before I got the blueprint, and I'm too legit to quit. Let it spark in the dark, be a light, got it lit. Trying to map my movement, got my haters pondering. The ops set the question there, they wanna know if you still lit. It hit different, you authentic, a lot of ops pretending. We do it for the Lord, got my own motion, who are you to judge? Put Most High first, none above. Take in the spirit, we locked in, they'll come against your plot. You know Judas said, yeah, we spit them scripts, they barely not. Came on slave ships, then you not black. You know they tell you everything. Isaiah 30:20, yeah, we bad. You see what happened when they tried to rail the train up off the track. False witness, hypocrite. We throw shots back, now they feel hit. Must go get it. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they feel. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they feel. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still.